Hey, Amanda, we have not started yet. We will be beginning in the next few minutes. Just giving you a heads up. All right, can you guys hear us okay?
Yes.
Good, thank you. We don't have a big mic setup going on here, but that's because it's a small room. Great to see you guys. Hope you're having a good Saturday so far.
Cheers.
Yes,
we are. Yes. Fun.
All right, can you guys hear us okay?
Excellent.
Good, thank you. We don't have a big mic setup going on here, but that's because it's a small room. Great to see you guys. Hope you're having a good Saturday so far.
I got to cheers.
I got it. No, it's just live streaming to YouTube, so I'm gonna. All right, can you guys hear us
Make
okay?
this
On YouTube.
Excellent. Okay, for those of you in the studio audience, there are two types of rasa and there's mana brew. So if you want to have a little bit of coffee, or you want to have the rasa, which is coffee alternative, or if you want to have the mana brew or all of them, and we have our new mugs in. Have you guys seen our new mugs yet? Oh my gosh, right here, we got to bring one up so I can show the studio audience.
It does. There's some that do and some that
Yeah,
don't.
mana brew doesn't.
Yeah, mana brew doesn't.
It's a bit, and then we have almond milk and we have coconut milk already pre-made. Okay, guys, check this out. We support your drinking problem. Is that the best mug ever or what? Okay, guys, ready? Where are you? Where's the camera on this thing? Where's
It's
the
up here
camera?
now.
Oh my gosh. Anyhow, we support your drinking problem. Is that the best mug ever? Ah, I love it. Anyhow, so now you can feel great because we do support your drinking problem.
As long as it has antioxidants and minerals and vitamins in
A
it.
little bit of
We
almond
should probably clarify that.
milk and some honey and some vanilla.
It's like there
And
are
your mushrooms, your academics.
there are specifications about what drinking.
Well, that's why it's not a wine glass, honey, okay?
Okay,
It is
that's
a coffee mug.
That's fair.
For tea.
We have a using class.
Yeah, we have, oh, I like where we're going on this, with our kombuchas and our mocktails, and we'll just make really fancy glasses that say we support your drink. Oh, okay. Tabitha, we need to order wine glasses for our kombucha. Okay. So stay tuned because you can have your own wine glass that says that too, but it's for kombucha, not wine. Thank you. Anyhow, we're so glad you guys are joining us. We're gonna have a lot of fun today. We have 2 cameras in 2 places. I'm gonna move you closer so I can see you better. Dun, dun, dun. And then look at, there we go. Tabitha, I just moved this, sorry. Okay. Anyhow, so we're going to start with vitamins and minerals because minerals are the sparks of life. So let's just get rolling here a minute. Is Zoom recording? Yes,
Yeah.
we're starting.
Okay, good.
Come
Well,
on.
can I help give the
You
introduction?
want to give a drink or something?
No, I just want to help with the introduction. if
Yes, well,
That's okay.
we're gonna have introductions. I was just
Okay.
doing something this all time while you were socializing,
you.
hugging everybody.
I know, I was definitely
Amy's like,
getting
Amy's like a
Canada brew.
butterfly, right? She just, what are you doing? Why am I watching?
Okay, there you
That
go.
was an old video. Huh? That was, you had a video.
Yeah, it was you 10 seconds ago.
Oh, that's exciting. Great support. Okay,
He's
finish
good,
up.
he's good.
You're good. They'll hear you for the next 5 hours, so we're fine.
All right, so I'll go ahead and give us a little welcome.
Okay, I'll behave.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for coming to class.
Good morning. We're so excited.
Karen and I formally welcome you to today's discussion, and we wanted to have a masterclass on supplements because there is a lot of information out there, and in America we definitely have a mentality towards believing that something in like a pill or capsule form can solve like all the mysterious mysteries going on inside of our bodies, and that is not our official viewpoint here at Holistic Health Educators or at Lily Fields. We will always hold to it that your body is the best pharmacy you will ever come across. Your body makes thousands and thousands of dollars of chemicals in it in a day, in a week, in a year. I mean, you're literally a millionaire if you added up the value of your organs. And so none of this is ever to negate what your body can and should be making for you. This is not a class about all the chemicals your body will be making for you. I wish it was. Those are our favorite types of classes to teach, where we just like go off on acetylcholine and norepinephrine and stomach acid and all the enzymes your pancreas makes and all the neurotransmitter your nervous system makes and all the, endogenous morphine your body can make. It's incredible what your body can make. But this class is to tell you what we have used after practicing holistic healthcare for, 10, how many years? I don't know.
If your
lot of
body's not
years.
making it, you
Yeah.
know, if you're lacking something and you're not able to make it, you need more of something. And that's why we're excited.
Yes, because it can definitely speed up the healing process. And like she said, if something's missing in your body, reintroducing it can make a world of difference, And not only that, a lot of these nutrients are missing in our soil today. And so some of these things we actually do need to supplement with because it's not in the ground in proportions due to modern agriculture. So is that
was
okay?
beautiful.
As an
Now we
introduction?
need to do an
Okay.
intro of us
Yeah,
for
this
people who
sounds
don't
great.
know us.
Okay. Who wants to go first?
Who wants to go first? I don't know. I can go first. Okay. My name is Karen Arms and I go by ZuZu. And I'm a holistic healthcare practitioner. And I have worked with clients for 20 plus years and have had tremendous success using food as medicine. And when food doesn't do it, or we know we need extra, you're going to hear and you're going to see my favorite products. And so what's really exciting is like when we closed my last store and my last cafe in 2016, just to go completely online with all the education, this is the last thing I think I'd be doing at 56. Okay. I was opening a store and a wellness center, an apothecary, right? And a B&B and wellness retreats, right? You can come and stay here for months because when you actually change what goes in the body, it changes how it comes out and you can reverse dis-ease at the cell level. It is absolutely amazing. So if you've been told you have a life sentence, if you've been told you don't have any hope, if you've been told you're stage this or stage that, oh, gracious me, just put that aside because words are so powerful. Just move forward because you have years ahead of you. Most of you do, don't worry. And we're all going to die, hopefully not today, but it's going to be just a lot of information today. So I have been practicing and working with clients for thousands and thousands for a long time, and I love it. I happen to also have these amazing children, okay? And it's, I had 7 children out of my body. Amy is one of them. And we adopted one. I had a bonus daughter. One of our students left me her daughter when she passed away, which was the best thing ever because she's Amy's best friend and one of my favorite people on the planet, and then I have stepchildren. And so it's been really exciting because they've been like the experiments for all these years, like decades, I've been able to experiment. It's been awesome. So, and they turned out, anyhow, so I'm really excited to share this with you because I'm definitely the app. What's the word? App when you apply something, the tip of my tongue, like. Yeah, sounds like that sounds a little strange, but yeah, I mean, if we want, if I think, anyhow, we'll move on from that part. But I'm excited to share with you what not only my clients have found success with, but we have personally. And and I'm excited about the dream team we have at Lily Fields and at Holistic Health Educators. We have the best staff all around the world that anyone could imagine. So Amy leads that as she leads Holistic Health Educators and works directly with all of our CRO and our CFO and our CEO and all those. So Amy, just jump in there with how much
CMO now.
and our CMO. That's right.
So
Yes, thank you for.
yeah, so I got to grow up in a totally holistic household, which I think is pretty rare actually. It was a lot more common back in the day. I mean, that's all you had. Uh, so I got to grow up and it definitely, we didn't have like an anti-medicine vibe in our house. You know, we still would go to the doctor if we had like an ear infection that just was not clearing up, or if we had you know, a broken arm or something. So like we were not anti-medical, but
It would be so rare.
we absolutely used herbs and homeopathy and vitamins and minerals and food to heal the body. That was like totally normal. And we usually wouldn't get sick for more than a couple days at our household growing up because she would draw a hot bath and we would do hot cold therapy and she would, you know, wrap us up in a bundle with some herbs or some homeopathy and go to bed and we'd be good within a couple days. So I got to grow up around that and also watching all the people come in and out of our healthcare centers, our wellness centers. We had 4 different locations throughout the course of my childhood and adolescence. And so by the time I got to, you know, professional school, you know, I studied first, I got my undergraduate degree in epidemiology, and then I went to Johns Hopkins to get a master's in healthcare policy reform, also in public health. So I am like in these rooms, you know, world's #1 school of public health with like being taught by all these medical doctors who are teaching about the body and all these people who've been working on healthcare policy. And I am scratching my head wondering, how did this happen? Like, how did this happen? Where the most basic fundamental truths about how to help the human body heal on its own, totally missing. Like not even acknowledgement. Like it was never a possibility. I was sitting in a nutrition class. This is like advanced nutrition. And the instructors were like, now remember guys, you can't actually reverse disease through nutrition. This is just to supplement someone's medical regimen. And they would just like reiterate that. We're talking like diabetes and heart disease, like very reversible conditions through nutrition. And they're like, just remember, you can't reverse this through nutrition. This is just to help augment it. So I'm not trying to dog, you know, where modern education has landed us, but there's just a lot missing. And our whole goal is to make like everyone walking around in society, like the actual masters of their own body. Like, so that, yeah, you can just feel totally empowered and know what to help for yourself and other people. So we're gonna, you know, for the next couple hours, take you through, this is a total crash course on like, I call it holistic pharmacy school. Like we're gonna take you through like a lot of these products, but that's a little background behind why I'm so passionate about being here.
I grew up in a very typical military household. My name is Christopher. I'm the acupuncturist here on staff. I studied Oriental medicine and integrative healthcare systems at Florida College of Integrative Medicine and graduated in 2017. I grew up in a very typical military household, did the very military hospital things and the very go get your vaccines and do all of that up until we started learning that there were some major problems that were coming out of the vaccine world, and started looking at supporting our innate immune systems. And I also had a little bit of a background with a grandmother who was from Germany, and she'd snatch something off the closest geranium and sit in the sunshine, let it warm up, and use the back of her German knife, and then pack it in your ear, stick a cotton ball in there, and send you to bed and wake up and you didn't have an earache or a headache or any other sorts of problems. So I had a little bit of both worlds. And I'm just here learning with these ladies and what they have to say and bring you guys the best of the natural world has to offer.
That is not all he's done. That is just hogwash that you're ending right there. He also was a pharmaceutical tech for 18 years. So
18.
he knows 18 years. So he knows so much about the pharmaceutical world, which has been amazing because then he went and studied, he's got degrees hanging all over his room, by the way, all over. Anyhow, and so he went and studied herbal medicine. So he knows all about the herbal medicines and then what they've done with it to create pharmaceuticals. And so it's been amazing because as we work with clients together, we have the best of both worlds. And so if they're on a medication, we're like, oh, got this, we understand this, not that we can help you get off of it. That's legal. You can do your own thing on that, but it gives us a great awareness of what's going on. So it's been a lot of fun because like he comes into the store and he pulls up these products. He's like, oh my gosh, he knows every single herb and all the compounds and every single product. And it's just like, he's like a little kid in a candy shop. It's been so much fun. So we are so grateful that we have Christopher here on board with us, helping us to run our wellness center. And when you come in person, if you come for a week or 3 months, whatever you do, you'll be working directly with Christopher and I and our entire staff. And so we're really honored and excited to have you here.
Thank you guys.
Excellent, excellent.
So I already know what Karen's going to start us off with. And I'm really going to let her take away a lot of the vitamin and mineral section, unless I feel like perking up.
Sure.
Okay. So just so you have a general idea, there's going to be different categories through which we go through things today. We're going to talk about vitamins and minerals, superfoods, herbs, essential oils, and microbiome fixing supplements.
And we have everything in the store set up like heart health, diabetes health, losing weight. And that's how we're going to go through this. So because we pride ourselves that we don't sell supplements, we sell solutions. So like yesterday, a lady called in and she was having an issue with something. And we're like, okay, well, you can take one product or you can get the whole solution, which is 3. Like if you're craving sugar, that's more than just taking cider melt. There's a few things you need to be doing to get rid of why you're craving sugar. So we do pride ourselves on that. So as we
So
go
are we
through,
gonna
we'll
do
do
this-
segments.
Are we going to do this by condition then instead of by type? Oh, okay.
Yeah, because we're gonna go right through our store.
Oh, okay.
Is
Never
that
mind.
okay?
We're going to
Well,
do this
we
by
made a
disease.
decision last night.
I know.
but,
I forgot. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it at all. Okay, and there's 2 ways. We're going to start with, there's 2 ways that you can actually use, well, more than 2. There's 4 ways out of your body. And so you can cough something up, something can come through your skin, you can urinate it, or you can dispose of it rectally, right? So we have these avenues out of our body. We only have a few ways into the body. We can drink it or eat it. We can breathe it in, or we can put it on the skin, or you can do an enema.
Or a rectal,
a rectal
suppository.
suppository, which we definitely recommend when it comes to some very serious diseases, because we can talk about microbiome later. We've got some amazing products coming up. But so often when you're looking at, okay, how am I going to take this supplement? It's something you can rub onto the skin and it goes right into your bloodstream. If you put it in the mouth, it's going to go through digestion. Now that's a whole different chemical processes than going right into the bloodstream. That's important to know, because if we want to get something into the digestive system, like into the small intestine, putting it on the skin is going to be a long way around. You really want it to go through the digestive system. There's also different ways to go through the digestive system. And just before we start, I want to mention that capsules can be great. Tablets can be great, and tinctures can be great. I prefer tinctures above all things. So if you have an item that's available to you through a tincture form, which is a liquid form, it's been tinctured in an alcohol or a glycerin base, or a capsule, I'm going to recommend the tincture, because you can put that in the mouth, swirl it around, hold it in the mouth, and half of it's already in your bloodstream, and then it goes through the rest of digestion. So you get both worlds. If it's a capsule, and some things need to be in capsule form, like Candex, because you want to get those enzymes into the small intestine as condensed as possible. Now, the only thing is with capsules, and some of you have a lot of capsules at home, you've got capsules of this and capsules of that, and then you're popping 15 capsules in a day. That is a lot of vegetable glycerin to be putting, or whatever it might be that your base is, into your small intestine, into the villi, especially if they get older. So if you get older capsules, I really don't recommend those, because those are aging, and that is not going to be easy for your digestive system to break down. And then you have this glue-like material that is now inhibiting you from absorbing nutrients. So just hope that, and then tablets are great. Those are compressed, and those can be very easily assimilable. in the body. So, and then you can breathe things in. We have some great things that you can breathe things in, and like literally you feel it within minutes. Those of you who are here in person, we're going to pass them out so you can breathe those in. You're going to love them. So
Oh, we should just give them some nose ones
we
right
will.
away.
We got them.
We should, can we dish out a couple nose ones?
Yeah,
We have these nose rings that you can pick what essential oil you want, but it's like a nose ring diffuser. You don't have to use it, but we love them.
Sounds crazy.
They are amazing.
amazing.
They are.
Yes.
Have
That
them,
would be
Christopher.
and I'm
The
telling you-
basket of them is next door.
The peppermint
Yeah.
In
one
the
is
wellness
like
room.
better than caffeine. I
It
was
is
like
so
so
good.
sleep deprived the other day. I was up at 4 a.m. having to drive up past Atlanta, and I was like, my coffee was not kicking in at all. And I thank God had a little peppermint diffuser, and I put that thing on. Man, I was awake the rest of the drive. So peppermint's amazing. Peppermint's my like go-to conversion tool if someone's doubting essential oils. I'm like, just see if this wakes you up, Stevie, and I hand it over to him. So what Karen was mentioning about the capsules is like there are supplements I have that I don't have them in powder form or tincture form. I only have them in capsule, and I'll actually empty that out into a little bit of water and mix it up and eat it that way. I've seen other people empty out capsules and put them in smoothies. So you can, if you want to avoid that, all this vegetable cellulose capsule thing, you can always dump them out. Have you guys done that before? I saw some head nods. So you guys are an experienced crowd. So moving right along.
Okay, so with that in mind, we're gonna jump into minerals. This will be much more education on supplements. We just needed to cover a couple things before we jump into it. Minerals are the sparks of life. The entire world operates on at a mineral level, right? You hear about atoms and protons and electrons and neutrons. You hear all those words, but literally minerals are the sparks of life. And so if you have hydrogen, you have one atom, right? And so if you have potassium and calcium and magnesium, these are different atomic structures depending on how many protons they have, and minerals are the sparks of life. So if someone has cramps in their legs, it is going to be a mineral deficiency, right? If someone's skin is all blotty, it is a mineral deficiency. If they have cancer, it's a mineral deficiency. If they have IBS, everything is a mineral deficiency. But then we have to look at how do we get those minerals into the body? What form, what compounds made of all these different minerals is going to work best? So for me, this is one of the most exciting places to start because it's easy. It's a mineral, right? Now, this is super important. There are two ways to get minerals. Number one, minerals come out of the ground. So if you plant your garden, and we've seen a lot of gardens this year, right along the rows and big crops, as you put the seeds in the ground and the rain comes down and it saturates those seeds, the roots are going to go into the ground looking for elements. The roots are looking for minerals. So that little tomato seed won't grow unless it has minerals. Your rutabaga won't grow unless it has minerals. Your cucumber, your carrots, your anything, nothing will grow. Your pecan trees, nothing will grow unless it has minerals. So the roots go down, look for all the minerals. As the roots wrap around those minerals, two things can happen. Number one, if the mineral is in the wrong form, let's just pick on iron. We're going to talk about iron a bit today. If the mineral is in a ferric form, the plant can't absorb that mineral. You've seen soybean fields and different trees that are deficient in iron. So that what the plant will do, if it's a healthy plant, is it will actually put enzymes into the ground around that ferric form of iron, and it will transmute into ferrous iron. It will change into ferrous iron. Then that plant can absorb it. So like so much goes into your red pepper, guys, okay? Like so much goes into your almonds that we're munching on over there. And so as that plant absorbs the minerals, it goes to what's called biotransmutation. So it turns from a rock form of mineral into something that we can then use because bioavailable. You hear bioavailable, right? So what's bioavailable? It means your cells can use it. Your cells, it's in a form that when you drink it or eat it, your body can actually use it. Bioavailable. So minerals can be synthetic, minerals can be from plants, and we prefer plant minerals, plant-based, because your body can use them all. We're a whole food-based company. And so very few things that we sell are an isolate, which when you isolate one little product and one little compound from an entire plant. We have a couple things that are isolates because they work incredible isolated with other forms, especially our capsule tea for cancer.
A lot of them are synthesized though, or harvested.
Exactly.
Isolate.
Yeah, and they're harvested as an isolate. And so I love minerals because you can throw a bunch of them in a smoothie like we are this morning, and boom, you're gonna feel it. It's electric. It's electric, literally, because minerals are the sparks of life. There's hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon. We can all sing this song together. Anyhow, so we're gonna start with that. So Christopher, grab some and just roll with it if you don't mind. And we're gonna roll pretty quick.
Yeah, trade spots. I feel like I'm gonna be the middleman right now.
Wait, it's like musical chairs or something.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just a section, you get the center stage for microbiome.
Yeah, that's right, that's right.
Then I'll be in the middle.
Like tabs.
Okay, so we're gonna start with salt, because salt is like the most amazing thing on the planet. And Amy, jump into potassium and sodium and the exchange at the cell level. We
Sure.
can't talk about it for long.
I
We have to
won't.
give you all supplements.
Just, so two categorizations of minerals to understand. You have macro minerals and micro minerals. Micro minerals are also called trace minerals. So what makes something one or the other is how much you need in a day. Macro minerals, you need more than 100 milligrams of in a day. Most of them you need 1,000 almost. And then trace minerals or micro minerals, you need less than 100 milligrams of in a day. So for example, zinc, iodine, copper, manganese, cobalt, those are all micro minerals. You do not need a lot of those, maybe 40 milligrams of this or 7 milligrams of that or 70 milligrams of that. The macro minerals, the top macro minerals you need are sodium, which is the #1 macro mineral we need in a day. Sodium, potassium, magnesium, and calcium, and phosphorus. So you have these macro minerals that you need more than 100 milligrams of in a day. So
Sodium.
Relight here, they only list the macro minerals, but a lot of like salt derived supplements can have up to 70 or 80 trace minerals. If they just won't list all of them, because it's not just like,
And it's variable.
yeah,
And it's very,
varies.
very variable. Your
Yeah.
salt is coming, right? So depending on where you get your salts, your Himalayan salt, this is real salt. This comes from the Salt Lake, the Great Salt Lake, which is all literally vegetation.
Redmond.
Yeah, Redmond Farms, vegetation that has been broken down. So you have an incredible array of minerals, but these actually help your water get in and out of your cells, right? So you have a sodium potassium level. That's what I wanted to talk about for a minute.
Potassium.
And so understand this. So if anybody's ever feeling, oh, I don't have a lot of energy, you most likely are deficient in minerals, and salt is just the easiest way to do that. You've been told your whole life not to have salt, and that is absolutely not right. It's like, we're like, oh, go to salt. Like you can literally heal most of the world with just salt, with just good salt. Now we are not at all, will we ever support iodized salt? It is raping salt. It is a horrible form of salt. So just throw it away or save it and make Play-Doh with it. That's the only thing that's good for iodized salt. You want to use a really complex salt. So realized salt is really great, sticks and jars, and these are just flavored. You also can just grab their salt and throw a half a teaspoon in with your smoothie or in with your water throughout the day and add a lemon, squeeze some cherries in there, whatever you want to do. So salt is something we do highly recommend to everybody on the planet. So thank you, sir. Okay, grab something and run up and talk about it.
Uh,
Back to that. Yeah, questions?
calcium. Okay, I think we talked about it here.
So while they're deciding on the next one, have you guys heard of the sodium potassium pump on cell membranes? So all of your cells have like a membrane around them, and that's controlling what's coming in and out of the cell. And in plants, we call it a cell wall. In mammals, it's a cell membrane. And some things can just like float through the membrane if they're fat soluble, because that membrane is fat soluble. But if it's water or protein based, or if it has a different charge than if it has a different electrical charge than what would just naturally come through, then things need to come in through channels and through pumps. So understand this membrane's creating this like protective layer around the cell. And so things are either going to like diffuse through, or it's going to come in through a channel or through a pump. And one of the most common pumps, like the most common pump, is the sodium potassium pump. And that is what regulates a lot of like what ions, which are different minerals, are coming in and out of the cell. It helps regulate osmosis and just like the electrolyte balance inside and outside of the cell. So when if someone is being told eat less salt by their doctor for their hypertension, we usually tell them actually just focus on increasing your potassium. And also, a lot of people think they have too much salt, but they actually just don't have enough potassium, because those work in conjunction. The other thing that causes salt retention is elevated insulin. So we see that a lot today where people just have chronically elevated levels of insulin, and that's a huge salt retainer in the body. So their body's not metabolizing and processing salt as fast as it should, and can lead to bloating. And what would the other symptoms of that be?
Well, it doesn't matter. That
Okay.
we have, we teach
Okay.
those all the time. I do want to mention though, if you want instant potassium, just eat an avocado, right? Some avocado, a banana. There are things that you can do with your food, right? That are going to be helpful for that. We're going to move into calcium. Now, I want you all to know in my book, I have, all of my students have these, but we have, so this is my mineral section. So this is my book, Live. And in here is how the body works. The entire thing is how the body works. What I wanted to mention is we have mineral charts, and these mineral charts we have posted in the store. So you can look at iron and see what does iron do in the body? Where do you get it from? Because you literally can read this column and find out what you're deficient in. Oh my gosh, I've had that for 7 years. I'm deficient in magnesium, or oh my gosh, I'm deficient in this. I'm deficient in cobalt, right? So all your vitamins and minerals, we have charts on your macros, your and which is both, all of it, yeah, micro, and then all your vitamins. So we do have those available online for our students and here. So we're going to talk, Christopher, of course, just left. He's going to talk right now about calcium, but that's okay. We are going to also, so we're going to talk about iron, calcium, phosphorus, vitamin K, a couple of the quick vitamins here that we have and that are available to you. Now, we are pretty selective with what products we bring in the store. So we only want to have the products in the store that we would actually take ourselves, because if it doesn't sell or it expires, then it's something we know we're going to use for ourselves. So I'm going to talk about zeolite. So zeolite is a binder. There's zeolite is a binder, charcoal. We sell charcoal as well. So zeolite and charcoal and clay, and these are all different binders. A binder goes into the system and it can literally absorb toxins that are in your system. Zeolite itself has a cage-like structure. So I take zeolite every single morning. I take a scoop of zeolite in the morning, squeeze a half a lemon in there, and I'll take that in a quart jar as a binder to help pull toxins out of the body. So you can use binders every day. That's not going to hurt at all. Magnesium is a mineral that relaxes the muscles. So any of your muscles that are tension, so you have constipation, you have heart issues, leg cramping, all of that we're looking at. We need more minerals in the body in general, because too much acid in the body, acidosis, will cause those pains. Magnesium is the number one to help relax those muscles. Magnesium can come in a variety of ways. You can take magnesium baths. So if you have all heard of Epsom salt baths, there are higher levels of Epsom salts compared to others. This is an ancient mineral bath soap. We have these. This is my favorite line of magnesium. It's called Ancient Minerals, and you have magnesium lotions, you have sprays you can put right onto the skin in the affected areas. They have a magnesium we recommend for sleep. You can put it on the bottom of your feet. And so Ancient Minerals is by far my favorite magnesium company. And then Christopher, if you want to come up and talk about calcium,
Yeah.
got that set out.
So calcium's critical electrolyte for sure. It's one of the channels that in your cells that's a gatekeeper. And so if you don't have calcium, some of your gates don't work. Like there are some calcium gated channels into your cells. And so it's important that you have those for those cells to operate and function in those systems. We have a couple different kinds here. We have an herbal calcium format, and we have a capsule, a tincture. We also have that available for children. Now, this is one of my favorite products, but this is not one of the ladies' favorite products because it's a coral calcium. But in Chinese medicine, this is actually called dragon bones. So this is ancient sea minerals that are found deep in the ocean, and they're sourced from calcium, or they're sourced from coral. And what this does, it's got a sedating effect on the body. So we use this for treating all sorts of mental agitation. This will help calm things down. This works to calm those situations down in Chinese herbal medicine. So that's what that's why this is one of my favorites.
Calcium levels.
And it increases your calcium levels.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have these lovely calcium vitamin K beverages that come from Pure Essence Labs. Amazing products. Add a scoop in with your water. give it a little fizz, drink it up, and it's delicious. And you get your vitamin K and D and C and calcium.
And they make a mineral as well, a magnesium. I was just talking about different, you've seen like Calm. This is like Calm on steroids. Like it's incredible. So you have
So much better.
there are many forms of magnesium. One of our favorite magnesium products is called Magnesium Breakthrough. For someone who's not sure which form of magnesium they need, we would use Magnesium Breakthrough. And that is something that has helped everyone in our family and many of our clients. This is a great form, but man, if you, there's just, and why we have different forms and we don't have a lot. Like if you come in and look at our magnesium section, that's it. We just showed it to you because you don't need to decide. There are too many. Oh, I got to take a second here. So our online store went live yesterday. It's not completely organized, but there's like 1,000 products on there. And what you're not going to find are the cheap isolates. You aren't going to find it. If you go to a health food store, any health food store I've ever walked into, 90% of it, I would never buy.
Right.
90% of what is in a health food store, I won't ever buy. I won't. Same thing with pharmaceuticals. There's 17%. I would actually recommend my clients. The rest of it, there's no way I would use it. Right. So like, I'm really picky. And so I'm really that picky here. You're not going to walk in and find the brands you're going to find at a health food store. I know the markups that they have. I could be ordering all that and I could be making some seriously more money selling those things instead of getting 20% off of a
less.
subscriber or less off
Yeah.
on some of it. That's right. Off of a subscriber account, because some of these products we have in our store, you actually can't walk in and buy anywhere else unless you have unless you're getting it from a technician or a pharmacist, not pharmacist, but a practitioner like ourselves. And yeah, so I want to put that out there. So when we hold up a product, yeah, this is going to be $20 some, whatever they are, right? And it might not be $13 because you're going to pee out most of that $13. You just pee, how many people spend $100 on vitamins and supplements and then you're urinating yellow for the whole time you're taking it? And like, how much did you actually absorb? Well, hardly nothing, right? Maybe the capsule, well, that was nutritious, because some of it is just isolates. And I have to put a disclaimer out there. This is really important. Because we looked at, okay, how much are people charging online for some of the same products that we're selling? And sometimes they're like $10 less. I'm like, how can they possibly be doing that? And I've called the companies across the globe are having a huge issue. People are coming in, buying mass quantities of their product, and then selling it to another wholesaler to sell for a whole lot more money. And then they're getting the cut from it. They're not only doing that, they're actually creating the bottle to look exactly the same with the same codes. Everything is exactly the same, but you do not have coral calcium. You do not have Pure Essence Lab. One of the products we sell a lot, I sell a lot of internationally, is capsule tea. And we'll talk about it. It's for cancer. It's $150 a bottle. It is against the law to sell it for less than that. But I had one of my clients in not Argentina, Australia. She's like, Karen, I bought the capsule tea. I'm like, well, where'd you buy that from? She said, oh, I bought it on Amazon, or Vita, or one of those, right? Big. And I'm like, she goes, but it doesn't look the same as the one that I sent her. I said, ma'am, send it to us. She sent it to us. We took it to my good friend who owns the patent on it, manufacturer of it. And he's like, this isn't even our product. The exact same packaging, not their product. Who knows what was in that supplement. So please do not buy your supplements or anything you take internally from Amazon or some of those big box stores, because you don't know what you're getting. Okay, we can move on to positive things. I just had to mention that. So
Really, really critical thing. It's a major problem going on right now.
it is a
And
major problem.
And
There's
so many
money
people
in
are
the
getting
health
duped,
world.
you guys, stay away from supplements on Amazon. It's a really dangerous marketplace for those kinds of things.
Okay, let's talk about iron or something else.
Okay.
Oh, shit. I didn't swear.
Let's talk about Shilajit. So I'm sure if any of you guys are out on social media, Shilajit is this wonderful substance that comes from the Himalayas. It is a composite of decaying plant matter that has decayed over centuries, and it becomes this like
Black
tarry,
resin,
black
tarry.
resin, amazing substance that is so powerful. And speaking from the man's world, we're actually with this company, Trace Minerals Research, amazing company for all the products that they put out. But their Shilajit is no exception to their amazingness. This product we have seen in lab studies is showing turning men's testosterone count around from being like absolutely nothing at all, up to like 200 points in less than 2 weeks. This
That's
is incredibly
crazy.
bioavailable
Yeah.
substances that help turn things around so quickly.
And when you open this, there's a little jug in there and it has this resin. And so my husband and I, when he opened it up, we went ahead, because it's also just an incredible mineral supplement, by the way. It's loaded with minerals.
Fulvic acid.
Yes, folic acids, all of it. Is like when you peel back the little inside, it's gonna be covered in resin. Don't throw that away. He sat there and he just ran it underwater. So he filled our cup up and we used that too.
Yeah.
Because it's just an amazing product.
It's very dense. You need like,
Spell that, I've never even heard of it.
It's
You can pass it around.
SHILAJIT, Shilajit.
There you go.
yeah, I dated someone who would take like a amount and just put it in his morning coffee or in his evening tea or in like whatever he was drinking in like a warm substance, and that's how he would take it in.
So if you just make fulvic acid.
You know, I haven't seen the breakdown between fulvic acid and that Shilajit. I do know that's much more potent, the Shilajit, but that's or it's at least more dense. But I don't know. I haven't seen just like a breakdown of both of them side by side. But I know fulvic acid is the same thing, just broken down organic plant matter. Yes.
So things like Sheila, are these things that a person would feel the effects? But no, it's interesting.
Very quickly.
Yeah, minerals you usually feel pretty quick.
Yeah, like the labs that came back, that we're seeing with that particularly, came back in less than 2 weeks with a major turnaround, like beyond noticeable
Yeah,
turnaround.
when people come in and they're just like very lethargic, one of our first things is just like get the right minerals in their body. That's like one of our first things for energy, for boosting people's energy. And that can be as simple as like their macro minerals are out of balance. I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever been low on salt, but I mean, like you get shaky, you get headaches, just like, have you ever had that experience?
I mean, and I see it all the time in the ER. I have a provider there who like says salt is the devil, and I'm just like, the wrong kind of salt.
Yeah.
But you're telling people to lay off salt, but then when they come in with hypertension, what do? We put them on a drip with
Some
salt.
saline solution, yeah, salt, yeah. Right.
But that's what they're taught, and I'm just like, and that's why I'm like, I've been, like, I'm an RN, and I'm like, I wanna do as much natural as possible.
Yeah.
and I'm really trying to get out of that, because
Yeah.
I don't like giving people stuff, but I wouldn't take myself.
Yeah, right.
So
Right.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. We love holistic RNs. They're like they're like a unicorn in the healthcare field. So we love them. But no, that's a great point though. You know, you'd see it all the time coming into the ER of just, yeah, people's how fast people's macro minerals being out of whack can shut down their organ systems. It's crazy. So that's one of someone just in the audience asked, how fast will you notice the effects? And so minerals are just one of the first lines of defense you can use against.
It's what they do when you
boosting
go to
energy.
the emergency room. They give
That's
you
true.
salad,
She
yeah,
just
they
said
give
that.
you
Yeah, yeah.
steam, right?
Yes,
First,
it is.
and then warm the body up, because you can't heal if you're cold, so.
Yeah.
Cool stuff.
Cool. So is that it for minerals then? Oh,
No,
no,
we're gonna keep on.
oh, here we go.
We're almost done.
Keep going.
We
Okay.
got some vitamins here. So this is a company called US Enzymes, which you'll hear us talk about multiple times today.
Yeah.
They produce enzymes, which are substances that help break things down in the body. And this is no different. This is a vitamin D supplement that's blended with their astrozyme complex, which will actually break down meat, all of your meat inside of your gut in a 12-hour period.
Wow.
Incredible stuff, this
Wow.
astrozyme complex. Really amazing.
And they added vitamin D to that.
They added
Is it
vitamin D.
5,000 or is it?
This guy is, 5,000 IUs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quick plug, that enzyme company is gonna come up a lot. They're our favorite
Incredible.
enzyme company. They're the only enzyme company we're even carrying right now. It's just like unbelievable what they've put together with their enzyme blends.
Yeah, incredible. And this is for Microbiome Labs, another company that you'll hear us talk a lot about today because they are amazing. Amy and I just got to go to their keynote symposium in Monterey, California, and we've got lots and lots of great information coming to you guys here in a little bit with some of their stuff. This is megaquinone. This is a vitamin K supplement that they've come up with, and it is blended with magnesium and zinc. And we also have a vitamin D and K together. So this is like a happy marriage of these two products. Incredible supplement line here.
We're just gonna keep Christopher on a roll, and here we are gonna talk about iron.
So this is a bioavailable herbal form of iron. So like Karen was talking about earlier today, like the plants actually take and use enzymes to break down through the root system, ferrous iron and break it down into ferric iron for us that's bioavailable. And these plants that we have in this blend are rich in iron. And so we supplement by using this as a food source of iron that your body can handle because the plants have already broken it down and made it usable for us. And this is another plug from Trace Minerals Research. And this is an ionic form of iron where they've taken the ferric iron, ionized it, and made it way more bioavailable for the body through a liquid substance.
This is another company that we love. We have a lot of their products.
Yeah,
so.
you'll see a lot of this come up.
Is there any reason why that natural iron would cause somebody's legs to swell?
Probably the wrong form of iron, or they're not vitamin C. So here's the deal. So minerals are the sparks of life, but cofactors help minerals get absorbed. And so you'll notice with the herbal irons that there's always going to be vitamin C, because an iron without vitamin C is not going to be absorbed by the body. So that might be the problem. They don't have enough vitamin C. And again, we'll take more questions from the audience in our breaks, if that'd be okay, because we're using these recordings as clips for social media. But we love you. We can't wait to answer all your questions, I promise. And no, someone else might have them also. So the question was, taking iron, why would that make your legs swell? And that can be a reaction from the form of iron.
Yeah. And so this is another way to get iron into the body. This is Trace Minerals Ancestral line. And this product is beef organs. And this is loaded with iron that comes from absolutely clean sources of beef. That's been harvested and put in capsules for us. And this is another great way to get food source iron into your body.
Okay, we're just gonna mention vitamin C and vitamin D, this company, because we didn't get to that company yet. But
Pure Essence Labs.
I love their stuff.
This is amazing.
Yep.
Amazing products. They actually have the best mushroom line as well, but we'll get there in just a second with so many great things we're also excited about. So this is whole C and vitamin D. And these are actually food and vegetable sources of vitamin C and D. So when you look on the back of their bottles, you're not going to see like ascorbic acid or ascorbic palmitate or all these different forms of ascorbic acid that can be created in a lab. What you're going to see is vitamin C as camoberry extract and organic buckwheat sprouts.
Wow.
These are the kinds of things that we recommend for all of our clients to take to get their vitamins from, because this is food source and you don't have to take it with food, so it's absorbed better through the body. We love these products.
And vitamin D. So vitamin D is, when people are vitamin D deficient, they get sick, period. Vitamin D is one of those. We need a lot of vitamin D, which comes from the skin. And we talk about vitamin D quite a bit. And so your skin helps make vitamin D and melatonin. So when people get sick, we actually recommend 2,000 IUs of vitamin D for 25 pounds of body weight. So it's a lot of vitamin D. You're not just doing, oh, we get 3,000 IUs a day. That's great if you're like a newborn, if you're 2 years old, right? So you really want to up the vitamin D when you're sick. We've had people go up to 30,000 in a day, 10,000 2 or 3 times a day, boom, for the first couple of days and then back down. So vitamin D is a big hitter. So we recommend having vitamin D in your emergency cupboard. We're actually putting together a kit. We're gonna have 2 or 3 different kits. This is the basics. Please, you must have aseptic and all these products in an emergency kit. Here's what I'd recommend having all the time. And if you parents out there, moms out there, dads out there, the kitty line from Dr. Christopher is phenomenal. Those plus a few other products. If your children are bedwetting, if they're low in minerals, if they're going to go on a field trip, we're going to talk about those items. Those are great. So, okay, I'm just going to switch with you. We'll talk about a few of these. Here's manganese.
So we've got manganese.
Zinc,
Zinc.
fulvic acid.
Every male needs to be taking zinc on the regular. Zinc's one of those things that you got to have that we recommend when all of our clients get sick to help bolster the immune system. But all men need to have more zinc than women. It's critical nutrient for us.
I call it the man's mineral. So in my book, I talk about zinc quite a bit. And in the men's section, it is the man's mineral for every man expression.
And I would say manganese probably be your ladies' mineral. Women need far more manganese than men do for a lot of their hormonal body processes. And we have for you here fulvic acid, which is a broken down version of Shilajit. So this is got all of your minerals that Shilajit does. It's just a little bit of a lighter version.
And chromium. So we recommend chromium quite a bit. I recommend chromium for all of my people that are worried about type 2 diabetes, type 1 diabetes, if they're not able to absorb their blood sugars. Chromium is like a lock and key that helps the glucose come into the cell through the insulin receptor. So chromium is needed drastically by most Americans. Chromium was in the whole wheat bread before they pulled the chromium and all the minerals out to make white bread. So we were getting enough chromium when we had organic, healthy, good, non-modified wheat and different grains, but that they've been modified, they've been stripped of their original content, such as chromium, and now we have a chromium deficient society. Look at all the children with diabetes and pre-diabetes, blow your mind. What, look at 30-50% now? That's insane. So chromium is if you have any kind of blood sugar disorders, if you're trying to lose weight and you want to use up the glucose that's in the body, this is a very important mineral because it can help your blood sugar levels drastically.
Yeah, and just if you're taking notes, wheat in its whole food form contains over 14 different ingredients. Like a whole kernel of wheat will have, vitamin E oil, it'll have bran, it'll have, probably 7 different minerals in it. Like that whole kernel of wheat has a lot in it. And so it's just the way that we processed it, and stripped out some of the minerals that got included in that plant in order for it to be properly metabolized by our body. So it is significantly more shelf stable though, after you process it.
That's the benefit, huh? Well, think about it. They took wheat and then they took the bran off the wheat and they sell it at a health food store. Wheat bran, it'll make you poop. And then they take the wheat germ out and, oh, look at all the minerals in wheat germ. They took it out of your wheat bread and that'll help you get vitamins and minerals. They put it in a health food store. And then they sell you white flour. So they're making a lot more money stripping all your bran out and sucking your germ out and then selling you white flour, and because it's pretty and you look so fancy. Oh my gosh, get back to whole wheat, Anyhow, sorry. Rampage.
It's fine. Let's
You'll
rampage.
have your moments when you get to all your fancy stuff for there.
So here we've got some copper. We have 2 different kinds of copper. We've got Sovereign Copper and Trace Minerals Research, both excellent companies. And copper is critical. We need it for our bodies to do all sorts of things. You need it for your nervous system to function appropriately. You need it for cellular metabolism, for your bones to grow appropriately, your joints to function and be lubricated appropriately. God, copper's needed for pretty much everything, you guys.
And they're finding when you mix copper and silver together, you actually get even a more enhanced immune system. So you take silver, a lot of people take vital silver or different nano silver for immune boosting. You take that along with some copper. So really impressive stuff.
Now, bear in mind, copper is much needed and amazing. However, make sure that your zinc is staying high, because if you get an improper ratio of copper to zinc, that manifests in the form of depression, anxiety, and mental illness. So especially, it's funny you talk so much about zinc for men, because the way I hear zinc come up is mostly in my women's groups of women who talking about how much better their mental health got after they fixed their copper toxicity. And the best way to bring down your copper levels is actually to increase your zinc. So it's just interesting how many of these like vitamins and minerals work hand in hand in the body to keep things in balance. Sodium and potassium, and magnesium and calcium, and zinc and copper. Like a lot of these things, even the minerals, have a natural balance to them. Hi, Lana. Great to see you. Our most loyal student.
Yes. Our 82-year-old aunt, she just came in, so we're so glad. Thank you, Greg, for bringing Lana. Lana, they're gonna bring that big fancy chair for you if you want your big fancy armchair. Lana has her own chair in our store, by the way, just so you all know.
I'm gonna make sure
Yeah,
we're
we
still
just,
good
we
on
love
sound quality.
And speaking of with copper and zinc, they're actually combining copper and zinc into some of your clothing, your socks and that.
Yeah,
And the copper actually interrupts like pain signals in the body, so that helps with pain situations. That's why you see with some of the socks, with some of the back braces and things, they're actually infusing copper into those minerals because it interrupts pain signals in the body.
Wow.
And they add zinc to it now in your socks, because when you add zinc to your copper, your feet don't stink.
Oh, this is so fun. Wow.
Pretty good stuff.
If I hadn't become like a full-fledged barefoot hippie child 10 years ago, I would still eat that tip, but I love sex
I love it.
Well, I wish that I could say the same.
Yeah.
We have some single herbs here too for you guys. This is lobelia. Lobelia is an incredible herb. It is actually one of the herbs we would use if you had some poisoning. This will help get poison out of your body.
Wow.
And we use it to combine in a couple other different formulations for a number of different reasons. But this guy right here is a poison remover and an emetic. An emetic agent. It'll help you vomit if you have need. This is Iodine Forte. This is from Standard Enzyme Company. I'm mad crazy about this product, and I think every human being should be taking this. I'm just going to run down a list of a couple things that are in here. It starts with vitamin C and niacin is the other thing that I'm going to talk about. We'll get there in just a second. It's probably my favorite of all the vitamins. And chromium and choline and pancreatin and a couple other enzymes. Wow. And some actual bovine adrenal in here.
Wow. With
some licorice and ginger and lecithin and sage and L-methionine. Guys, this product right here is going to help you do everything from digest your food to poop, to have a better energy metabolism, to process all of your vitamins and minerals appropriately. Critical, delicious, amazing vitamin. This is Iodine Forte. Iodine Forte. And we'll talk some more about this.
And that line of products is one that we can carry because of who we are. We're practitioners. You can't find those online or at other stores. So it's an incredible line. I forgot the vitamin incomplete. Keep going.
you gotta get that.
I gotta grab that.
Yeah.
This company sources their herbs from they're like they'll like go down to the Amazon and like meet the tribes who are growing the herbs and like and make sure it's just like ethically contributing to the economy and stuff like that. And they actually prefer, not all of their products are organic because they prefer Wildcrafted herbs over is it Wildcrafted?
Wildcrafted, yeah, they
I
do.
wrote a song about that one.
You did. It's a beautiful song.
It's Wildcrafted over organic. Does anyone know the difference between Wildcrafted and organic? Okay.
You guys don't count. I know.
Okay, so organic can be grown, at like a cute little farm like ours, but organic can also be grown commercially in like big, greenhouses with just very controlled conditions, very formulated soil. And then, boom, there's no chemical spread on it. It's organic. Wildcrafted means that plant's out in nature. That plant's exposed to the elements, it's exposed to insects, it's exposed to harsh conditions. And the harder a plant has to fight to survive, the stronger the medicine it produces. So there's a very powerful parallel there between plants and human beings in that way. A lot of like strongest medicine women and medicine men have really been through it in their own life. So I just think that's a cool parallel. But with Wildcrafted lavender, for example, you will find exponentially higher levels of the terpenes in that lavender plant that are actually medicinal for the lungs and the nervous system and the body compared to an organic lavender that's grown under controlled settings in a beautiful greenhouse somewhere. So they will always prioritize Wildcrafted. If they can go out to nature and source it, they're going to go out there and find it.
And that is, we'll just jump right into those two really quick. This is their vitamin complete and their herbal complete. Amazing products. This should be in every child before they go to school every day. Right. And this is one of the top selling supplements in the world. Because it's white labeled by many people that you might be buying it from. So this is vitamin complete. This is the actual source of it. It is absolutely amazing. We have it in our fridge. On the days where I'm just swamped, didn't have time to make a whole lot of food, you're down right. I'm taking 1 or 2 capfuls of this stuff because Karen needs to make sure I have everything I need to keep sparking and keep firing. And this is their herbal mineral. Just read that. These are the minerals, and I'm telling you,
Can't read it out loud.
take 2 or 3 droppables of that, and along with 2 of these, you're gonna be just feeling incredible.
There's at least 50 different herbs in this complex.
Yeah.
Everything from dandelion root and oat straw to mullein to laminera to horse chestnut to agrimony, parsley, and cayenne to Asian ginseng, slippery elm, lady slipper.
Yeah,
Vera
it's just
Palma.
incredible.
Vera Palma. That's craziness right here. And it's
So
do it.
And you
So
can
there's a good team right there, that and
Yeah.
herbal complete.
Definitely. And you can make some of those your own. If any of you, the simplest way to just start taking advantage of all the minerals and herbs is to take a quart jar and put some, you can do a powdered or a dried form of any of your herbs or fresh herbs and just steep it.
And alcohol.
And yeah, or
Paper.
even depends what extraction you want to get. If you're making a tincture, you can do it that way. If you want to drink it, You can also just,
Was it tea?
make a tea, sorry.
Yeah, or throw it in your blender.
Or
Or
throw it in your
in your
blender.
blender and make it, put them in your green drink.
We're gonna pause on vitamin B3 for just a second and just give it some love and some attention. So vitamin B3, as you find it when you go to most places, you're gonna find niacinamide as the vitamin B3. And while that, yes, is a bioavailable source of vitamin B3 for the human body, it is not your best option for vitamin B3 if you're sourcing it somewhere outside of food. You want to source it from nicotinic acid. This is the kind of niacin that causes you to flush. It feels a bit like you're getting a sunburn from the inside out.
It is insane. So the first time this guy's like, hey, Karen, I think you need to do a niacin flush. And I was like, what is that? You know, you're going to take a lot of niacin. This man gave me niacin. I, number one, turned beet red, right? And I felt like I had sunburn from the inside out. I'm like, am I going to die? Is this okay? He threw some GABA in there. He threw a bunch of compounds in there. It was amazing. And I've done like 4 of them now. I love that feeling, how you feel when you get that much vitamin B3 through the whole body. It is amazing.
It's amazing.
You don't need to do that though. You can just take the supplement.
You can just take the supplement. But what happens here, and so, well, like we were talking about, niacinamide is a bioavailable source for the human body. Nicotinic acid, when you take it, it actually causes a detox reaction in the human body. And you get ruptures of microclots in the blood, which is what causes the flushing. And this really incredible detox cascade that happens. Well, we'll talk about that later on the break and get into the nitty gritty of it if anybody's interested. But what they've studied in lab animals is the lab animals that they usually use human models for their GI system for vitamins and mineral studies, like ferrets, for example. Ferrets can actually back convert niacinamide into nicotinic acid so that they can have that detoxification reaction over and over and over again. And humans can't do that. So what we've done is we've taken the uncomfortable flush out of the process and we've eliminated a critical step in detoxifying our bodies. And
Wow.
vitamin B3 is really, really amazing for detoxifying the body and the blood.
Excellent. Want to jump in the Kirsten?
Amy does.
Well, I love Kirsten. Kirsten is one of my, if you have allergies, and I put this in 2 places in our store because it's incredible for those who have allergies, as it does help stop a lot of the allergic responses that our body naturally goes into. Kirsten, your body makes quercetin, but a lot of people aren't making enough quercetin. I have a quercetin patch on right now. So I'm taking
natural
natural
antihistamine.
quercetin. It's a natural antihistamine.
Quercetin is like, for example, found in apples.
Mhm.
It's what's known for making like apples antihistamine in effect. It's the like, potent levels of quercetin in the apple. So this is just a more isolated form of that that's much stronger. So this would also have huge anti-inflammatory effects on the body.
It does.
I had a lady who was helping me at a retreat and she had a reaction to something that she was cutting, one of the plants. And I immediately grabbed an apple and gave her like 2 apples just chopped up super quick while someone else went to go find the quercetin. And it was amazing how quickly the apples helped reduce that histamine reaction. And then she took the quercetin. So for me, everyone should have some kind of quercetin in their home. So if you have a guest who has an allergic reaction, you have something that can immediately help with that. So
And quercetin is also super duper rich in the pith of your citrus fruits. The white parts, that's where you're gonna get loads and loads of quercetin from in your citrus fruits. So if you've got your organic citrus, because we're only eating organic citrus, right, guys, you can actually eat the skin with your organic citrus and you get loads more quercetin that way.
we have 2 more things to talk about before we go on to the next section and then the next section, we're talking about diseases in the body and what we can do for them. So it's very proactive, but this is the base of a lot of this. That's why we needed to focus on this. Do you want to talk, one of you want to talk about ashwagandha? I'll talk about iodine.
You got Ashi.
I got ashwagandha. So ashwagandha is an incredible herb. It is one of the herbs that you can that your body can do so much with. And I'm drawing a blank on the word.
Adaptogenic.
That's the word that I was looking for. Adaptogenic. So it's an it's a critical adaptogen. And we purchase from Herb Farm. You'll see some more of these products growing on our shelves here for all our single herb forms. This is a distillate in organic grape alcohol. And excellent for modifying like lowering bad reactions and helping your body adjust to stressful situations.
And adaptogenic herbs like basil and ashwagandha, these are important because depending on where you're at in your fight or flight reaction with the parasympathetic nervous system, this will literally pull more and do more or do less depending on how much is actually needed. It's a very smart herb. Okay, the last one we're going to talk about right now in the vitamin and mineral section is iodine. Yeah, we can. Yep, we can do. So iodine is needed throughout the body. This is a trace mineral that you actually need every single day. So even though a trace mineral, you need less of it, you need iodine for your thyroid to function. How many of our clients have come in with a thyroid disorder? And I do one simple test. I take iodine, right? And I put 1 drop of it on their wrist. Now, this is iodine. This is my favorite form of iodine, Niacin iodine. This is an alcohol based. I take 1 drop of that and put that on their wrist. And if it soaks in, they need iodine. Christopher
Quite
desperately
deficient.
needs iodine. Okay. So we're just going to wipe all that off there. But anyhow, I should have let it go because this drop of iodine that I put on his wrist and he needs iodine, it will not ever fall to the floor. I've tested
It's-
thousands of people. Your body is literally soaking it in and it'll soak it. Even if the drip is down here, it'll soak it in. The body's like, oh, I need it, I need it, I need it. So we'll go ahead and test everyone who's in the studio audience today for iodine. But what it should do is just, and like mine just sits,
It
it
does.
sits on the wrist like a little pearl. It doesn't go anywhere. So iodine, what happened, I'll give you a quick idea of how important these minerals are to the body. So iodine is so important that your T4 that your thyroid makes is tyrosine, right? And iodine is one of your amino acids, and then 4 molecules of iodine. So if you don't have 4 molecules of iodine in the body from your diet, then you can't make T4. Well, what's T4 useful for? Well, not much. T4, if you just put in the body, won't do anything. But T4 goes to the liver, is converted to T3. Now that does everything. That gives you all your energy, controls your metabolism, makes you hot, makes you cold. T3 is what's needed throughout the entire body. And so when you don't have enough T3, then your hypothalamus tells your pituitary, hey, we need some more T3. The pituitary tells the thyroid, hey, could you please release some more T4? Thyroid's like, you got it, releases T4, 4 molecules of iodine over and over and over and over, goes to the liver, converts to T3, goes through your bile, which you need, right? You need healthy cholesterol to make sure bile gets everywhere, and boom, now you have T3, you have energy, you feel warm, right? You're controlling your metabolism. You all of a sudden start losing weight that you couldn't lose before because you were simply iodine deficient. This is the biggest selling product I have in my store and has always been because I test every single person who comes in here because iodine deficiency is rampant. And I will happily tell you that this, along with one other product, I personally and my clientele cannot think of someone who's not gotten off of their thyroid medication on their own by simply strengthening their thyroid, getting the iodine that they actually needed. Because when you go on to a thyroid medication, as most medications, do they tell you when you're going to come off of it? No, you're just on it now the rest of your life, right? Well, a $34 bottle of iodine, might be something you want to look into instead of. Now, that doesn't mean you don't need to strengthen that liver conversion from T4 to T3. So you might need some liver help. Well, great. We're going to get to that next. So again, phenomenal. But the fun part is to show you how just 4 or 8 drops of iodine in the morning until it sits there and you don't need it anymore, right? Can change your world. It will help you lose weight, have more energy, better libido. It's all right there. So this is a phenomenal product.
Ex-military lad.
Yeah. What was that?
Don't you have a story of?
I have so many stories about this. So one of my stories, he was a captain in the Marine Corps, and he had or one of the armed forces, he had been retired for 30 years and he had to go to bed about 1 or 2 in the afternoon every single day and sleep for several hours. And because he had no energy. He came in, I did a whole scan, did a consultation with him. And I'm like, boy, oh boy, I tested, part of it, I knew his iodine was low. And I started giving him iodine and I tested him for his dosage within like days to a week. He didn't need a nap ever again. Oh, he's landscaping, he's building things in his house. He's like, Karen, you changed my life. Another woman who also had, she was on kidney dialysis, but she had no energy. She said she started taking iodine, and then I put her on Cannabis as well. But iodine itself, she said she had 22 hours more of life a week. 22 hours. She didn't need to sleep anymore because she simply didn't have this. Now I will tell you, take iodine in the morning, because if you take it in the if you take it afternoon, you'll be up all night long cleaning your windows and cleaning your neighbor's windows. And I mean, I had that story too. I've heard those stories. So iodine gives you that much energy because it's simply converting. It helps. Now you have T4. Can you imagine not having T4 for how many years? And then you simply take iodine and boom, you have T4. Oh dear. If I give you iodine, you'll be up all the time helping with it. This man never stops. And this is exciting. So iodine, very, very important.
Like the only situation, I'm not gonna say the only situation, but like one situation where someone would be careful to not overdo that would be in hyperthyroidism, where their body's already like making too much. But most people are dealing with hypothyroidism, where their body's not making enough T4. So just the thyroid can go either direction, hyper and hypo. So hyper would be one of those instances where there could be overproduction.
And I do, for the people who are medical that are watching this, because we have a lot of, third of our students are probably nurses. I had a really interesting thing happen. I had a young girl come in with a big goiter. She was 10 years old and had a goiter, the sign of like a huge baseball, right? And I felt so bad for this young girl. She couldn't go to school because everyone made fun of her. She was a brilliant young lady. And so I tested her and she had a goiter, which right away, don't give them iodine, right? That's hyper, thyroidism. But I tested her and I put a drop of iodine, it was gone as fast as nothing. She could not retain iodine. And I'm like, so I did my testing and I put her on a very high dose of iodine thinking, oh, good Lord, is she going to live? Like, what have I just done? I told her mother, this is against everything you've heard because she has hyperthyroidism. So I gave her iodine and then also seaweed, a high level of seaweed that we had sold in our store. And I left for Samoa. I never prayed so much because I was like, oh, dear Lord, please help this young girl because this is against everything that we've ever been taught. I came back 10 days later. Her goiter was almost completely gone. She was so deficient in iodine. Her body was doing everything it possibly could. And that literally saved her life. And I was like, gosh, so even though you might hear something, we also were told smoking cigarettes was healthy. Okay. So like, you just gotta go with
What the
body is needing.
Bio individuality.
Yeah. Bio individuality. Excellent.
And I really think that's a good point to mention how important testing is.
Yeah,
Like
it is. Just do your testings.
Do your testing. The kind of testing stuff that we have available today is unbelievable. What you do with testing.
And we do. And so here at Lily Fields, you can come in and order, 15, 20 different tests of the body. We'll talk about testing at a different time, but you are able to actually see where your levels are on many, many, many things right now. And you don't have to go to your medical doctor to do that, because I will tell you, we have an entire course called How to Read Your Blood Work Better Than Your Doctor, because the blood work numbers have changed dramatically. Those of you in the medical field know that 50 years ago, things were very different, and 30 years ago, they were different. And now they're different depending on what looks healthy to the people. We won't even get into what the USDRA stands for. That'll blow your mind. But we just want you to know that we do have courses on that. We teach that. So that is forthcoming here at Lily Fields. Okay. We're going to grab a bunch of items from row 2. We have 6 rows that we're doing. Row 1 is done. Row 2, we're going to go through sleep, stress. It's phenomenal. Your hormones, your liver, your thyroid, lots of fun. Thyroid's on number 3. Anyhow, we're gonna have a lot of fun. So you guys, you want to chat for a few minutes while I'm bringing things in, or do a quick 5-minute break?
5-minute break.
Okay,
5-minute break.
Yeah.
5-minute break. Do you want to use the bathroom? Those of you who are here, in the end of the building, there's a bathroom open. If we have standing room only, then we'll open up the other one. And we'll be back online in just literally 5 minutes. And if anybody wants to talk, they're welcome to. Do you put something up so you know when we're coming back?
They'll be fine.
Okay, yeah, we love you guys. Ask questions, throw them in your chat section. We do have Tabitha helping with some of that. Okay, all of these, let's just put all of these products on.
Whatever.
Here.
Good to see you.
You want all these up?
Yeah.
Does anybody want to help? Yeah, thank you. Let's just put all the products over here, and then if you want to help, we're gonna grab one product.
We didn't really go over these, but there are so many different forms of magnesium and like sprays, lotions, baths, lots of ways to get magnesium into the body. And we really like the brand Ancient Minerals. All right. All right, thanks guys for the questions. Thank you for the questions. So we know what to answer when we come back from break.
Need to get those. Put down, is that where? Yeah, put on, up on the. Yep, and go to your, yeah, put it right there, and then third when they come, put right.
I need some taking back things.
Okay, these are actually four back. You can just put them all right on the counter. Yep. And then, excellent, Melissa, your group will come right after this group here. So this is the second row here. So you can put them right after here. Now stop at the center. Okay, yeah, and then just keep going that way. Right there for now, just from. You can start. Thanks, honey. Well done. We don't grab the time. These are like conditions paper. Okay, yeah, that's good. This is. I'm here for it. You'll
All right.
don't worry. As long as you'll have fun. Okay, we're almost ready. Okay, Amy, you're. And I can start, you just do your thing. Hey Tabitha, can I, when you're done, can I have that sheet of, what we put together for the orchid essences? Yeah. Excellent. You can put that like this. Maybe break.
Brain health.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
I am too.
Okay, you have all the,
Good for our time.
we don't need different for the.
Wish there was some way, when you held up things, it could be magnified, we could all go, oh,
Yeah.
because.
So you'll be, okay, we just need one here and that. And I can't wait till we get the. What's that? It's going in. It's over. It's over.
Of course.
Oh, okay.
You never check it. That go on and.
Okay. We're good.
You want all the time about it, or you all the right.
Yeah.
I used to make.
Okay, everyone, here we go.
I didn't know.
It's just like.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't get it. That's not a.
In.
I thought they were saying,
Not-
oh, yeah.
That's the case. Anywhere.
Yes.
So remember that.
Yeah.
Don't think it's us.
Yeah.
Oh.
Darling.
All right, everyone, we're back.
Okay, let's fly.
Woo!
I'll cover Orchid essence.
Okay,
And then
KH. We just talked about vitamins and minerals. That was it. That was our first section with vitamins and minerals.
now we get to fly.
And now we're gonna start going over different supplements by disease type or health condition type.
I love it, love it.
Been a long time.
Are we
Okay,
good, Anne?
yeah, we'll come back to.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're gonna get into symptoms and different situations in the body. And right off the bat, so Karen's ZuZu's Energy, we have some products that we make ourselves that we love and that we love to promote. One of them is Orchid Essences. We have 6, or now we have 9, but only 7 of them are available right now. Different Orchid Essences. Orchid Essences are amazing for emotional health. 1 or 2 drops literally can change the energy of the human body. These are fantastic for children, for pets, and for us as human adults. I sell a lot of these. I get reorders all of the time. So we have Wild and Free, Starburst, Resolve. We have Honeybee, You Matter, Uplift, and Midnight Moon. Each of these are different orchids, and these are made from and by different orchids. So I encourage you to look for this. We will get this posted somewhere online, however we can. That'll be on our website. Well, right now they're on our website, so you can look up and ZuZu'sEnergy.com. Make sure there's an S in there, ZuZu's with an S, energy.com, and you can look up Orchid Essences. When I do testing, and I go, oh, okay, you're testing well for honeybee, and then I read them honeybee, they're like, oh my gosh, right? We did a big retreat. And we gave the sample 1 drop of You Matter to like 50 people that were here. We sold like 58 of them. They were just gone, right? And it's really cool. So like You Matter is helpful for kidney, bladder, combating fear and hurt, combating nervousness, combating shock, loss, love unreceived, increased creativity, increased standing your ground. And I'm telling you, it is amazing what essences can do for the human body. So we have that variety there. Just wanted to mention them because you're going to look at this list and go, oh, that's mine. Oh, that's mine. We do send these with all of our online orders. So you're going to get a sheet of paper so you can read about them as well and enjoy those.
And can I just chime in on that?
Oh, please do.
So, in this world of like compounds and energy, messages get sent in your body 1 of 2 ways: pharmacologically via chemicals, or electrically through like nervous system impulses. So when it comes to orchid essences, these are not working on your kidneys and your liver the same way that like an herb that's going to bind to this receptor site and have a similar effect as this one medication. It's not working. The mechanism of action isn't chemically, it is electrical. So homeopathies and orchid essences, and there's a few other things that have their mechanism of action is more electrical and energetic than chemical. So just keep that in mind. Some things are both electrical and chemical. That would be like essential oils. Essential oils work very fast. They have extremely traceable chemical reactions in the body. There's literally over 25,000 clinical trials done on essential oils now, which is it's so awesome to see what's happening. But as far as the orchid essences go, they're amazing and have been effective for a lot of people, but the mechanism of action is not pharmacological. Does that make sense? Just want to mention. Wow, you guys are getting geared up.
Oh, we are. Okay, we're talking about pain, honey.
Okay.
Oh, we got you covered. How do you even start?
So pain's acupuncture is bread and butter. Like I think probably acupuncture see clients for pain more than we see clients for anything else. We're the number one sought after profession in the world for pain and for fertility, actually, I think is what the statistics say. So I'm going to cover a couple of these products. This is a really big, broad, all-encompassing product. This is called Yunnan Bayao. Literally means yellow herb.
Wait, say it again. Say it slower.
Yunnan Bayao.
Yunnan Bayao.
Everyone together. Yunnan Bayao.
Yunnan Bayao.
Jiaonang. Okay, keep going. Proceed.
Okay, so Amy also speaks Mandarin.
Fine.
Far better than I do. So this is a blister pack here. Actually, this is mandated by the Chinese Army. Every one of their soldiers carries one of these packs on their person. This is known to close gunshot wounds overnight. Inside the center of this pack, there's a small dot, and inside that dot is a tiny little pill that looks like it's made out of wood. It's actually not. It's a deeply concentrated herbal complex, and the recipe's super duper heavily guarded, and so they don't even talk about it. None of the products are listed on the back of the label either. But what I can tell you is it's used to treat everything from skin infections to closing gunshot wounds to reducing pain. It's an incredibly powerful system for so many different things, and it's also amazing for
So
emotional
we need that
trauma.
when we're going hiking.
This is one thing that we should have
In
all
the
over the
mountains.
place. Yeah.
So what's like a day-to-day use of that?
So we don't see a day-to-day use for this. We see this for like emergencies.
Oh,
We
okay.
see it in trauma situations.
Okay.
And I've actually used it for like really stubborn skin
Is
infections.
it a paste?
It's not, it's capsules.
It's a cat.
Now it comes in, we have another, so the other form that we have is in a small vial, and we have it in our pet department because we use it for bleeding cancers with pets. This has like a 97% success rate in stopping bleeding cancers in animals, dogs and cats.
We gotta
Really,
write that one
really,
down.
really. Incredible stuff.
And it's a capsule you take internally?
This is a capsule you take internally. You can use powder, you can take it internally. It comes with a pre-measured scoop, and you can take the same amount as in a scoop as is inside of one of the capsules.
Mm.
And
Wow.
you just take it, there's 8 sections in here. 8 sections. So this is an 8-section pack. You got your trauma pill, you take the first, which is a tiny little pill that looks like wood, like I was saying, and then you take 2 capsules following every 4 hours. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, it's
And
okay.
then every 4 hours after that, you take one of those until it's gone. And like I said, it'll
Okay, so
it'll close up the gunshot.
repeat doses. You know, I'll piggyback off of him, and I'm sure Mom will chime in. Complete tissue and bone. It's another one of those things that you'll take internally, and you can also do it topically to accelerate healing. And this formula, now, this story I have like said and heard so many times that I'm sure it's been morphed. Okay. Legend has it that this formula came because was it Dr. Christopher himself who was traveling down in South America, or one of his
I
people?
can't remember who it was.
They came across a tribe that healed a broken femur in 2 weeks. Someone fell off a cliff, and it was like a hunter fell off a cliff, snapped a femur or two, was brought back to the tribe, and they made these topical compresses with like tons of comfrey and all these herbs in it, and then also was just giving these people like just dousing them with these herbal concoctions. They were walking within weeks of like a broken femur. And so they're like, okay, what's the blend? What did you give him? What did you put on him? How is this person walking? I saw that broken leg a couple weeks ago. Okay, so that's the legend has it for complete tissue and bone. This is one of those things that on a day-to-day use, you know, the serving size is 2 capsules. We've had people who have gotten in a motorcycle crash test for like 48 capsules. But of course, at that point, you won't be giving them in capsules. You'd be opening it up. You'd be doing it in tincture form, or you'd be
Syrup,
yeah.
cream.
There's so many different forms of complete tissue and bone. But the point is, with herbs, you often need a much higher amount to reach a like clinical, a therapeutic dose than, you know, pharmaceutical drugs will take plant compounds and extract them and like compress them. So like you just take a little pill and it has this big effect. With herbs, we're not doing that whole extraction compression process. So there's times where a normal dose of an herb is a teaspoon a day. But if you're sick or if you're using a therapeutic dose, you might need like 2 tablespoons to a 4th cup, or like boil like a lot of that herb in a day to have a therapeutic dose. So that's the same thing with complete tissue and bone. I'll hand it over to you because she's put so many people on complete tissue and bone. When I have my friends who's like, Amy, my brother's gonna go in for surgery for his knee. What can we do? I'm like, go get complete tissue and bone in the salve form. That's like the lotion form. Get it in the salve form and start rubbing it on his knee every day, and have him take complete tissue and bone internally. And you can help heal up a lot of tendons, ligaments, strains, anything associated with injury with this herbal blend.
Well, and for, so I had it was 2 or 3 days before an expo. It was a big expo. Thousands of people were coming. And my chef had been gone for 4 weeks. We always let our staff go wherever they wanted to go. And he went to all these festivals outside of the country. And he came home. He was so excited to see me. I was working in the kitchen, preparing a bunch of food in our licensed kitchen. And he comes up and he hugs me from the side. And he's this big burly, and like literally, and I heard my rib just crack, right? And I was like, what? It was just the angle, perfect angle. I was like, oh my gosh. I had 6 broken ribs.
Oh.
Now, mind you, in 2 days is Saturday, it was a Thursday. Saturday, I'm going to have thousands of people at the expo that I organize with all these vendors, right? Hundreds of vendors, thousands of people coming. And I was speaking, 3 or 4 times. And I was like, oh, good. And I couldn't move. I had to sit, I laid on a biomat. My kids were like tending to me. To go to the bathroom was practically impossible. Right? I needed them to help on my pants down. It was just like, sorry, that's how it was. Anyhow, and so I put myself on so much complete tissue and bone. I was taking dropperfuls. I had the herbs, so I made quart jars of the tea, and I was taking up to 70 to 80 of the capsules and tea. I had it rubbing it on, right? So the day of the expo, I get hugged hundreds of times. I feel no pain. I feel this is the best pain eliminator I could even imagine, right? Well, like white willow bark's really great too. Now, here's the cool part. I was running again within 6 weeks. That's insane. No pain. So literally this rebuilt those. And Christopher just has a story too. So again, complete tissue and bone.
I'm super comfortable using myself as a guinea pig for new things. So I know how Bio works and I'm familiar with that, but I heard this story about this complete tissue and bone. And I happened to have a little bit of an accident a number of weeks ago and about lost my finger, stretching into my new environment into a ceiling fan. And that took off my ring finger. Long story short, about 15 days later, completely healed.
Can't even see it.
Normal, can't even see it.
And how many stitches did you have?
5, I think. 5 stitches on the outside.
Plus, that was it.
There's 5 on the outside. There was a couple on the inside too. I think a total of 10.
Yeah, just go on.
So, do we sell the salve yet?
We do. Yeah, we've got the stuff.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got it all. And we have all the herbs to make it, so you can make your own. We're an apothecary, so you'll see that soon online. We are the apothecary of Georgia, so we have thousands and thousands of dollars worth of herbs, hundreds of herbs that you can buy in bulk and make all your own things. They're very fresh. That's a lot of fun. So, okay, moving on to pain.
I'm just saying that that's something I would have in your fridge before you need it. That's what I'm saying. It's like
Stock up, folks.
Dr. Christopher makes a few things. We don't have black ointment in yet, do we?
We do.
We do.
We do.
Hello, Amy, you've been gone for weeks.
Okay, you guys.
Today we have shipment.
If you want to like have your emergency preparedness kit ready to go, get his black ointment and his complete tissue and bone in the salve form and just keep it in your fridge. I say keep it in your fridge because it's going to last longer because you don't know if you're going to need it next year. And these things are olive oil based. So, you're gonna want to refrigerate it, but those two things, the complete tissue and bone for any acre pay, and my brother would sneak that into the army as contraband when he was going through special forces training, because they'd go randomly get sent on these rucksacks, and my brother was born preemie, and he is like developed amazingly, all things considered, but he can't have fat like on his body. And so he just is all his ankles, and he gets all sorts of things. The complete tissue and bone could not go through the military without it. He would like sneak that in all the time. And he would be like giving it to his friends on the side. And so that, and then black ointment is another thing. It smells like tar. Would you say tar? I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't actually know how black ointment works. That's like the one thing where my friend's like, Amy, what's this weird bump on my arm? Like, I don't know what it is. I'm like, black ointment. Just like put some black ointment on it. If it's not supposed to be there, it'll suck it out. Like black ointment is just one of those things. I don't even actually know how it works, but I've just had too many friends who have weird things going on. And I'm just like, have you tried black ointment? And they're like, no, they'll try black ointment and they're like good in like 2 days. So
We'll show all that to you.
so those are two
Yeah.
things I think everyone should have in their family's emergency preparedness kit.
It was amazing. Okay, we're gonna run by a couple more things for pain. This is called Ouch. It is amazing blend of herbs that just kick off the pain receptor, so you don't have to go to traditional over-the-counter drugs. So great thing to have in your cupboard. What if you got her? Inflammase. We're huge in inflammation. No one should be living with inflammation. No. So anti-inflammatory diet, the number one thing to do is the anti-inflammatory diet, right? Because that's keeping you inflamed. And so inflammase, great product line to keep your inflammation down. Turmeric, ginger, all those wonderful things. Doing golden milk can help with the inflammation. But this is something, if you got someone who just isn't ready to make those dietary changes, get some inflammase in the body.
Okay, on the vein of inflammation, we've got a couple things here, Chinese medicine, school. And these are a bunch of different, this is multi-use. This isn't just for pain. This isn't just for musculoskeletal stuff. We use this for all sorts of different things. This is your Chinese medicine version of the heat patch.
Keep it down.
Sorry about that. The heat patch. So this guy right here is a plaster. It's called a gao in Chinese medicine, and it's just a plaster that is loaded with herbs that heat up and move the blood and move the qi and reduce pain. Incredible stuff here. You guys can buy them. We got them here at the store. This is moxibustion, and I have not. This is moxibustion sticks. These are made from charcoals of mugwort, and they burn, and it's actually like having a little laser pen. And when you heat the end of it up, it gets red, and it's like having a little infrared marker, and you can literally use it to heat up joints. And we've done some experiments with it in school, and you can actually have it and hold it on one end of a watermelon and hold it there and it not damage the surface of the outer portion of the watermelon. And when you cut the watermelon through, you can see like a laser beam all the way through the watermelon, where the watermelons on the inside has got soft and not melted, not damaged, but you can see where it's softened from that heat that comes from the moxibustion. So that's incredible. And these are just two other moxa products. This is an oil and a balm. You can use this combined with a heating pad or an infrared light, and you've got the same sort of effect that happens.
And when you come to wellness retreats here for a week or 90 days, we're doing moxibustion on you all over. It's amazing. Everyone's got to do it. It is absolutely amazing. We'll talk more about it when we come to Men's Health.
This is my favorite. If you've got pain and you see me, you're going to get Cordalis. Cordalis is a flower, and it comes from Siberia. And we make tinctures of it, and we take this in combination with any other herbs. But this is the painkiller. This is the chief painkiller in Chinese medicine. It's called Yan Hu So. That's Cordalis. Zhenggu Shui, straight bone water. This guy right here is a topical application. This is like your bingo marker. And we have it in a bottle that you can get also, and you just apply to a cotton ball. This is such a powerful liniment. It's known to even dissolve bone spurs just being applied topically. And it reduces pain, and it goes all the way to the bone level. In Chinese medicine, we talk about 3 different levels, and that will go all the way to the bone. This is Tralabium. This is a German-made product, but we sell it and use it a lot in TCM school. This is a really, really, really complex system of herbs, but the chief amongst all the herbs in here is arnica. If anybody knows anything about arnica, it stops bruising, it stops pain, it moves blood, it moves qi. Incredible stuff right here, and we love this product. I've actually seen the brother of this product heal diabetic wounds that are really, really stubborn. So we use this for diabetic wound
What's that
healing as
called?
well. This is Trulabium.
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 It's like arnica on steroids.
Yeah.
It's arnica plus is really
Arnica.
what it should be. So you can get the arnica, but then this is what you actually really want to get.
Yeah, it's got a number of multivitamins and minerals in here and some other homeopathics. Really great.
We love it. This is something that is made by Mother Trucker. This is Hope, one of my dearest friends, Hope. She has a whole line for truckers that she's developed. This is a topical pain remover. So if you have, you know how you can get the icy hots and the different creams you can put on top. This is one that we sell. It's a stick, and so you can put that on wherever the pain is. We have that one. And then we took a long time deciding what CBD line we were going to carry. A very, very long time. And Amy and I fell in love with the people behind this line of product. And so they have come up with some incredible things. I can't wait to talk more about CBDs. They're on one of the end caps. But one thing that they've done is they put together these kits. They have one for sleep, they have one for joint and pain, and one for stress. This is so neat because you get all of a little sample of all of their products to see which one helps best for your joint and pain. Instead of spending all this money on, oh, is that going to work? You know, $50 or $80 or $20, right? You get all of it at one time. So I love that you have these little kits that you can buy that have the CBD products, and then we'll talk about later. But I did want to mention we have those for the stress, the sleep, and for joint and pain.
Excellent. In that same line of products, this is
We have two more here, and then I'll check the chat for questions.
this is your muscle and joint. This is a tincture. And they have 3 different levels of tincture that you can purchase. But what we found is we just go with the biggest one, and then you can taper your dose. You can start with the drop, which is going to give you your lower level dosage, and you can taper it on up to a full dropperful, which is going to give you the highest level of dosage here, like this one is.
Which you take before you go to bed because you're going to feel it.
You will definitely know that you're taking a CBD product. The CBD products that we carry are all full spectrum, so they include all parts of the plant: the roots, the stems, the leaves, the flower, the buds. And so as such, what we know from lots and lots and lots of intensive study in CBD and the hemp plants is that you actually need to have small doses of tetrahydrocannabinol to actually activate the endocannabinoid system inside your body. So if you've got products that don't have any of that in there, you need to think twice about using what you're using, because you actually have to have that. It's like the key that unlocks your endocannabinoid system.
And in normal people terms, there are a lot of like products out there that are just CBD, and obviously you can get some, get benefits from that. However, we have always taught that if you can include a little bit of THC in with a CBD product, it will absolutely multiply the effect of the CBD product. And so even if it's just a trace amount, now some of these products are not just a trace amount. So we definitely give people warnings at the time of checkout, like you're aware this is full spectrum. Do not, you're gonna test positive. Yep.
Positive on it.
Do not this is meant to be taken before you sleep
And
for
these
10
are
hours.
legal. These definitely are legal.
They're the legal
in our
amount,
legal
but-
limit.
But it
Right.
still will show up. So we give that disclaimer when people are checking out. But that's why we chose to carry this line, is because we wanted something that did have, and they have variable doses down to 2 milligrams of that all the way up to 10. So to just be aware of that in your
And
products.
on the cannabis, just a couple notes. The cannabis plant has more healing capability than all green plants on earth combined. I will repeat myself. The cannabis plant has more healing capability than every green earth God put here, all of them combined. Cannabis was made illegal for a number of reasons, very political. Won't get in. I have a whole video on that. I have many recordings on cannabis, and Tabitha, let's throw those online somewhere so you can be watching those. But you all have an endocannabinoid system. All of you have one. You were born with them, and you were all high when you nursed from your mother, because all of mother's milk, it contains THC. All of it does. That's why you nurse, and your kid are out. The baby's just out. Well, yes, because they're growing that fast is very painful and requires a lot of deep sleep so the body can actually develop itself. So it is not something scary, it's something not to be misunderstood, but definitely is something we recommend in certain cases of pain, sleep, stress, whatever it might be, but we definitely are very careful with what we recommend. We're very, very careful about that. These are fun. Do you know what?
Hold on.
Yes.
So, last note about that. It's it's just very interesting that like the only forms of cannabis that are legal, you know,
Come from your medical doctor.
well, I'm gonna say up until it started being legalized medically and recreationally, which like, thank you, we're finally at that point. But for like the longest time, it was just like pharmaceutical derivatives of like the cannabis plant. Like the government owns over what 100 patents on the cannabis plant.
I have all of them printed. If any of you local here want to see, I have all of the government patents on cannabis right behind my desk, so you can see what they know it reverses. Parkinson's, cancers, prostate issues, everything, the whole thing is there. We'll put it out so you can all check on that, but it was, and before it was made illegal, I don't know if you realize that, but like literally, was it Time came out and their entire magazine was all on the benefits of cannabis?
Yeah.
And it already had been sent in the mail before it was made illegal. So all these people got these magazines. They're like, oh, look at all these, and they could no longer use it. So, we'll just move on. Let's just move on. So we don't talk negative, but it's a great plant. So.
Yeah, cool. And so that, yeah, and so the reason why we carry this line though isn't just because we really like Jake, who are the founders. I love the Jakes that are behind the company, but they actually do have great stuff. So I need to check the chat because there's been like a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Okay,
hop
we'll
in
just
there.
talk about this
So-
thing. We'll talk about these two things while you're checking the tech. Is that okay?
Mhm.
These are both on pain. This is,
Okay, so we decided to go with this company, Karen and Amy discovered while they were in Utah, at one of the expos. This actually uses, when we were talking earlier about like energetics and pharmacological action in the body. This actually uses plant DNA to build this system. And so the plant DNA that's contained inside each one of these lozenges is actually therapeutic dosage enough to create an effect. This particular variety of lozenge is called SLD or slide. It is your muscle movement and joint movement, and it contains the DNA of a number of different plants. And these here in this blend are ginger root, the grapple plant, licorice, green tea, turmeric, and wild strawberry, which are all very effective for pain
and these are lozenges, so they're very easy to take with you. So if you don't want to deal with a whole bunch of different, tinctures or whatnot, you can just, they are more expensive. I wish they weren't as much as they are, but they work very, very, very beneficially. We've used them. I've used them. It's been amazing. So they work very quickly.
Very
Yes,
quickly,
very.
like
If
within
any of you
moments
have
of them
pain
being
right
on the
now,
tongue.
go grab some. I mean,
Yeah.
it just, they do work. And the relax one, the RLX is phenomenal.
Wow.
To relax. It is,
So great.
take 2 of those. Good night.
Yeah, it'll
very
definitely bring you way on down.
Yeah.
And we've got a number of different varieties that are available.
And then that
Really, really
enzyme?
powerful stuff.
And I'll bring out some.
And this guy right here, this is another one of our enzyme friends.
Okay.
Your enzyme.
The chat makes a great point. They cannot see the products from this far away.
Okay.
So we need to do a better job of like showing the product.
We can do that.
And then you guys, there's also gonna be a chance, like when we take a break here and that's the camera up there.
Oh, thanks, Amy.
Yeah, it's okay. But we'll do a better job of saying it out loud. Yeah, it's still focusing on your face for whatever reason. We'll do a better job of saying it out loud and then it's not focusing. But we will give you guys a detailed list of all the product names.
You know what we could do on the
Afterwards,
recording?
Yeah.
Couldn't we like have Vince? go
Oh,
in
have like
with
put a picture up while we're
every
talking
single
about it.
time
Oh,
we're
that's a
talking
good
about it?
idea.
We could do that tab, because we have pictures of all the products.
Okay, we'll do
Online,
that
so we could do
post-production,
that.
guys.
Okay.
Post-production, we'll have a little picture of the product pop up. But also, we still will answer questions about the supplements you already own. So we're just teaching about a lot of these supplements and the ingredients in them. That's literally what we advertise in the emails, right?
Well,
And
but they could
so
bring them, so they could read the ingredients and know what they were.
I'm just saying, if at the end, we can have
Okay,
like a
okay,
little
good.
bit of Q&A.
Okay.
So if you have any questions about how to better utilize what you already own, we'd be happy to give you some feedback on that. But we are still just going to be going over, our favorite ingredients in a lot of the products that we carry. Some of those ingredients you will find in supplements you already own. And then other times you can just be
Yeah.
keeping notes for and anyone who's one of our students who's a practitioner, you can, or a graduate, you can also have your clients get their products through our store too. So we'll explain to you how that works later.
Yeah, I wanted you, because a lot of people you have supplements at home, you don't know what to do with, then we just want to explain what is that good for. So you can look at the ingredients and go, oh, they talked about that. That's what that's good for. Because there's a lot of people that you buy so much, you spend so much money on them. So, okay, we kind of have this set up in like liver, et cetera, et cetera. So you talk about that first, because that's an incredible enzyme for
So yeah, this is Therazyme, another one from US Enzymes that we love. This is their pain blend for pain muscle joint tissue. It's also got the astrozyme complex and it helps dissolve all of your food within 12 hours. Incredible stuff here. It's also got it's a balance of all of the enzymes that you need for digestion to happen. And it also works by breaking down fibrin, this particular blend, which is part of the inflammatory response to help with suppress inflammation. Really, really incredible stuff.
So we'll talk about the pancreas. And then should we just hold him up while we're talking to him? So we're gonna talk about cinnamon. We're gonna talk about just a good plain old pancreatic formula. And we'll read some of the herbs on the back of that, so you all can see that there on all the cameras. But the pancreas is a big part of when we work with people who have issues with their diabetes, right? The pancreas has islets of Langerhans, and the islets of Langerhans is where your beta cells are made. And the beta cells are where you make insulin, right? So you have these beta cells in the islets of Langerhans, which are in the pancreas. And so when people have an insulin issue, they have a pancreas issue, right? There just is too much insulin being made, not enough insulin being made. So often the pancreas needs to be nurtured. And so we highly recommend a good pancreatic formula. And that can be taken for 4 months or so. It can be taken for a longer period of time just to reestablish health with the pancreas in the first place. And then we do often recommend cinnamon be taken along with chromium. So chromium and cinnamon to help that glucose get absorbed into the bloodstream. Cinnamon is just phenomenal at helping with that.
Yeah, so that's a very potent, medical grade cinnamon. So it's just a great supplement for anyone who's dealing with blood sugar issues. And we'll go ahead and add the pictures post-production. So
That's
you can
okay to
just,
do?
like, yeah,
Okay.
you can just kind of
Sounds
hold it in
good.
your hand. If for anyone taking notes, the pancreas is phenomenal because it's a little organ that creates both enzymes and hormones. So just keep that in mind. Pancreas makes both dietary enzymes as well as hormones, as well as sodium bicarbonate.
Yeah,
Is that
what
correct?
you need. Yes, so that you
So
don't have that burn.
It's very involved in digestion overall, but it's incredible. And what's one of the best ways to support the pancreas? Fasting.
Fast. I've had stage 4 pancreatic cancer clients reverse their stage 4 pancreatic cancer by fasting. And I mean, long-term fasting.
Yeah, like
They
30
did
water
water
fast.
fasting for 30 days, right? And their pancreatic cancer went away. Like they did that plus capsule tea and other products, but I'm just saying it's like incredible when you take the job away from the pancreas so it can just work on itself and heal. Amazing. You want to comment on anything?
So yeah, well, I'll comment on this in just a second, but I think what we don't want to miss here is how fasting, which is often considered a spiritual discipline, is such a powerful healer to the body, and it just brings to mind for me how critical the spirit, mind, and body all work together. And so I just want to make sure we give honor to those traditions that really do talk a lot about fasting and do fasting as a regular, like a religious cleansing, spiritual cleansing of the body, so that we can give our bodies the breaks that they need to regenerate. Everybody needs regeneration, and that's a great way to do that.
I'm glad you brought that up.
And the blend of herbs that are in this, so I'm still learning Dr. Christopher's formulas, and there's so much, you guys. Dr. Christopher is an amazing human being who actually released all of his formulas to the public when he passed away for free. What a gift to society. So I'm still learning his way of doing herbs and the Western way of doing herbs, because I studied classical Chinese medicine, traditional Chinese medicine here. And this is actually really brilliant the way that some of these herbs are crafted together, like to bring some of the body systems in to help cleanse the pancreas. Using cayenne pepper here and like golden seal. Golden seal has got like incredible antibiotic function, antimicrobial function. So this is going to stave off infection while it's giving the pancreas the break that it needs by using Uva ursi and helping with digestion through licorice and mullein in the lungs and respiratory system. Really, really powerful medicine.
Good. We've had great success with it. I just love that product. Okay, so we're talking about kidneys. We have a few things for the kidneys you recommend. Remember, the kidneys are the filters. So you have filters throughout the body. So keeping the kidneys nice and clean is great. So when people are like, oh my gosh, I have kidney stones, I'm like, oh, you want to get rid of them? They're like, oh, I'm going for surgery. I'm like, oh, you want to get rid of them before your surgery? Countless times this has worked. Eating watermelon for 3 days. That's it. Only watermelon. You can eat it. You can blend it. And then you're taking a KLS or a Happy Backs formula. You're taking a kidney formula that is made for the kidney specifically 4 times that day, every single day. Incredible at helping to break up kidney stones. And there's many reasons people get kidney stones, from oxalates to calcium not being broken down. But these are three products we do recommend. KLS is kidney, liver, and spleen. It's a great blend from one of our favorite companies ever, Standard Enzyme. Happy Backs, phenomenal product list from Herbally Grounded. We love Happy Backs. And sometimes when people are like, oh, my back hurts, I'm like, oh, do you have a kidney issue? Like, no, my lower back hurts. I'm like, that's where your kidneys are, right? And so your kidneys are right there. You have 2 of them and your little adrenals sitting on top of their kidneys. So I'm like, oh, do you ever feel like you're exhausted? Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's not lower back. We're talking about your kidneys. And so
Right.
Happy Backs is one of those wonderful blends. US Enzymes, again, comes to save the day because we love US Enzymes.
Man,
If
that's
Kathy's on, she'd be so proud.
Oh, we,
it probably is.
I love the product line.
So this is your cranzyme. This is going to be your enzyme blend for your kidneys. It's got an organic cranberry juice in here, and it also works on the endokinase pathway.
Cranzyme?
Cranzyme.
Wow.
And again, we
So is
always
this
recommend
also,
tinctures.
okay, cool. This is great. So the cranberry, we often have heard of using cranberry for like UTIs and stuff, so we already have that association between cranberry and the renal system and urinary tract. But this is just taking it one picture further, is like, hey, cranberry can be supportive to the kidneys even outside the instance of acute infection.
Yeah.
This may have already been reiterated, but how this company works with their enzymes is they have like a pretty consistent enzyme blend, and then they will add in things to make it more targeted to different issues. So like I'm alternating between 2 of their enzymes right now. One is a magnesium enzyme blend that's just phenomenal for detoxification and gut health and intestinal motility. The other one is a gluten.
Yeah, glutenase.
Gluten something.
We have it over there.
Yeah, and it's
We'll bring it up soon.
yeah, I actually wouldn't have gone on that, but mom muscle tested me. We have a muscle testing kit with all their products where she'll do applied kinesiology. And that was the #1 enzyme I needed out of all of them. So I'm like, oh, it's time to clear up all that gluten I've been eating the past year. It's too many burritos. I'm kidding. Okay, anyway.
Confession.
French bread.
Hand is over there. Thank you.
But seriously though, I do feel so much better when I get that out, because when we're talking about decreasing inflammation and body pain, the best way to lower inflammation in your body is to stop eating things that cause inflammation. And for me, I do have a gluten sensitivity, but it is what it is. Anyway, so cranzyme though, great for your kidneys. I'll stop making this all about me. But wonderful,
You're all about you. I did forget kidney. This is the kidney herb I do recommend. So we have Happy Backs, which is also a great blend. This is the one I've always gone to. Well, just so you know, I had my entire own line of herbs. We closed that in 2016 when I closed my stores. And so we have gone back to using Dr. Christopher's right now until we are growing all of our own herbs here at Lily Fields, and we will be making our entire own line again with our recipes. But until then, I am using Dr. Christopher's for people who do want to get rid of those kidney stones and help improve kidney health. So again, we have that one as well.
And in the vein of stones, we've got gravel root, which is a critical herb when you're talking about stones of any kind. This is a stone breaker. It helps dissolve stones in the kidneys and also the gallbladder.
So write that down. Gravel root. Gravel root is an herb that's great for breaking up stones, body calcifications.
And then we have this fantastic substance here that I'll talk about for just a second on pharmacological level. This is NAC, as you will hear it talked about in our world, or N-acetylcysteine. N-acetylcysteine is used exclusively in the Western medical community for one thing. It is used for reversing Tylenol toxicity. So if you have taken an abundance of Tylenol on purpose or accidentally, if you go to the emergency room, what they're going to do is they're going to give you this IV or respiratorily through a nebulizer into the lungs so it gets there that fast. But this will absolutely turn around acetaminophen poisoning. Incredible.
Wow, that's NAC.
NAC.
What is NAC? Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
We use it for all kinds of
What-
things.
what-
and-
what
but-
is- what
but
is
in the
NAC?
pharmacological world, that's the only thing that I know.
Like, what's the-
forever in the hospital setting.
what's the category of benefit that NAC would be under? Antioxidant.
Antioxidant.
So antioxidants combat free radical damage. And free radical damage is synonymous with oxidative stress, synonymous with inflammation. So just anytime you have free radical damage, you need an antioxidant to donate electrons and bring its like energetic life force to the scene to help that area repair again. Because free radical damage is a chain reaction in the body. Are you guys all pretty familiar with how that works? Okay.
Okay, we're gonna talk about liver. We're gonna talk a little bit about joints. We've got sleep, and we've got relaxation. This goes really quickly. Isn't this kind of fun? You know, it's like, actually think what all that does. So your liver, right? Your liver, oh my gosh, you wake up in the morning and you love your liver. It's on the right side of the body. It's from your waist up to the middle of your breast and over. This is your liver, and your liver is in charge of so many, all the chemical processes of the body, right? The liver, thousands of things that the liver will do. And so fixing and keeping the liver clean is very important. If you have somebody who's always very angry or bitter or frustrated, you know, they're constipated and they got a liver issue. Okay. They are not able to get things out. They are not breaking things down appropriately. And so, pardon me?
Oh, I just told Christopher, you don't hold back.
And I don't hold back. Sorry. Well, anyhow.
It's fantastic. It's so great.
Sorry. Anyhow, so we love liver products. Again, these are in tincture and in capsule form, liver and gallbladder, and then liver transition. Now, I love the liver transition formula. This is if people have taken a lot of pharmaceuticals or a lot of bad
Street
drugs.
pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, street pharmaceuticals, right? Anyhow, so that can be very, very, very toxic on the liver, and it can take, now, by the way, you can cut like half your liver out, even more, and it'll regrow. Livers are insane. Anyhow, and so, but this is a phenomenal product to help people who have been on drugs, repair their liver from a lot of that kind of abuse. Liver essence.
That was
you want
liver
to talk-
transition?
Yeah,
By
that
Dr.
liver
Christopher?
transition. So liver transition is for drugs, liver health, right? Liver and gallbladder, strengthening the liver and the gallbladder connection. By the way, just in case you don't know, so the liver makes all your bile. All your gallbladder does is store it, and you actually need your gallbladder. Your gallbladder is how you get the bile from your liver to the rest of the whole body. So the bile is made in the liver, it goes and sits in the gallbladder, and then when you eat something, so when you taste food or smell food or put it in your mouth, your body chemically goes, oh, there's fat in there, there's oil in there, I need to break that down. The only way to do that is bile. So bile comes out, goes through your duodenum, down your bile duct, into your duodenum. So when the food comes out of the stomach, your body's like, I got this. I know there's fat in there, boom, right? And bile comes out, and then it helps it get absorbed throughout the body, right? Big process made simple by Karen, but anyhow, you need your gallbladder. If you do not have your gallbladder, you don't break down fats, period. So like when you take an organ out, you actually have to do something, right? So liver and gallbladder will help with that, but you also may want to take ox bile or other, they're bile salts. You need to do something for the rest of your life because they took your gallbladder out. You didn't know better. You didn't know. And boom. So if you want to heal your gallbladder, do gallbladder flushing. It works amazing. So you can read books on that, go online, learn about that. We carry the maltic acid, so you can do those things, but learn about the liver cleans itself through the gallbladder. So when your gallbladder is there and clean, the liver can continue to clean itself right through the gallbladder. That's the avenue that it can get all of those toxins out. If you have gallbladder stones, it's because your liver is pretty screwed up. We've got a lot going on in the body we haven't taken care of, and I'm not surprised. And so we do need to flush the gallstones out of the gallbladder, not just remove the gallbladder, because now your liver is compromised and you can't break down fats. So I'm a little passionate about these things. I've had many clients come to me who have all these pains. I'm like, when they're like, well, I had my gallbladder removed 30 years ago. I'm like, okay, well, now you have an extra few pounds. We need to work through how we get rid of the excess in the body. So better do you know now than not know. That's all.
Like these people, they'll still break down some fats with the bile that's dripping from the liver to the duodenum, and then
But
also
there's
from
yeah.
lipase. They'll just like reconnect the liver straight into the duodenum, and then also lipase enzymes, you know, from food and from the pancreas. So it's not like they can't break down any fat, but that's why they're instructed not to eat large doses of fat in one meal. Like a cheeseburger would just like be like way too much fat because there's no storage tank that can just like,
But there's enzymes.
they're not taught that. Yeah.
They're not taught that. People
Other
aren't
half
taught
the
that.
people I see in the ER probably have, like, I mean, I don't know about half, but a lot of people have their gallbladder out.
Yeah.
They're
Really?
not taught that
Nope.
they have to eat.
Yep,
differently.
they're not taught they need to
What
do
is that?
something different, you know, take ox bile, take the salts. I know they're not, and that's why we're mentioning it right now. So if your gallbladder's out, okay, the gallbladder's out. We're not
And I
gonna
keep saying
regrow that. Right, but there's things you can do
Well-
right now that will help, and that's what we care about, you know.
We're still in the vein of liver, another product from
Liver!
Essence. We love the liver. We love to love our livers. This actually, I was looking at this because I had a feeling, and I was right, that they have taken and capitalized on a super duper ancient Chinese formula, and made it super duper available here in the States, in a really usable format. So this has got some of the other stuff that we were talking about. It's got NAC in it. It's got alpha lipoic acid, which is another one of those fantastic chemicals that Amy was just talking about, schizandra fruit extract, artichoke, and some phospholipids. Phospholipids we're really going to get into when we talk about another one of my favorite lines that we just actually brought in here. And we'll get there because that's a total different delivery system than any of the things that we've covered so far. And I'm really excited to share that with you guys. But the chief herb in here is bupleurum, which is the chief of all the liver herbs. It makes your liver calm and happy. When the liver's happy, everybody's happy.
So if you're emotional, if you've eaten a lot of crazy foods, if you're just gone through whatever your liver needs you can just support your liver. It isn't, you can make different teas with milk thistle. There's just so many things you can do to help support that liver.
Yeah, and sometimes the best way to support the liver is to do less supplements. So don't always think more is more with the liver, because the liver is the master metabolizer for your body. It has to break down all your pharmaceutical drugs. All the food you eat gets sent through the liver before it gets sent out to your body. All the supplements you eat. So there's definitely liver toxicity from overdoing supplements is a real thing. Same thing with overdoing essential oils internally. You just want to be cautious because sometimes Karen will have people bring all their supplements in to get when they get a scan done or get tested by Karen, they'll bring a whole basket of just 40 supplements and be like, okay, well, I've been mixing it up between all of these. Honestly, they need like 10 of the 40. Really. So just know our official stance on supporting the liver is not more is more. It is usually less is more. The simpler your diet, like whole food, you still want variety, but like whole food diet with a few key supplements, it's like the best thing you can do for your liver.
It's a beautiful thing. And we were talking, Karen was talking about filtering, liver's your blood filter, your skin's a filter, your lungs are filters,
Kidneys.
and a lot of your kidneys, a lot of those systems we don't think about, when you change your air filters in your house every month, we don't think about that with our bodies. We definitely should be cleaning our filters. They get dirty too. And the liver gallbladder flush is one really, really excellent way. I had an incredible experience with that the first time that I did that. All of my allergies went away.
Your allergies went away?
All of my allergies went away. I was allergic to everything that in the house, out of the house, every
Really?
pollen, every tree, everything. And my allergy symptoms improved overnight, immediately.
By
It was-
doing the
it
liver
was
and
in-
gallbladder?
It was incredible. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. I had a really, 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 really incredible experience. And I cannot tell you, I recommend that for all my clients to do on a regular
And
basis.
those of you who are students, we have all that written down, the liver and gallbladder flush, how to do that. That is also in the Human Body Master Guide. For those of you who are are wondering more about what we do as holistic health educators, we actually have a program that's available online. It covers over 300 health ailments. So like kidney issues, cancers, you name it, allergies, lice, it doesn't whatever they are, we have hundreds of high blood pressure, low blood pressure, it's all covered. And we do have that liver cleanse in the Human Body Master Guide as well.
Sweet.
And
Okay.
we've got black walnut extract here to talk about for just a second. I'm going to say that this is probably more well-known for uses as an anti-parasitic for parasite cleanses than it is anything else. Incredibly bitter. Any of your nut shells, pecan shells, walnut shells, all those hulls are all going to be anti-parasitic on some level.
That's made from the shell?
Yep.
And I put it by the liver issue, because we're so full of parasites, right? We are so full of parasites and people don't realize that. So when they do a liver and gallbladder flush, most people have a gallbladder issue or they have appendix issues because there's parasites in there.
Huh.
And so if you kill the parasites and then all of a sudden your organs start and your glands start working better, surprise. So
So that's why you put that by the liver.
right by the liver
So they're
stuff.
like liver
Mhm.
flukes. Can that help with liver?
Yeah, liver
flukes?
flu.
We can see those come out.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
you're
yeah.
definitely gonna see them come out. I have people who have brought me their parasites. I'm like, really? I didn't need to see that, you know, and in little containers, and I'm
Yeah.
like, I love my job.
Now, sometimes if you get something really long and stringy come out, that can just be the a shedding of the mucosal lining of your intestines. So not every long stringy thing is a parasite. They
But
can
you
be they can be easily confused, but other ones, yeah.
Are very visible.
Well, like a lot, I would reckon the most common parasites are small, like liver flukes and stuff like that.
The
That's not-
liquids are really small. You can see those when you do colon hydrotherapy.
Mm.
You can open up we like to do the open system, so you can open up the bed and you can see what came out of your bowels when you do colon hydrotherapy. It's fascinating. You can see the parasites, you can see the liver flukes, you can see, you can literally see chemotherapy, right? You can see chemotherapy can come out of the body 2 decades later and still be bright yellow. You can do, like when I did my first colon hydrotherapy session years ago, I had anesthesia. You can see the anesthesia. Literally, I had a C-section 30 years prior, and the anesthesia was still in my body. And I'm like, Mrs. Clean, you're fine. Anyhow, so that was really fun. Okay,
that was what her colon hydrotherapist had said.
yeah,
That sounded very
because
interesting.
that was what she did for, she did tens of thousands of them, so. Okay, let's talk about joint.
So joints, guys, this is another Pure Essence Labs, and as suspected, another ancient Chinese formula here. Really, really great herbal medicine using natural eggshell membrane, faux tea, and boswellia, which is your frankincense.
Eggshell membrane?
Eggshell membrane to help support the joints. It's collagen.
Yeah, so it's
Collagen.
collagen and in the joints, and we've got some salves and that you'll see soon as well that you can pop on there.
Red sage, which you have growing in the backyard, actually,
Mhm.
and white peony and boron, guys. Boron, critical
Mm.
anti-silicate. The only anti-silicate that I'm aware of. Boron is a supplement we should definitely include that with the minerals next time. Boron's critical. Get your boron.
Did you want to talk about this?
I want to
For a
talk
minute?
about this, but
Okay.
I'll wait until we get through joints.
I'll
Okay.
throw a quick plug out for the
Jump in
fatty
there.
animal parts of
You do those two and then that.
collagen and hyaluronic acid. Hyaluronic acid's really famous for like the face. Have we all heard of hyaluronic acid and face? Like if your face needs hyaluronic acid, imagine how much the rest of your body needs hyaluronic acid. And the conference I just attended, one of the main doctors was like, why do we only talk about hyaluronic acid for the face? He's like, this is so helpful for all of your tissue, like your bones and tendons and soft tissues inside your body. So he was just a big proponent of, collagen and hyaluronic acid, and you can source that just by eating a diverse diet where, your animal products aren't just like, lean chicken breast, he's like, throw in some chicken skins or, access those other parts of the animal, include either eat those other parts of the animal or, take a supplement that's where someone's already extracted that for you. But I thought that was a pretty interesting point about collagen and hyaluronic acid.
Collagen and hyaluronic acid. Right
Is
here,
that what that
guys.
is?
This has like 4 different sources of collagen, and hyaluronic acid is the second ingredient.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that's incredible.
So
Wow, that's why we
that's,
tried it.
that's totally why we have that, guys. And this is
And this company is like,
Greek Island.
yes, like Greek Island Labs. So Greek Island Labs, they make a couple of products that are phenomenal. This is one of them. The other one you will see in the colon health, but these are actual organic herbs from the Greek islands. And that's why it's called Greek Island Labs. So phenomenal. They only make a couple of products. We carry them because they're incredible, well sourced.
Another joint formula here, guys. This is Dr. Christopher stuff, and these are actually herbs that I'm not super duper familiar with. Wildcrafted bergamot tea, though, that's something that you ladies know a whole lot about. I'm familiar with the hydrangea root as a chief herb in here. This is definitely going to do numbers for your joint pains, targeting your joints specifically for pain.
Excellent.
Yeah. We're gonna move on to the nerves, and I'm going to talk about this company for just a second because Himalaya should be something that people know a lot about. Himalaya is a very, very old company. They are from India originally. They're now headquartered here in the United States. This company is so safeguarded of their process and so safeguarded of their farmers and so safeguarded of their medicine. It is very, very, very challenging to even get these products into your store. And they want to know everything about you, everything that you teach. everything that you sell. They're super duper safeguarded of their medicine. And this particular herb that we're going to talk about is called Mucuna pruriens. This is velvet bean.
Velvet bean.
Velvet bean. So this is sourced in India. And it is USDA organic seal on here. So it's extremely clean. And the research that is being done on this right now for the nervous system is unbelievable. What data we're getting back. This herb is being used for everything in the nervous system function, for calming the nervous system down when it's too excited, to helping regrow nerves, to all sexual function in the human body, both male and female. And this being able to turn around situations of impotence and infertility overnight.
I don't know.
He's feeling
Incredible.
sad now
Incredible.
because now you just replaced him with this new product. It's okay. Anyhow, so this is the other nerve formula that we have that I've used for many, many years, but he just doesn't measure up anymore. Sorry, Dr. Christopher.
I'm sure this is incredible stuff, and it is. There's incredible herbs
I
in
guess
here.
we'll put
Scope
that on
out.
sale at the end of the day.
And we've got Lobelia in here too on the back end of this formula. You guys, excellent formula, excellent stuff. Just know that we've got a lot of things here that are so beneficial to the nervous system, and these all actually work in concert. So like adding the nerve formula to the velvet bean, or adding velvet bean to the formula is just it's like adding a second violin to the symphony.
What's wonderful also about nerves is Amy and I talk extensively about nerve health. And so go to holistichealtheducators.com, go to the blog, type in nerve, and we have 2 blogs on regenerating nerves. That is amazing. They've been, they're used all over by many, many people, and it's helped a lot of people regenerate their nervous system. And we talk about the foods to eat, the foods to avoid, so you can do just that.
When would you recommend this to someone over, like, you know, a pretty normal, like someone has back pain, like a back pain, and it's like, okay, what's the protocol for that? And we'll put them on like a vitamin D3, D2 supplement right away, because that's also very supportive for the nerves. Might put them on some white willow bark for the pain management until we get things under control. Get them on a high dose of turmeric and other powerful anti-inflammatory agents.
Cordalis.
When would you put someone on nerve?
So I've used nerve when I do my scans and they have a lot of nerve damage, then that's very beneficial,
okay.
because we're looking, when I use an herb like that, it's for 5 months. It's for 6 months.
This is a long
We are
thing.
restoring the nerve health, right? So the myelin sheath needs to get repaired. The synapses need to communicate better. So that's just, so it just depends on the person, but that's when I've used it historically in the past. Now that we have this product in, this might be my go-to, and I'll just test people on it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Nerves, depending on where the nerve damage happened, that will determine like what the healing process is, but nerves are one of the longer cell types that it takes the body to repair and replace itself post-injury. So that's why, you know, some of the only permanent injuries that we see are related to the nerves, like blindness and like loss of hearing. Like some of those things are rather permanent. Also, just don't forget, if you're putting someone on a nerve protocol, there's so many effective electrotherapies out there that are just phenomenal. PEMF, electro wave, or like it's not shock. What is it? Wave shock?
Yeah. And then even just shockwave, the True Rife system, all of those are all electrical.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
cool.
we've got some stuff, you guys.
Okay, wanted to mention on ortho. So before we move on here to sleep, this is a product called Ortho. It's called Alpha Ortho Boss. This is a product that can help dissolve bone spores. So this dissolves bone spurs in the body. You take it through a straw, so it does not dissolve your teeth. It has been phenomenal at getting rid of spurs in the body. So I do want to mention that because this is a very big seller when it comes to people who are trying to relieve and spurs.
now I need to research this product more, because people I know who take that do use it for metabolism. It's like better for they like swear by this. How much that I just yeah, we gotta look into that.
Sounds good.
I love
Okay.
that stuff can be used for so many different.
Yeah, my
Like,
Okay, we're gonna move on to sleep. I know we gotta talk about GABA. Well, okay, these won't take long because some of the products I've already mentioned. This is a magnesium rub, but this also has some herbs added to it to help you sleep. Even though we don't recommend melatonin, if you need to sleep, you need to heal. If people are in pain, they need to sleep because you only heal when you are sleeping. And so if you are not sleeping, you are never going to heal. So at that point, you need to take something that might have a little bit of melatonin in it until you are repairing the body, and then you can eliminate that hormone. We do stand pretty fast on not taking hormones because your body won't make them anymore. But this is one that we do recommend because if someone's not sleeping, they are not healing, and that could end up disastrous. So that is a big thing for sleep. This is a fantastic product called Herbal Dreamer, and this is from Herbally Grounded. My butt hurts sitting on that thing the whole time, so I'm gonna
Does
get
it
up
really?
once in a while.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like, well, I'm not sitting all the way back.
Yeah.
I probably
That's
should sit all the way
That's
back.
okay.
Anyhow, so Herbal Dreamer, excellent herbal blend, squirt in your mouth before you go to bed. Sleep great. This is one of the magnesiums that we carry. And sleep breakthrough. So it has an array of products that are added to this to help you sleep really well. It's a fizzy drink you can take at night and sleep really well. Yep.
This is in those lozenges that we were talking about earlier, guys, for the ALT lozenges. This is the relax lozenge. Again, a blend of herbs that we're all really familiar with. Chamomile, Siberian ginseng root, actually, which you wouldn't suspect to be used in an herb formula, but using the DNA, actually, you get the opposite end of the spectrum effect here. Passion flower, ashwagandha, and banana lettuce.
Passion flower, very powerful sleep agent. Yep, passion flower is huge for that. We have a TNC who was able to get some of her clients off of sleeping medications using passion flower. Yeah. Yeah, and just very, yeah, as far as like trying to help people sleep better and get them off of their sleeping meds, there's so much to be gained by helping someone switch to sleeping on their own. So we're not gonna get into sleeping med complications right now, but
They're listed in my book.
there's a few products that can really help someone out. The other thing I want to mention about sleep really quick.
Yeah, take it.
Is a plug for adenosine. We often talk about melatonin to help you sleep. That's the hormone that helps you sleep. The neurotransmitter that puts you to sleep is adenosine. The same adenosine that's found in adenosine triphosphate, ATP, which is what gets burned up by your cells to be used as fuel. The more adenosine that floods your nervous system, the more fatigued you will be. Your body releases adenosine when you exercise and when you break things down. That's why you get tired after you exercise. It's this flood of adenosine in your body. So everyone's thinking we have this like melatonin deficiency going on where like people don't have enough melatonin. That's why they're not sleeping. And I'm over here being like, if we were exercising more and like exerting ourselves, our nervous systems would be flooded with adenosine that would put us to sleep at night. So just that whole feeling you get of exhaustion after physical exertion, adenosine. So just keep that in mind. Melatonin's the hormone that puts you to sleep. Adenosine's the neurotransmitter, and they're both very important. I don't know what got me talking about that. Oh yeah, we're talking about sleep aids. I'm saying if there's someone who can't sleep at night, it could be psychological, and they need like therapy, some form of therapy. So many different interventions. It could be nervous system related, where like they need magnesium, they need some of these supplements, they need to help their body physically calm down. Great products for that. We haven't even gotten a ZenBiome code or anything. Oh yeah, okay, cool. Or needing GABA, etc. But the other part is actually just a deficiency in physical activity. So I'm just mentioning that. If you're writing down sleep notes, you gotta mention adenosine. Did you guys know that about adenosine? Yeah.
Actually, so on the adenosine level in the Western medicine community, having a little bit of hospital background, I know that in operating rooms, we use adenosine to actually completely knock patients out, make them completely sleep. We use
I
it.
didn't know you use that in hospital
So
setting.
straight up just give it.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, instead of making them run around, because they might not be able to run around
Right.
before the surgery.
Yeah, you have to be a
Give you 10 laps and then we'll give you surgery, okay?
CNA, a nurse, you have to be an anesthetist in order to use that antibiotic.
Well, only a couple more
Very
left
close.
to sleep, and you just brought up xenobiome, so we want to talk about that.
You're talking about that one. I'm going to grab a product off the shelf.
Okay,
Okay, well, while we're talking about wonderful things to add to the medicine cabinet for sleep, this is kind of a newer concept that you actually have like bacteria in your body that help regulate your HPA axis, your hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis. Your adrenals is what makes cortisol. So there's actually bacteria that help your body be not so responsive to cortisol. And so this can be helpful because, you know, if someone's missing those strains of bacteria, there's no buffer. And like all the cortisol in their body is just gonna be like triggering them or keeping them up at night. So Zen Biome Sleep, same thing with Zen Biome Cope, have strains of bifidobacteria, as well as this, they added in lemon balm, leaf extract, and L-theanine, but they have this strain of bifidobacteria that in clinical research has been shown to help buffer the body's response to cortisol to help you sleep. Now it's interesting because you do want cortisol sensitivity. So this isn't to say like you want to become less sensitive to cortisol, but having a like little microbe that can help you like calm down your cortisol response at night, or just having it in your body in general can be really helpful. So this one's made by Microbiome Labs. It's just kind of it improved like anxiety in their people by like 30%, I want to say, just adding this in. So pretty remarkable clinical results.
This is my favorite product for sleep currently. And this is a product from Quicksilver Scientific. They are a prescriber only line. You have to be a client of ours in order to be prescribed these medications. This is pharmaceutical grade medication. And I'm just going to take a second to spotlight this for a minute. So most of the products they make are actually delivered via liposome. Liposome is a fat cell. So what they've done is they've taken a highly purified phosphatidylcholine, and then they use it to sort of build a shell around whatever it is that we're delivering. And so you take a couple pumps of this in the mouth, and you swish it around your mouth to get buccal activity, which is in the mouth, and sublingual activity under the tongue, where there are a couple three major veins that run through the body right there through the tongue. And what you get in 90 seconds, within 90 seconds of having that in your mouth, you get about 20% of it delivered into the bloodstream within 20 seconds after that 90 seconds of having it in your mouth. It's actually, this product is GABA L-theanine, but the delivery system is what's so beautiful. It's actually as efficient as, we've got the research and data to prove it, IV level treatment. So we can get IV level treatment with this kind of liposomal delivery system. And this is what this company does. This is what they specialize in. In fact, all of the liposomal delivery systems that are available up until very recently, like with Designs for Health, all of those liposomal delivery systems was actually created by Quicksilver Scientific. And they did all of their liposomal delivery systems for all those other companies. And like I was saying, it is just as efficient as IV level treatment.
Wow.
Really, really incredible. Really, really fast.
It's incredible.
I love it. So with these ones, you'll keep them in your mouth, like pretty much as long as you can hold it, but it's like 60 seconds plus.
60 to 90 seconds, yeah.
60 to 90 seconds.
You can feel it. It's tingly. I take the one with GABA, and it's absolutely incredible.
So we've got this GABA, and then we have another GABA, and this is the one that Karen loves because you can take it all day long.
Yep, and we get into anxiety and stress next. And so that's why we'll focus on this one during that section. So we leave it up here because that's next anyways. So 3 more things when it comes to sleep. Sleep can be also a GABA deficiency. So a lot of my clients who have seizures, Tourette's, nervous disorders, they're just low on GABA. GABA is something your body actually can make itself and does make itself, but sometimes you need to boost until your GABA levels are higher. That would be this. I had epilepsy growing up, which is a GABA deficiency. Was able to reverse that without even taking anything except food that was rich in GABA, and that triggered my GABA production. So that was incredible. I got off of 3 medications and have never had a seizure or an aura since. And so GABA is a phenomenal product. We do carry a couple lines of that. This one itself, and then we carry the one that's liposomal. So I have taken this GABA, it's called Lipicalm, and it is incredible for calming the body. I use this, I do 2 or 3 pumps of it once, maybe twice a day, and I'll push it around in my mouth, flush it around. It's like instant medication. It is, even that's not, but it's incredible for the body. Absolutely, you feel it. It's an instant thing. So I love. I will be promoting a lot of that product because it is so helpful for anxiety, stress, and to calm the body down before sleep. And US Enzymes.
Sun balance and sun theanine. So L-theanine, guys, is another one of those amino acids that works to calm the nervous system and to bring things right on down. You'll find that in a lot of supplements now. People are using that to help promote sleep and restfulness and calmness within the body. And these are also great, two great products that we've got from US Enzymes here. For those reasons. This actually works to improve focus and concentration from that back channel method, and it's got your enzymes with it, which help it go all the further.
Can you read it out loud so that people up there know which one that is?
So
Not
this
the
is-
ingredient, but the name of it.
This is sun theanine. This is giving you all that L-theanine that you want.
I don't know what palmitoylethanolamide PEA means. I don't know what that is.
Oh, that's a great question. No.
Do you know?
I didn't understand what you were saying.
PEA, palmitoylethanolamide.
We will give.
We're gonna get you guys some more information on this one, because this guy, this one's new for me too. But it's.
You just had
it's
all
got
the training on
cursive.
US Enzymes.
I sure
stuff,
did,
but
I
just
just
love
do
that one.
not remember on this sun balance here.
Love it.
But I'll get you more information on this for you guys, put that up on the internet for you.
Excellent, excellent. We talked about Zoom. Did we talk about that one?
What? Is that
We're-
biome?
Zen biome
Oh,
sleep.
well, if we're taking a segue into like anxiety and mood disorders. So anxiety, you guys, so widespread right now. And we can rattle off like a few of the biggest reasons for that. When nervous system dysregulation, some chemical imbalances. Yeah, electromagnetic stimulation. We're just gonna focus on the chemical part right now, okay? There's a lot that can play into this. We're just gonna focus on the chemistry going on in the body. So one thing I already mentioned was that cortisol is released in your body every single day to wake you up in the morning. And your body really, it's at its highest peak in the morning, and then it starts to taper off, by like 4 p.m. And then it should be the lowest right before you go to bed, because that's when melatonin comes in to put you to sleep. So some people have conditions where they're now releasing cortisol at night and not enough in the morning. So it's like an inverted issue of what time of day they're releasing cortisol. Other people are just like releasing more cortisol than they should in a day, or just they're hyperstimulated. Well, actually, one of the biggest issues related to cortisol dysregulation is that we are losing some of our natural buffers to that whole system. Where, like, for example, we didn't know that the microbiome played a role in how your body responds to cortisol. Like, that's actually new information to us. We're like, wow, I didn't know microbes actually affected how the body responds to the release of cortisol in the body. And so, like, the two products the Microbiome Labs makes related to this, ZenBiome Sleep and ZenBiome Cope, are related to restoring the gut microbiome so that it improves the level of regulation of that release of cortisol, and that's also known as the HPA axis. So that's the premise of these two products. ZenBiome Cope also has your B6 and B12 vitamins in it, as well as saffron, which is a phenomenal for mental health and anxiety specifically. So yeah, ZenBiome Cope's a great product to try if someone's already been trying a lot of like the normal supplements for anxiety. Normal supplements for anxiety would include magnesium and like all your other minerals. Magnesium is a mineral, but a lot of people are deficient in minerals when it comes to anxiety. And then what would be the other biggest ones? I guess we're about to go into it.
Calcium being another one of those.
Calcium.
Yeah, those calcium gated channels to help relax the body. So that's when I think of like Dragon Bone, your deep sea minerals, to help bring things back down to manageable levels for folks. Moving right on along, we've got these couple of formulas from Herbally Grounded, Think and Mindful, wonderful blends of herbs here. The mung bean and ginkgo, this is going to help support the memory retention and your concentration, improved concentration. improved memory. And then you've got mindful, which is when you're like overwhelmed. This is what you're going to take so that your mind is not so full and you're not so overwhelmed. This is a blend of herbs. And I'm going to put this out there right now. If you guys are using any sort of herbal medicines for any sort of mental health conditions at all, whether it be for concentration, for lack of concentration, for depression or anxiety, and any of those substances that you are using contain St. John's wort, you cannot take pharmaceutical medications with any of those herbs or complexes. St. John's wort reacts with all of them. Do not mix them together. Talk to a trained herbalist, talk to a healthcare practitioner that has information about those things before you go mixing anything together, because they can cause really, really critical problematic reactions.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, specifically SSRIs.
Good to know, good to know.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good. So those are some awesome herbal blends that can be supportive. I just want to mention one other thing. On that note though, before, we think you just have to be careful what herbs not to take with pharmaceuticals, because there's other pharmaceuticals where adding herbs and greens and minerals into the equation can be like make all the difference in the world for how toxic that ends up being for their body.
100%.
For example, I had a girlfriend who she got put on some psychiatric medication in her adulthood to help with borderline personality disorder. These medications were very helpful for stabilizing her mood, very helpful. So we were not about to she was not about to just want to be off of her medication, but we knew that anytime you're introducing a pharmaceutical drug, that is increasing the trajectory of liver toxicity. So we're like, okay, how can we support her body while she's going to be on this pharmaceutical drug, potentially forever, because it's very helpful for her. So we were testing her against a bunch of other things, and it was night and day how much more tolerable her pharmaceutical drug regimen was for her if she included amazing greens. Like a greens blend that had alfalfa, blue-green algae, spirulina, barley grass, sometimes wheatgrass powder. If you can just add in high mineral supplements and add in some of these, herbs and things to a regimen, if someone's already on pharmaceutical drugs, that can really help support their liver and their whole body's remineralization process. So this is not about, I'm grateful you mentioned that, because that's a great example of a contraindication.
Yeah, great.
But in general, a lot of psychiatric drugs, you can actually improve their long-term tolerance level in the body by supporting the liver and by just flooding the body with minerals.
100%. Amy's so right on that. If we couple some of those other medications with some other helpful substances, we can really, really, really radically change the outcome for clients.
Cool. So just make some notes of that. So we'll just wrap up the anxiety part and then take another break. Karen, you want to jump in here?
I don't want to take a break.
Mom-
There's just so much to
Mom
talk
doesn't
about.
want to take a break. I'm just kind of reading the room.
Well, we have to talk about these things first. If
Okay,
we
we're gonna
have to
talk-
wrap this up, then we gotta talk first. So kava. This is amazing. Okay, so this is kava. This is a root. Kava root is incredible for calming the body now. You can take it during the day. You can take it at night to sleep. They have kava parties and dances. I mean, not the kind you would
They
like
do at
party at,
Polynesian.
but yeah.
They'll make a big tub of
And they
kava
Mm.
and they'll make music. It's very bitter. I'm not a big fan, but proceed.
I love kava. This is called Kava Calm. Anyhow, but it's very, very wonderful. I have to tell you though, we have a bestseller. We have a bestseller and it has been a bestseller. There are currently over 6,000 people taking this product. And it's called Karen's Calm. That's right, because I helped develop this product. We developed this product, a friend of mine and I developed this product for COVID because we came up with our V1, V2 kit that would help the body not go through COVID, period. It was a homeopathic blend. It's part of a homeoprophylaxis formula. And we included this because when the V1, V2 came out and we were releasing that, I'm like, we need to do something for people's anxiety. Look what happened. We were all told we couldn't talk to people, couldn't be outside, all the ridiculousness that happened. I said, people are going to be in fear. They're going to be angry. And so we developed Karen's Calm. Karen's Calm was sent out, but I'll tell you, this has been the #1 seller, far exceeding V1, V2, because it's been used by children. So children who need to calm the body down, parents have used it for children. Parents are using it for parents. It is just one of the best selling products we have. Anyhow, so it's called Karen's Calm. I will tell you, we just formulated another product called Karen's Calm Plus Joy, because when I do my testing, I find a lot of people are low in lithium. It's a mineral that's being taken out of all of our foods again. It's being stripped out of our minerals. And so people don't have enough of it coming into their life through their produce. And so Karen's Calm Plus Joy, we're actually strengthening the Karen's Calm homeopathic formulas, but we're adding lithium to it. And I'm so excited. Christopher and I are both excited because we meet with so many clients who are like just suffering a little bit from that joy, that lack of joy. So although these are amazing, this is a homeopathy product that works incredibly quickly. You'll never need more than 3 drops, no matter what the size of your body is. So that's Karen's Calm.
This is an incredible rescue remedy, and no health should
Yes.
be without this product. 2 or 3 drops, like Karen said, underneath the tongue, boom, immediate relief, incredible. I've seen it turn like major breakdown cases around instantly. It's amazing, very, very powerful.
Thank you. I'm just happy about it because it was something that we put a lot of time into. I do need to mention all the Bach flower remedies in Rescue Remedy are already in here plus. So it is a
See, rescue remedy, right
rescue
there.
remedy.
That's the thing. Again, this is another raw herb form of kava kava. And it's a Polynesian thing, but it's actually an up and coming thing here in the United States. We have kava bars
see it
springing up all
everywhere.
over the place. In fact, when I lived in Orlando, there was a kava bar right across the pond from where I lived. Great spot for people who are trying to recover. We love it.
Yep. Erie. So this is an Irie, sorry, Erie. Anyhow, Irie is a homeopathic blend that also helps calm the body down. I used to use this all the time when it was seeing children until Karen's Calm was created, but it's still an excellent product and there's no reason people aren't testing well for this as well as Karen's Calm. So I wanted to bring both of those there.
Another great complex here from Herbally Grounded Happy Juice. Huge fan. This does have St. John's wort in it again. Please talk to somebody if you're taking an SSRI before you take this medication. And this is one of my other favorite supplements that they have. Herbally Grounded does. And this is 3 herbs in here. You've got hops flower, valerian root, and wild lettuce. So not only is it going to bring you way on down and calm you down real nice, but it also works exceptionally well for pain.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, wild lettuce is an incredible painkiller. Just
I
as
would
effective
never
as
thought
just
of
as
putting that
effective
next
as
to
morphine.
pain. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, do you hear that? Wild lettuce is just as effective as morphine. Can we please move some tab of that? We're moving that to the pain section also. Okay, anyhow, so
Incredible.
again, when you come to our store and online, it'll be organized like this online. Right now, it's just all there, but it's coming. So we just wanted to make it live because we have so much to offer. But online, we're putting things together as solutions, and so you'll be able to see all these kind of grouped together as solutions. Want to mention Happy again? This is the plant DNA. That you can suck under your tongue and help that dissolve and relax the body. And it actually doesn't just relax you, it makes you happy. It's a very, very joyful formula.
Is that the one?
HBY. These are the DNA. I'm sorry?
Does it have the cannabis in it?
No,
No,
that does
that
not have
does
cannabis in it. No.
Yeah.
Yep.
This guy's just the plant DNA, and
Yep.
it's all the things you'd expect in a couple fun ones that you wouldn't expect in here, like pear and sea buckthorn, which I've never used in herbal medicine for anything outside of
There we go. This one.
Okay.
Excellent. And we talked about this,
We
right?
talked about the sky.
And we talked about the brain.
We another fun supplement here for the brain, guys. Memory stuff here. We've got Mind Track, Mindful. We've covered most of those. Yeah, Mindful Think.
Okay,
and
we've got those
yeah, we've
covered.
got this covered, guys.
I wanted to mention this because interesting enough, so I closed our stores in 2016. And so I no longer carried the kitty products. I went ahead to order the kitty products, the kitty as in KID/E mints, kitty min, kitty mune, kitty rest. They have kitty chelation because kids are so full of heavy metals right now. Hokey smokes. And now they have kitty mem and kitty track. Because kids' minds are so off track. Look what they're growing up with, right? 10 seconds, 2 seconds, 3
Right.
seconds, 4 seconds, right? So we literally had to put these herbs together for children. I'm telling you, parents, these are the best products out there for kids. Amy grew up literally time for kitty men's, and all the kids would line up. I'm like, I'm a bird, you know, I'm just feeding my birdie kids. And it was weird, but hey, it worked, right? You know, they were always healthy. Anyhow, but I was just really surprised that now they have kitty memory, kitty chelation, and kitty trap.
This,
You know,
and this.
Well, I
this
think
is
we had kitty trap, but this is a different
such
formula.
great formula.
It is, it's just phenomenal.
And a lot of this in here is your green scratch, your wheatgrass, your alpha and barley.
What's that called again?
This is called kitty track. Excellent for mental and emotional clarity for kids.
And I don't know if we're gonna put ourselves out of business doing this, but we have the Apothecary of Georgia. So like all these products are made from different herbs, et cetera, right there on the shelf. We're gonna do a whole other class on that. Don't worry, many classes coming on how to take what is on our shelf in bulk form and make these products. We teach people. We just had a class on how to make tinctures and how to make salves, how to make these products. We have capsulating machines. You can take the kava kava and capsulate it yourself. We want you to know how to heal your body, how to help at home. And so we're so excited you joined us today. Okay, now you can take another break, Amy.
Oh,
if
are
you
we
want
breaking?
one. Well, I don't want to break, but
I
we
just-
have to take a break. 'Cause
I
have
just
to-
bring-
I need to bring
I
some
just-
products up here.
I just get snacks and my drink. I'm like, I excuse myself.
You
I
keep
took that.
rolling. We're gonna bring the next bunch of stuff out. How's
Okay,
that
I'll
sound?
just be social time here. For
Okay,
the- for
social
a minute.
time and.
Yeah, you guys want it, probably 5 to 10 minutes. Go get some, Christopher, please get some sun. It's so nice out right now. I know, I went outside on the grass. Wow.
If anybody, yep, sounds great.
You wanna help put those back?
Well, I'm just gonna throw them all in some baskets.
And then I'll bring the next thing.
Hello, Mom.
Hey guys, how are we doing? How's this sound? Are you hearing us okay? How's that doing? Oh, okay,
Like just died.
okay.
I was like, why did it?
Oh, I gotta scroll down. It's been. Yes, Nate, we're having such a good day here too. I'm so glad you've been getting out.
Charger somewhere right here. I had a phone charger, my white one.
Yeah, this one.
Do you know where it went? Oh, it's plugging into this phone. So if you take it. from-
Laura, that's awesome.
Tabitha, how are we doing on comments and everything?
Good.
Mike, so glad to hear that. Thank you. Okay, is that, I don't think that charger works for Karen's phone.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
My phone is a regular charger, regular iPhone. But I brought my charger over.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Would you like to go? Would you like to go? Okay.
I'm just reading them, catching up on some of these
Um,
comments.
Tabitha, she's probably gonna need to use the wellness center one. Is there a way we can get that open? I think Christopher might have gone in there. Come on.
What would you do if someone's blood pressure is high on the top but low on?
These were put away.
Right on law.
Look at them, put them over there. That would be, that's interesting. I wonder why. So I would probably look at the kidneys and I would do a kidney test.
Okay.
I would run kidney markers on that. Okay, so you go ahead and read the next one. Yeah, I sure did. Okay, so the next set is a good stuff. Some of the stuff we got to Christopher, you know.
All right. They're bringing the little next batch up, so I'm just here to say hi. So, okay, so the online store is technically live now. And that you can also find that if you scroll down further down in the email we sent out yesterday. However, it's not beautified at all. Like we have done no organizing. We have so many pictures to upload. So it's like in beta mode right now. It's like, can you purchase something? Yes. Does it have all the descriptions and pictures and videos and explanations on it yet? No. So I would call it halfway. I think we have like most of the products imported at least, but not all the descriptions done. We only carry like 1,000 items, so it's not, that is actually pretty big, isn't it? That's more than I thought, actually. Yes, Mike, you can order online right now. Hey Tabitha, what % of products would you say are uploaded to the online store right now?
Say 60.
60? Oh, okay. So we're only at 60% right now. So it'll go up from there. Yes, Nate. Waiting for the beautification.
We're as fast as we can.
Oh yeah, you're good. I mean, yeah.
Just write down what, did you find the charger?
No, I found an age burger.
This is my one.
Oh, the white one. Yes, of course. I completely forgot about that. Here you go. Sorry about that. Hey, that's longer though. That's better anyway.
Also excited.
Mom, Nate's not gonna buy from us until the store looks beautiful.
Until, whatever, Nate. Come on,
Yeah,
support
he
us
said,
a little
he,
bit
he said,
here.
he said, he's like, I don't mess around with those straggly looking online
Oh, whatever.
snake oil
It took me a minute.
people.
It's okay, Nate. I forgive you.
Amy, yes. Mom, Amy said she'll just come and help get the whole thing set up. We're in favor, Amy. You're Amy. Amy Hammond. Our Amy. Yep.
Come this week. Or she can work from home.
Amy, you can also work from home, but
I'm happy to do that.
that would be amazing. We'll contact
Yes.
you. That would be a
Can
huge.
one of you reach out to me and tell me what you need?
Yes.
I have her number.
Tabitha will be in touch, Amy. Thank you.
I'm gonna tell you, it's not as appealing as being there in person with everybody, but I'm happy to do it.
I would have left the part out that you can do it from home. But
No, I don't mind at all. I love seeing everything, evolving. So I'd love to be part of that. If you guys seriously need help, I'm happy to help.
thank you. That'll be perfect.
All right,
So-
I'm gonna take my mic off now so I can get back to what I'm doing while I'm carrying you around my house.
Sounds good. Sounds good. It's like a crash course today. I did not think Mom was going to take us through everything. So
I know, I love it though.
yeah,
I mean,
it's
I'm learning so much, and I'm doing my day with earplugs in and just carrying you guys around with me. So it's been super cool.
awesome. And yeah, I like just hearing like I might not remember the names of all the products, but I'll remember that there's a product for that. I'll be
That's
like,
exactly what I was thinking. I'm
Yeah.
hearing them and I'm thinking, oh, I need to revisit that for so-and-so or revisit that
Yeah.
for so-and-so. So it's
Yeah.
great
It's like,
that way.
It's like, what's the herb that helps that nerve regrow? You know,
Yep.
you know that it's out there, which helps put it all
Right there with you. You guys are doing a fabulous job. I'll talk to you soon.
Cool. Thanks, Amy.
Take care.
All right. If anyone, actually, I'll just put the link to the store in the chat. Mind you, it's going to look so different, Sandra, as soon as our marketing team gets their hands on it. Yes, that's awesome, Mike. I'm so glad we can keep you company while you do your laundry today. It's great. Laundry is how much personal information? I do not like doing my laundry. That's one thing I pay for actually. I have someone who does my laundry twice a month. So that if that tells you anything about how much I don't like doing laundry, that is like one thing I outsource. But yeah, very grateful for I always overshare with you guys, so I'm just gonna stop talking right now. But I do not know how moms do it. They have like kids and a whole household to manage and laundry and business and everything else. So eternal acknowledgement to the mothers out there who are doing 15 people's jobs every single day. But if any of you didn't know that laundry is something you can outsource, you can. It's actually quite affordable. Okay, so just letting you know that. Take one less thing off your to-do list. Well, I'm gonna make sure we're good to go for the next set, and love you guys very much. Okay. Oh, well, you are good. Try my summary down. We're doing women's health. Oh, you know, I'm just gonna throw things around. Thank you, sweetie.
Is this up for grabs?
So we're gonna start, Tabitha, with women's health. Yes. Just so, we're gonna start with women's health, okay, in case you wanna put a shout out. This will be a good segment to just start and stop. Okay. Afterwards, you know, because we're gonna cover a lot. Are you not gonna sit in this one? Are you cutting out? No, you are not gonna be. part of this. No, I can be, no, cause I can just keep moving. Okay, I'll take center stage for this one.
That area.
Except that you help balance people's nerves.
You always like this, Karen?
Like, what do I do?
Just like, so, is she? I love it. You have great.
She's actually quite calm today, I'm gonna be honest.
It's that stuff you put me on, the pump.
No, I'm glad you like it, though, yeah. She's so fun to be around.
It's a new name.
Hey, here it is. I found my phone charger.
Good job.
Oh, okay, so that one's longer anyway. Okay, thank you for
I'm
getting.
just glad I found it. Of course, you guys probably found it before I did.
Okay.
Okay, are we good? Happy break, everyone. Hope you had a great break. Thank you so much for joining us back. And we are going to begin this next section on women's health.
Christopher, finish chewing your food. Okay, if you don't have enough to share, then you shouldn't be eating it. Okay. Oh, we shared it with you, didn't we? Just kidding. We love Christopher, by the way. We have way too much fun. Don't we have too much fun?
We have so much fun. We have so much fun. I just gotta yeah, I have a class with you. Oh, well, do you want to jump into things right away? Okay.
Okay. Oh, no, you can.
Well,
I have to blow my nose
Okay.
because I had to get all this. So I'll go blow my nose and you start right away.
so
Are we recording on everything? Are we good?
yeah, we're good. All right, everyone. When it comes to women's health, we have quite a variety of products here that Karen's going to talk about when she uses them, for what condition, what they're made out of, and why they work. She's going to be getting into all of that. I'm going to mention something right off the bat, which is a very common issue related to women's hormones, specifically sex hormones. So sex hormones are estrogen, testosterone, and progesterone are like the three primary ones. There are subcategories of those as well. So that's not all inclusive. But one thing that I just want to mention is that sex hormone regulation is often downstream of your adrenals and your thyroid and even your pancreas if you're looking at insulin secretion. So there are other hormones you want to prioritize regulating first. For example, if someone has elevated cortisol, elevated insulin, and elevated adrenaline, it's going to be a very uphill battle trying to regulate estrogen, testosterone, and progesterone. Okay. So just keep in mind, obviously, there's going to be things that can help with progesterone and estrogen right off the bat. But we really, if someone's dealing with a sex hormone imbalance and it's not purely related to menopause, we do want to look at what's going on with the nervous system and their stress levels, what's going on with their blood sugar, and like that's going to have cascading effects into like sleep quality and everything else. So you want to prioritize pretty much all the other hormones first, and then a lot of the sex hormone issues are going to resolve themselves. And then you know what your actual problem is. Then you can actually like, oh, here are actual levels of, even the microbiome, like a lot of issues with estrogen dominance is that estrogens not being properly metabolized anymore because of microbiome dysbiosis, actually. And so people just get an accumulation of estrogen because the microbiome's all messed up. So I'm like setting the stage right now that what is like if someone's dealing with a sex hormone imbalance, we'd have to know what percent of that is actually a sex hormone issue, what percent of it is actually functioning ovaries, and actually, okay, sounds like a small percentage compared to all these other upstream effects. Are we making sense so far? Okay, thank you.
Well,
Take it away, man.
just to couple that, if you look at the endocrine system makes hormones, the nervous system makes neurotransmitters. Neurotransmitters control the endocrine system. So sometimes people have all these hormonal issues.
Yeah.
It's nothing to do with their endocrine
Yeah.
system. It has to do with the neurotransmitters that are not
The
firing
nervous system.
properly
Yeah.
because the nervous system is not well. And so we have to look upstream.
Yeah.
We have to look upstream all the time. So I'm so glad you brought that up. Because when I do my testing and I see, these vitamins are low, these minerals are low, these amino acids are low, these neurotransmitters are low, these hormones are low, I go upstream.
Yep.
Oh, well, these vitamins and minerals control this, this is what makes GABA. So of course we're going to have these problems downstream. So that's why we really love that you do your testing and you look upstream. I love that.
Yeah.
But if you get stuck downstream and you have an issue,
Yeah.
we probably have something that will help.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good segue. You're still gonna need a lifeboat at the bottom, at the end of the stream.
And
So
there's some really good lifeboats, and I've really had great success with this. And isn't it funny? Like, this is the women's health section. This is it. This is the majority of the women's health section, because you don't need so much of what everybody else tries to sell you. Amy and I, we talked about this the other night, and Christopher, we talk about the fact that like the health supplement industry has become, it's just another industry. What do industries want?
Yeah.
They want all your
Yeah.
money,
Yeah.
and so, and you have no idea how much white labeling there is. The exact same product can be in 1,000 different brands. I'm not kidding you. We see it all the time. And so white labeling is huge, where it's just this one synthetic whatever, and then they add, it's just, I don't want to get into that because I don't want to badmouth. I'm just here to say you don't need most of that. You just don't. And so these are a few things that are going to help many of the women's issues. They work great, right? Evening primrose, right? This is for cysts. Cysts are a huge thing right now. Now there's a lot to do for PCOS, but I will tell you that this is one of the biggest things we've ever used to help women get rid of cysts in the body, and it's evening primrose oil. This is the one from Barlean's. This is the one that we've had the most success with. Doesn't mean there's not another better one out there, but this is the one that we've had great success with since 2008. And so this is something that we have recommended. V-Vein, this is a great complex. So,
I would love to.
thanks. Okay. So this is V-Vein. These are the same herbs in an oil that are in here to help with varicose veins. Now, most varicose veins are caused all of them are a result of the bloodstream. You can get rid of most of your varicose veins by dry skin brushing and using V-Vein, right? And changing your diet. And so this product works very well. I myself had a lot of terrible varicose veins, and I had them. We lived on well water when I got pregnant, and I had all my children while living in one particular home on the lake. And so I had a lot of heavy rocks in my well water, and those go into the body, and rocks don't dissolve in the body very well. And so then what happens, and it's very interesting because it's a lot like when women or men, adults with heart issues, you get a collateral, you get a varicose vein. So you have your veins and your blood is being pumped kapow through the arteries, and it comes back up through the veins. And so the veins bring the blood to the heart. If there's too much debris in the vein, it starts to get heavy and subtle, and all of a sudden it might get stuck full. And so the body just makes another varicose vein. Just like when you're shooting blood through the arteries, the body might get full of plaque, and the body will develop a collateral. But so the body does. It's amazing, right? The body's always saying, I got this, I got this, I got this, right? It's got one until
Until it ain't got it.
until I ain't got it anymore. Until it's like, kapow, okay, dead. Anyhow, but like their body's gonna do everything to keep you alive. I had all these varicose veins, right, in my legs because I drank a lot of well water, raising kids. I was very fit. I my poor children had to watch me dance to Richard Simmons after every pregnancy, but it worked anyhow. So I don't mind. Me and Richard are like that. Of course, I have no idea if he's even dead or not because I still have 40-year-old videos.
He just
But
passed away.
did it really?
Yeah, you didn't miss that?
Oh. I still go do some more of his exercises. If anybody plays VHS tapes.
What, what do
They
you,
do that.
what do you do now? Nova dance?
Yeah, I know, Ania.
Ania.
Ania dance.
Ania
Ania
dance. Now she's on
dance.
Ania
And I
dance.
exercise and I'm starting to lift weights because we're doing this really cool program.
Talk
Amy and
about
I
it.
are, and you
Talk
can all
about
join
it.
us for this. Yeah. So anyhow, I did a lot of dry skin brushing, changed my diet, and most of my varicose veins went away. I started using V-Vein, only V-Vein. I stopped everything else so I could monitor and take pictures to see what it did, and it has worked wonderful. I will tell you, I have a spot on the back of my left leg that happened after I gave birth to my twins. It's been there for 30 years. No, can't get rid of it no matter what. No idea what they are. Don't care because I'm 56 and I'm just fine. But I'm just saying, you know, this stuff works incredible. So that's for your V vein. We also have okay, oh, Vericom. This is another one. So herbally grounded. I love this product. Right? So I started using, that's right. I switched it to Vericom and then the V-Vein oil. So Vericom is a great set of herbs for helping reduce and clean up the debris in the vein. I gotta tell you guys a quick story. So I'm at an expo that I am not running. And no, this is one I am running. And this company came in. No, I was not running. I was speaking at it. So I was a keynote at a big expo with all these doctors. And it was really quite fun. But I remember walking around the expo, my daughter was with me. And there was a big display on, we can strip your varicose veins. And I'm like, oh, that is just so intrusive. You know, and so I went up and I started talking to some of the people that were standing out there going, do you know about dry skin brushing? Do you know about this? You know, I started talking about V-Vein oil and dry skin brushing and changing the diet and how you could get rid of varicose vein. Well, the people that were at the booth, one of them must have been out there and heard me and they're like, you're actually taking business away. And I was like, well, I'm just trying to help. You know, it was just like, there's so many things you can do at home. But anyhow, so great product. My secret. So there's My Secret Restore. Why don't you talk about some of this, Christopher? Because you love talking about those
Herbs.
products here, the difference between those. And then there was one more. Bringing Christopher on has been super fun. Amore, right? There we are. Okay.
Is there not one for these? I feel like there's one.
There's transitions,
And then there's a balance.
replenished, and no, that one's
I feel like
thyroid.
there's one called balance.
Facing you. Ah, there it
Yes,
is.
there it
balance.
is. Okay.
Okay.
Well, where to start? We're gonna start at the top because I know that this one's at the very top of the shelf. So this is My Secret. This is I'm telling you guys, it's incredible how the human body works and how God has it all how God has it all synthesized together and work. The chief herb in this formula. So this is just like when I say chief herb, Chinese medicine's got that's like the director of how the formula is going to go, and it's just like that with any of your natural products. Yeah, the first herb is going to be the most, and it's going to be followed by the amounts thereafter. And the chief herb in this formula, which is going to be really surprising to everybody, is saw pimento berry, which is going to be your chief herb in most of your men's hormone formulas, followed by chase tree, organic fenugreek, and dong quai root, which is a lovely progesterone estrone complex builder. So this is going to help you in every phase of menopause, and it's going to help you bolster all of your female hormones from the ground up. Balance is another complex. This starts with red raspberry and nettle, which is another one of the herbs that you would see most often. Like in my brain, I go to like that's #1 man herb. Every man needs to be on nettle, and it's the second herb in this formula. And red raspberry leaf, I think, is going to be your primary driver for iron. So,
Yep, and for balancing the menstrual cycle.
oh, the menstrual cycle.
Yeah, I've put women on red raspberry leaf just to get pregnant. And they've gotten pregnant after literally spending tens of thousands of dollars. They were dirt poor and she couldn't afford anything in our store. And I went home and gave her 3 pounds of red raspberry leaf. That's all she took, and she got pregnant.
That's
In
incredible.
3 months.
And I actually don't think we even use that in Chinese medicine,
Yeah.
to my knowledge. So
incredible.
that's amazing. Moving right on along, Amore is going to be a formula that's used for both men and women, and this is going to be a driver for your aphrodisiacs. This is going to be a compound of maca root, Lu Jiao Jiao, and Murapama Damiana, red clover, yerba mate, and yin yang ho or horny goat weed.
It's for the bedroom.
It's
what's it
this is
called?
horny goat weed.
Horny goat weed. I got that for Christmas when you were from anyway, it's a long story. Okay,
long
keep going.
story.
Sorry.
So
Anyway,
that's how we discovered horny goat weed. You got all these very prolific goats happening in the field, and they started investigating this plant that everybody's eating, and that's how we discovered the power of this herb.
is it? Well,
Incredible.
that explains so much. So quick shout out for maca root, which I love that that's like the
Oh.
leader of the Amore blend. So I like again, I was just at this medical conference, top leader in like women's endocrinology could not stop talking about what maca root did for her postmenopause. Could not stop talking about it. She's like, I tried everything. She's like, I went to South America and they put me on some Peruvian maca. She's like, that's still like her beating drum to this day. It's just like maca, maca, maca. So very powerful superfood. Mom's been putting people on maca for years, and we do sell that
Well,
and
there we go
on its
again.
own here.
Yes.
Right, and Peruvian maca root is the one that you want to get. So getting a maca powder, adding it, it was in my smoothie. I put it in all the smoothies I made this morning for the staff. Because maca root, if you're looking at balancing the hormones, maca root is the #1 thing to do because it helps with all of the hormones. And so when I have someone who I'm testing and they have many hormones that are off, I don't go and give them any hormones. I don't do anything like that. I put them on maca to see what that's going to balance. We look at their mineral and their vitamin deficiency. We always put them on superfoods, the amazing greens, whatever it might be. And then boom, they can come back in a month and be like, oh my gosh, I'm feeling so much better. And some of the sleep, whatever we're using in conjunction with that, but I'm not a hormone giver. I'm not into that. I'm sure it's having a place, but it's just not been something besides the progesterone cream and a couple things like that we.
Bing, 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 bing. Keyword vocabulary here, guys. I'm sure everybody's picked up on it. Balance. Karen's mentioned it almost every single time we talked about hormones. It's balance. And that's what we try to do here with everything is restore balance. And that's what these formulas are for. And that's what Chinese medicine's about. And that's what nutrition's about. It's about restoring the balance that was lost. And it's lost through constant electrolysis from the environment. It's constant toxic exposure. Inability to detoxify our bodies appropriately. And speaking of detoxification, I'm going to mention two enzymes that we have here, or one enzyme in particular. This is sulfluorozyme, which is this is an incredible supplement. With it's a broad spectrum enzyme, so it covers all your enzyme areas, and it's got lots and lots and lots of sulforaphane in here, which comes from your broccoli sprouts, I believe. Broccoli sprouts, yeah. That's been standardized, and this is going to activate your sex hormone detox pathways. Incredible supplement in restoring balance to the sex hormone pathways.
I had no idea sulforaphane did that, because I usually just give this to people who have stomach pain, like H. pylori symptoms. I want to rule out that it's just some nasty gut bacteria, and sulforaphane is amazing for that. I've had friends who don't have access to an extract. I'll just be like broccoli sprout. I'm talking people who get like stomach pain when they eat. I'm like, you got to get on broccoli sprouts, and they'll just start eating broccoli sprouts every day. It's one of the most powerful antimicrobial agents in the stomach, sulforaphane. So sulforaphane is the active bioactive compound in broccoli sprouts. So this is just an extract from that. And I love having this in my cupboard, because if you take this on an empty stomach, any enzyme that you take on an empty stomach is you're doing it for therapeutic purposes, not for like improving digestion purposes. So if you take an enzyme with food, it's going to help you break down and absorb more nutrients. If you take it on an empty stomach, that's going in there to do a job.
So if you're trying to kill parasites, you would take an enzyme that's high in protease, and your protein enzymes, you take it on an empty stomach.
Right.
Because if you take it between meals, it's going to go in, there's no food to break down. It will help break down parasites. So anti-parasitical enzymes you take in between meals.
Yeah, and you don't want to be on high protease, therapeutic doses of enzymes like long term. This is a short term thing. But you guys can imagine, if it's not there, if there's no food to break down, like it still is going to have an enzymatic effect. So.
And your replenish and restore formulas, like both of those titles indicate, they are replenishing lost hormones and restoring balance to the total hormone system here. Great products.
Replenish and what?
And restore.
And restore.
Yeah.
What's in restore?
Okay, well, Amy's reading labels.
I just want to mention hormonal changes and female reproductive. This is from Dr. Christopher. So hormonal changes, female reproductive, these formulas used together, we have seen incredible results with balancing the hormones, the menstrual cycle, so it comes regular again every 28 days. We've had women get pregnant by using both of these to balance their reproductive system. And so it's been amazing. So those are just terrific products for such. I mentioned, we already talked about iodine being for women's health and for the thyroid, but to go along with that, I had mentioned there might be some thyroid thyroid formulas needed. This is thyroid X. I'm sorry.
Such a great formula.
Okay.
This guy right here. This
You
is
wanna
all
read
your,
about
this is,
talk
no,
about
no, no, you go ahead.
Yeah, it is. It's just been, we've had great results with this. So thyroid taken with iodine is how many people have avoided getting onto thyroid medications and have then gotten healthier and restored their thyroid.
And this is a great point to plug in sea vegetables that are so rich.
Yeah.
And this is just one of your sea vegetables here, kelp. And what you'll find in thyroid is a number of different sea vegetables, which are just loaded with iodine and those deep sea minerals, which are gonna absolutely help support the thyroid. And keep your eyes open. We've got some sea vegetables coming from Maine Coast Sea Vegetables here very, very soon to the website and to Lilyfields here in the store. Like dulse, if nobody's ever had dulse, change your life, guys. Better than bacon.
We do a lot with dulse. So,
Better than
Yeah.
bacon.
Dose, yeah, it's a seaweed.
Better than bacon.
yeah, it's super fun.
And I will tell you, it is way better than bacon.
He's gotten hooked since he lived here.
Yeah, we actually, Maine Coast Sea Vegetables, incredible company, and they have an applewood smoked dulse. And Karen takes it and she throws it in a bit of hot coconut oil. And we have DLTs instead of BLTs because nobody likes that big. We're super duper into
Dulse, lettuce,
the
tomatoes,
dulse, lettuce,
yeah,
tomato
it's
sandwiches.
terrific.
And
But honestly,
Right.
fried dulse is also really good on salads, like
Mhm.
it on potatoes. If you make a potato salad bar, oh my gosh, and you have some like cashew nut cheese with some
Mm.
potatoes and broccoli.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be making it here all the
Dinner
time.
party.
You'll walk in and smell it, trust me.
it's
dinner
amazing,
party.
guys. Amazing.
All right, I'm gonna read those comments in just a minute.
Yeah, I want you guys.
Okay, so this is wild
Should bring
yam,
my grab.
progesterone. So there are, the hormones that can be found in nature, like melatonin, for example, it can be found in cherries and, black cherries and almonds. I think salmon even has some in it. So there's also some natural sources of progesterone, which is, progesterone and estrogen and testosterone, pretty dramatically decreased in production post-menopause. And progesterone really, both progesterone and estrogen have really important roles in the body. Some of that can get picked up by the adrenals to produce those hormones after the ovaries retire, which is menopause. But for some women, having some exogenous source of progesterone can be very helpful. Same thing with estrogen, actually. But specifically, this progesterone cream is a wild yam extract. This one's only 20 milligrams. So someone who's looking for a higher dose might apply this multiple times or just go get like a higher dose source for progesterone.
We'll actually have a here very soon. We'll have the
We ordered the liposome.
yeah, the like.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, so that same company, you have to be a client of ours to do that, but
Okay.
that's what we brought that in.
Yeah.
Cool.
really, really powerful.
This is the good one. You're coming in looking for a wild yam cream. You want to start on that. It's lower. We always recommend starting lower and titrating up. I think it's easier on the body than titrating down. And
Wild yam
Find your
cream
place.
has like a few different implications. I know one of my best friends got off of thyroid medication by putting she put like a hormone blend over her thyroid every day. And that like was very helpful for her. I don't know where you apply this one actually.
I think it's eyes.
But the cool
are-
part about like hormone replacement therapy is that they are, and this doesn't count as that, but they are coming out with more ways of getting lower doses of hormones into the body safely, opposed to like more invasive routes like pellets and, large, big injections. So we'll be learning a lot more about that over time.
Yeah, you guys are gonna see a whole lot of stuff springing forth in that. And to just plug in some testing and stuff that we have available now. We have some of the most sophisticated, powerful technology available to us, testing wise. Now, there's a test called a Dutch test that we can actually do where they do it's an acronym. It's a dried urine. It's a dried urine test. Anyway, that's an acronym. I can't remember all the bits of the acronym. But what they do is they do over a 4-hour period, they collect the urine and it's dried. And then when they submit the results back to us, what we get is a breakdown of all the metabolites of the sex hormones in the urine. So we can tell you exactly which pathway that your body's operating on, anywhere the deficiencies are, and then we can plug you on the right products that you need to bring those things up to balance.
Right. Dutch has been around for a while, but what's getting better about the technology is they're incorporating more AI in interpreting the results, because there are so many subtle pathways. I mean, there are hundreds of metabolites that come out of your urine. And so it just like, if we just can potentially harness the power of AI to get a more accurate read, there's only, I forget how many pathways can go wrong in men, but in women, it's like quadruple the amount of potential variances in literally, like if it's like, oh, there's like, 40 things that could go wrong with men's hormones, like women, it's like 250, like different pathways of like, is it of the metabolites that are in disproportion to each other. So women just actually are more complicated. I'm just going to say that.
Cradle
Anyway,
of life,
yeah, cradle of life.
producer of seed.
Yeah. So
Of life.
I don't know if we want us to talk anymore about hormones, but
We got plenty to talk about.
But,
Let's just keep going.
postmenopause women, low
Yes.
progesterone is like a big contributor to poor sleep quality. So just something to keep in poor sleep quality.
Yeah, so after menopause, you can go ahead and grab some wild yam cream. That might be your answer.
That, and then if you combine that with like a good CBD regimen, that could be a game changer for someone.
Nursing Magic, this is one of the formulas that we've used all this time for mothers to start lactating. Nursing Magic has been used by women who have never been pregnant to lactate, because you can create milk in the body if you're adopting a child or helping to become a wet nurse for other mothers. And so Nursing Magic has that wide variety of herbs to help you do that, along with some of the physical pumping that you can start with. So it's been incredible for lactation, very like instant within a day or two. It's incredible.
This is the transitions formula that we have from Pure Essence Labs, another one of our favorite products for ladies. This is going to support you in every bit of menopause, help balance your hormones, reduce your suffering with hot flashes, and mood problems. This is a really, really amazing supplement with all the herbs in here.
I gotta mention something.
Please.
I've gone through menopause.
Oh,
I went through menopause, never had a hot flash, never got sick, never nothing. It just ended. It just stopped. When you eat well, when you are healthy, when you are young, and you are not taking and eating a lot of products like chicken, please don't eat chicken from fast food restaurants. They are loaded with hormones, right? You have milk loaded with hormones. I'm not a vegan, but I don't drink dairy. I have some raw dairy once in a while from organic cows. I don't eat chicken. I don't eat I never did. I never got into eating a lot of animals. I had absolutely no problem going through menopause. Zero, nothing at all. I want you to know that, because if you're younger and you're worried because you've watched your mom and your grandma and your sisters and all these people go through menopause, you don't have to go through those same things. And I heard someone speak about that 20, 30 years ago when I started getting into this. I'm like, well, we'll see how that works for me. I went to the exact same path. I was like, well, I've always done green smoothies. I've always eaten really healthy. I've, been very clean, and I absolutely didn't have any problem. And I work now with so many women who've gone through menopause, who've had tremendous issues. And I was like, so what was your diet like? And we go back to hormones that are in their food and hormones that are in their, their drinks. And it's real. So I just want to throw that out there. Yes, if you're just learning about this now and you're just starting menopause, there are some phenomenal herbs that will help you balance. So when you go through menopause, you don't have that. But if you're younger and you're watching this, or you have kids at home, it works. That's all I can tell you. I'm a walking testimony, because it's been years and I haven't had any, a menstrual cycle, and I have absolutely never had an issue. It's awesome.
I think this is just back on the Nursing Magic. I had just a suspect in my mind that this might have a particular herb in it, and it does, fenugreek.
Yeah, fenugreek. That's the number one thing for nursing is fenugreek.
It is for starting nursing, for starting lactation.
Yeah.
It's also what you would give to stop lactation. If you really are at that point where you need to stop lactating and you're ready to cut it off, you give just fenugreek seed.
Wow.
And fenugreek sprouts, actually, when you sprout the fenugreek seeds, For men, doubles your testosterone overnight.
So is it adaptogenic? It must be an adaptogenic herb.
I would say, I
Sounds like it.
feel like with all of the,
We can look this up.
herbs that, that have that dual role, I guess you would call that adaptogen, but when it comes to men's and women's energetics, I feel like they can go both ways. That's like maca, and it was just like,
That's
I just
really
thought to
cool.
myself, I bet you there's fenugreek in there, knowing,
It's the number one thing.
yeah, it's incredible.
It's fenugreek tea. We recommend that too.
And captures leaf.
Excellent.
This is lumberzyme. This is a cardiac enzyme. It has lumbrikinase in it, which is known to break down fibrinogen, fibrin in the blood. So it helps support the cardiovascular system and overall blood flow, blood pump. By that big pump in the middle of your chest that does all of the crazy, wonderful, powerful.
So that's
things
the
it
heart
does.
health, which is next. Sorry about
That's
that. Sorry, guys. I put in the wrong thing. Last two things for women's health, power. This is a blend, DNA blend of plants that is specifically for women, women's health, and then the one and only a day. If you have someone who's just not sure what they want to do or how they want to start, the one a day, this is a one a day multivitamin and mineral complex for women. So something easy to be taking.
Excellent.
Yeah, the vitamin and mineral stack on that one a day is incredible.
Intense.
I've never seen
Yeah.
anything like it.
My recommendation is like 2 or 3 a day. It's not just one, but it is it's
Hello.
incredible. Karen, get your done.
Is it, wait, is it men's health or heart health next?
Well, he started heart, so and heart health is a huge part of men's, so let's just do the heart health and men's. It's just
Okay, we're gonna do heart health and then lead directly into men's health. 123. Alrighty. Yeah. I'm just trying to see if I missed any questions. So yes, Kristen, we are going to put the picture of the product up on the screen post-production. But in the meantime, we'll just try to
Yeah.
say it out loud very well because we're having issues with it, like focusing on the product. And so we don't want to have to do a little dance in front of the screen every time we're showing you the product, you know? So we're just gonna add that post-production. Okay?
And this entire recording will be split into sections, so women's health and men's health and thyroid, whatever. So we'll be having a lot of little sections that our social media director will have. So
Yes.
anyhow.
Elizabeth, we have not done diabetes yet, so you're in luck.
We kind of did.
Did we do diabetes?
Yeah, we talked about chromium.
Oh,
talked
we
about-
did. We talked about chromium and
And cinnamon.
cinnamon.
And then the pancreas.
Yes, and pancreas
That's
support.
diabetes.
And
Oh, yeah,
diabetic
just-
feeling. Did that too.
Yep.
And diabetic wound healing.
Yep. Diabetic.
Okay, we
healing.
did-
So
we did
just
talk
go
about
on our,
that.
we have blogs on diabetes, talk about diabetes all of the
Cinnamon.
time.
Chromium and
Pancreas.
pancreas support blends.
Okay, so we're gonna talk about the heart. So we're gonna talk about the heart and then we're gonna talk about men's health. When there's erectile dysfunction, it is a cardiovascular issue, period. When we fix that cardiovascular issue with the men, we have great erectile function again. It is a huge part of it. So we wanted to, that's why I put heart health right between with the women and the men, because it is such a big thing. And so be clear, which one you want to talk about? You love talking about all of
So we're
them.
gonna talk about heart first.
Yeah, heart quickly first.
So actually, this is such an amazing blend of herbs here. This is hawthorn berry, garlic bulb, goggle gum, and which is so fun to say, goggle gum. And elk campaign and cayenne pepper and red yeast rice and cramp bark. So of course, chief herb in any heart formula that you're gonna find hawthorn berry. Karen, you know all about that. In fact, we will soon have our own hawthorn berry syrup available here at Lilyfields. We're really excited about that. But this is to not just regulate arrhythmia, it's to help with better pump function and just overall heart health in general, blood pressure, the whole bit, guys. This is where you want to park your car if you need herbs for the heart.
And I'm a big hawthorn berry, CoQ10, magnesium, and exercise. I mean, I've worked with enough AFib that those 4 things usually take care of a lot of issues. So hawthorn berry, CoQ10, and the CoQ10 we have right here is this one here, ubiquinol. So that is a CoQ10 product that we recommend those of you at home finding a CoQ10 that is ubiquinol. Your body makes it. Should be making all you need, but it doesn't always. And so supplementing until your body's making that CoQ10. So
And this one's by Premier Research Labs is what we have.
Yeah.
There's some, do you still support Mega Foods?
no, they're bought up.
They were bought, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can still use them if you want, but so we, so part of when I had my health food stores, I was really adamant on who owns what company. So when Clorox bought Burt's Bees, I got rid of all their products. When Garden of Life sold out and were mislabeling their products, as nice as Jordan Rubin was for what he did, I got rid of all their products. Mega Food, the founders of Mega Food are the ones that Jordan Rubin took, you know, that processing of plants, and that's how he created the Garden of Life product. So Garden of Life and Mega Food are extremely similar. Their processing is almost identical. But then when Mega Food got bought out, we stopped carrying them a couple of years ago or recommending them. So integrity is everything. And as I mentioned earlier, when you can't order products from Amazon that you're going to take internally, because you can guarantee that not all of them are going to be actually what you're ordering because of the mislabeling that's happening. And the companies are so big that are literally buying these companies, relabeling in them exactly what you think you're buying and selling it for far cheaper, which is against the law. Now, interesting enough, these companies are fighting back because they are actually putting a code into the product or into the cap? They're doing something really crazy. I can't remember how it all works. We'll get it out to you, but they're doing that. So when they sell mass amounts of them, they will be buying them from Amazon and from Herb Farm and all these different companies, and they can trace back to who they sold it to, and they will never sell them to them again. So there's a lot of exposure that's going to be happening, but we're pretty particular on those things.
Yeah, you can't reliably say when you have somebody like Clorox, which
God bless them.
it's an incredibly powerful substance that can do incredible amounts of damage to the human body. It has done incredible amounts of good. We can say for sure in hospital systems and when we really need like really serious antimicrobials, but the risks on using some of those products, you guys, are really farly outweigh the benefits when there are so many other natural ways to get around things. And when we talk about substances like that like broad spectrum wipe everything out, they kill the good guys and the bad guys.
Clorox is not putting Clorox in the Burt's Bees products.
No,
but
no, no.
It's just about principle. And I also want to make that disclaimer. We're not accusing Mega Food of anything here. Mega Food may maintain all of their processes. I will probably still purchase their vitamins and minerals if I'm out and about and I go into a store and I need to buy myself a vitamin or a supplement. I love that they're plant-based. They take pounds and pounds of freeze-dried or dehydrated. Is it freeze-dried or dehydrated?
No, it's a low heat process, so it's not either.
And they condense it into they'll take orange and broccoli and so many things and they'll condense it. It's not even a capsule. It's just a smushed together pill. It's a tablet of actual whole food. So Mega Food may still be on their total A game. So we're not talking about Mega Food or any brands here.
We're just talking about reliability.
I'm saying this. I'm saying this.
Pure Essence Labs,
legal
these people are
purposes.
incredible.
Yeah,
you
we're
know?
not testing YouTube. So
Yeah, we are.
we
We don't want to. We're not bad mouthing any of them. We're just that's why we don't carry them. So.
So like with some of our other substances, like with some of the other supplements that we carry, you guys, this Premier Research Labs, this Premier CoQ10, it's got your ubiquinone in it, which is the best bioavailable source of your CoQ10, but it's also got a support blend in here. It's got organic carrot, organic rice protein, and rice concentrate, along with the bran and some red algae that's been mineralized and fermented, which supports your ubiquinone and your overall cardiac.
All right.
This is cayenne, just straight cayenne. If you want to improve blood flow using cayenne, and you just take 1 drop and put it in a quart of water, and then you can add 2 drops and then 3. So you just keep adding that until you're getting a full dropper full of cayenne in the morning, and it's incredible for energy, cleaning the blood. You can definitely lower blood pressure issues, address blood pressure issues with cayenne. So that's something we highly recommend. This is blood circulation, which has that as one of the bases, but blood circulation is also helpful for helping circulate the blood and clean things up in the blood. It also helps with the kidney. There you go. Our heart, we also have a heart formula with the plant DNA as well that you can access. And there you go. I'll take those that you've used already.
Cool. So last up, we have 2 enzymes here. And so just keep in mind, the reason why the heart gets fatigued is because it is pumping sludge through the body instead of blood that is easier to pump. Yeah, oxygenated, nutrient rich, viscosities at the right point. So enzymes are so relevant for heart health because enzymes help to break stuff down properly. So enzymes break things down and help build things up for all these metabolic reactions in the body. So enzymes are one of the first things I put people on when, if they have like high blood pressure, I'm like, we need to decrease the amount of inflammation and the amount of stuff floating around in your bloodstream. And we gotta, like, I'll just put them on an enzyme. And there's like, so depending on like what their issue is, you can pick one of like, 17 different special enzymes, but these two do relate to heart health. I can't actually, lumbrokinase.
That's an anti-fibrinogenic.
Is it really?
So that breaks down fibrin in the
Oh
body.
my gosh, it's an
Yeah.
anti-fibrinogen.
And
Yeah.
fibrin is what makes stiffness in the body. So
Yeah.
people can have a heart attack and it's not from clogged arteries, it's because they become,
Lumbrozyme.
their arteries have become stiff and they're not bending and flowing. So that's really cool to know.
Yeah, and you don't want to overdo that.
That's like for more people who are athletic, who don't have really bad diet,
Well-
but they have that stress on their.
Well, and like you don't
That's
want to,
awesome.
you wouldn't want to overdo that if someone's has like, if someone's body has intentionally fortified it because it's weak without it, or they're like trying to prevent against like, having a blood vessel that has, what's it called? Like it bursts, so sometimes the body will like try to, you don't want to just get rid of the fibrinogen without looking at why is the body hardening that area to begin with. So this would be used like in concoction with like healthy diet, lowering stress, increasing magnesium and all the other minerals, a major lifestyle intervention. But cool, so that's what that enzyme does. I'll take what we use.
Fibrin's also like what's responsible for that's your clot factor, so like if your body's not producing any fibrin, you're gonna have bleeding disorders, where you cut yourself and like bleed out, like those hemophiliacs, those are the kind of things that we look at in that. And so you would not want to give this to somebody who's a hemophiliac because this will just make it even worse because fibrin is what's responsible for your clots.
That's good for people who have blood.
This is good for clot
You
factor.
said it would be good for someone who has blood clots.
Yes, absolutely.
And this would be a great time for us to make a medical disclaimer. We're not medical professionals, and please consult your medical professional before you embark on any lifestyle behavior change. And this is not a replacement for qualified medical advice. Thank you. Ding.
Ding.
Anyway, beta-zyme, do you wanna? I don't know I do not actually know what this one is. I'm still learning about this amazing line. Because like one of the my go-to enzyme I put people on for high blood pressure issues is actually their digestive one. It's called TheraPro. I think is it in the fridge or is it on the shelf?
It's in the fridge.
In the fridge?
Yeah, so
Like,
we've just gotten the TheraPro out.
Okay, so I always put people on like a great broad spectrum digestive enzyme. That's just gonna help because all of that stuff that you're eating is gonna go up to your liver and get sent out in your bloodstream. Not 100% of it, but a lot of it. So enzymes are great for decreasing inflammation, improving heart health. I think. Thank you, ma'am.
So this is Gravi Plus. Gravi standing for graviola, which is your soursop fruit. And if you guys don't know anything about soursop, it is a superfood of superfoods. It is incredible. It is anti-carcinogenic. It is anti-mucolytic. It is anti-carcinogenic. It pretty much fights everything. So this we've got in the cardiac section because it does help on every level to support heart function, help support vessels, and blood function. It's also got mallow, marshmallow, yarrow, which is widely known with all spectrums of herbal family for blood support. Really, really incredible compound here.
Wow, excellent. Wow. And then MGK, if you want to talk about that for a minute, this is the bestseller. I think one of the best sellers that Standard Enzyme has is the MGK for heart.
Let me
magnesium.
talk about this one here. This one's
Okay,
this is for anybody that's gonna have a heart condition here, we're probably gonna put you on MGK.
It's just magnesium and potassium.
yeah, it's just it's an
so-
easy, simple blend.
So you know how I
that
said
they
like,
sell.
you know how a lot of minerals work in, I said copper and zinc, they have to balance each other out. You have sodium and potassium, you have magnesium and calcium. So this is magnesium and potassium, which are the two relaxants of your minerals.
Yeah.
Magnesium relaxes where calcium contracts. Potassium relaxes where sodium pushes. Okay, so it's just the magnesium and the potassium, which a lot of people are deficient in right now. So
And in the hospital realm, you're only gonna see potassium given in IV drips in certain concentrations. because it's so relaxing to the heart, it can relax it right on down. to sleep.
Really?
Really, really critical. Smooth muscle relaxed potassium can actually stop the heart. So
Oh my God. Okay, so
yeah,
don't overdo it on the potassium.
don't
guys.
overdo it on the potassium, guys.
Anything you want to chime in about that?
No, I mean, it is very serious. We have to have 2 nurses sign off when somebody's given a potassium drip.
Really?
100%.
And you have to have a lot of cardiac monitor.
Wow.
In fact, you used to be able to pull, so there's a number of different machines that we lock meds in a hospital setting that nurses and doctors have access to. And you used to be able to go and pull potassium out for emergency situations. You cannot even get straight potassium on a nursing floor anymore because
Wow.
it is so critically relaxing to the body. And there was a number of cases actually where people were giving too much and were coding patients out. They're constantly over and over and over again.
Wow.
Yeah, there was actually in Middle Georgia, this was probably 25, 30 years ago. There was a nurse who lost his license because he enjoyed working codes so much. And this is why potassium is no longer allowed on nursing floors. He
Really?
was pushing IV potassium straight into somebody's port and stopping their heart because he enjoyed working codes. He lost his nursing license and was pulled from medical practice altogether.
Oh, I'm sure he
That's
was.
horrible.
Keep from.
So, yeah.
Potassium.
So that dose
Eat avocados.
is, that dose is a, that is
Avoid the IV there.
that is a dietary amount though.
Right, this is
potassium.
totally
That's
different
not like
animal.
yeah.
Totally different animals.
But-
Not something you can be.
But you guys just keep in mind, magnesium and potassium, I want you to be associating that with like relaxing the
Relaxes
body.
the mind.
Or sodium and calcium make the body go, okay? So you're like, whoo, it's this push-pull movement in the body. You know, you want to have balance between that.
Okay, we're gonna start with men's health. And there's a lot of phenomenal products we have here for men's health. We love it, love it, love it. I work a lot with people who have ED. That's been something I've worked with for 15 years, 20 years. And when it's someone who has over 40 years old, if it's a male who's over 40, I always ask them, are you on nettle? This is probably the first thing I put people on in tincture or capsule form, because the testosterone after age 40 can get bound with the sex binding hormone globulin. And so then even though you're making testosterone, it's not free, it's not bound. So free testosterone needs to exist. It's one thing if you're making it, but a whole nother thing if it's bound or not. So nettle teas, to drink, nettle tincture, just get nettle in there. I had a woman buy my book, Live. And it came in the mail, and her husband, who's a doctor, opened up the mail. So he opened it, he saw this book. He's like, well, this looks interesting. And as most people do, they went right to the sex chapter, and he read all about, two things don't work in most people, bowels and sex. But anyhow, so the sex chapter, and he learned that, oh my gosh, if you take nettle after the age of 40, and he was in his early 60s, late 50s, I should say, early 60s. So he went and bought nettle tincture and started taking, he lost 40 pounds in 6 weeks. Wow, 40 pounds by releasing testosterone.
Wow.
And that's the coolest thing. He's like,
And-
okay, you can read that book. They ordered a second one because he wouldn't give it back to her. But anyhow, so it was really fun. So nettle. Prostate is another issue we see a lot of concern with. Prostate engorgement, prostate cancers, high PSA levels. We do a lot with prostate cancer. It's something I don't fear anymore, either to my clients, because we have so many great answers out there. But prostate formulas now instead of later is what your answer is. So
Yeah.
strengthening the prostate now, and using sapelmetal and using all the great prostate herbs are going to strengthen that prostate so that it can be healthy. Now, one thing I do need to mention is parasites are a big part of prostate issues. And so pumpkin seeds are a number one thing that we put all of our men on. Pumpkin seed milk, which you can make at home easy, but pumpkin seeds not only strengthen the prostate naturally, but they kill parasites. And so pumpkin seeds are a big thing. So pumpkin seeds, a good prostate formula. Again, this is from Pure Essence because we love them. And that's a prostate formula. So
We
those
were
are two
actually
things.
using pumpkin seed meal with our dogs.
Yeah.
Out at the farm to help keep parasites down as a heartworm prevention naturally.
As a heartworm prevention
Yep,
mechanism.
yep.
That's right.
Mhm.
Yep.
Now, Shilajit, we talked about earlier, but if you're tuning in right now, just for men's health, if you want to mention it again,
Guys.
that would be great. Yeah, get
you
on
need
that.
To get your testosterone up.
Yes.
This is how you do it. Shilajit is going to turn those your free testosterone numbers around. If you've actually got free testosterone that's low after you start taking some nettle and your natural testosterone that your body's producing is unbound, You can take this and you can turn your testosterone numbers overnight. This is an incredible product. Along with zinc, every man is deficient in zinc. If you're not getting it in your diet, none of us are. You guys need to supplement with zinc. We have this lovely ionic zinc available through Trace Minerals Research. Got to get on it. It's critical things for us.
And it's interesting because we always say supplements are to supplement your diet. You know, you should be eating this and eating that and then take some supplements, but we really all are low in specific things like magnesium and zinc. So there are times where we actually are going to take something for a longer period of time or the rest of your life because you simply don't get enough of it naturally from the foods that we eat. And zinc is one of those.
Zinc
So-
is one, and that magnesium, guys, magnesium, we're all going to be taking magnesium probably for the rest of time because
And
it's
maca.
just so rich
But
in
the amount
soils.
of magnesium you need goes down with your if you don't overdo it on the stimulants like caffeine.
Oh,
Caffeine is a major magnesium stripper of the body. So I really only supplement with magnesium on the days that I consume caffeine. I do not notice any like, you know, that's when I just like notice big time. Otherwise I just, kind of skirt right through.
yeah.
What am I holding this for?
Well, because we're talking about men's health and so we should throw
Oh,
maca in there.
maca, of course,
Eat it.
everyone.
Eat it.
Maca.
Eat it all the time. I need it.
Be careful where you're getting your maca from though, because there's
Yeah.
some sketch maca out there on the market. And I've had some
And is
maca
that-
that just really scratched my throat and I didn't trust it. Throwing that out there.
So we've got a couple different forms of DHEA here, gentlemen, ladies.
bunch of-
So DHEA is an acronym. It is dihydroepiandrosterone. This is actually the precursory molecule for all of your sex hormones, male or female sex hormones alike. And if we support and supplement with DHEA, it makes them a whole lot easier for your body to make. And again, we have this nano emulsion here from Quicksilver Scientific that's in your body really quickly. And then we have another equally as delightful one from Designs for Health. You will not be able to purchase this online. Unfortunately, this is available only in the store, but we do have them here for you.
Because we're practitioners and it needs to be purchased as one of our clients. So some of these we cannot sell online. But because this is a men's section that we're releasing, can you talk a little bit about your liposomes?
Yeah, so back to liposomes, guys. If you're just tuning in, this company, Quicksilver Scientific, is actually really taking it to the next level. So liposomal delivery system that we have here works just as effectively as an IV system. So like getting an IV infusion of one of these substances, this works equally as well, if not better in some cases for some people. And with a swish of this in the mouth for about 90 seconds, within 20 seconds of having that in your mouth for about 90 seconds through the buccal delivery system of the mouth, these liposomes get delivered directly to the bloodstream. So you've got your DHEA in those things that we have liposomally here available through the body really quickly. Really powerful system of medicine here.
Amazing. So for any of you taking notes on the hormone things, DHEA supplementation would come before any form of hormone replacement therapy.
Yes.
Like you would for sure
Men's
give,
or women.
you have to give the body the building blocks to build your hormones. And if that's not working, then we're gonna try a couple other things. If that's not working, then we might need to give the body the hormone. Okay, but DHEA supplementation is like one of the first lines of defense for seeing if you can't help get someone's hormones being manufactured properly. Same thing with like, I'm just gonna throw out cholesterol. You need cholesterol. So upping dietary cholesterol can be helpful for improving hormone balance, and actually just in general upping, healthy fats to, almost 30% of your daily caloric intake. So that doesn't mean 30% of all the foods you eat in a day. Some people do really well on high fat diets. Other people do well on moderate fat diets. Low fat diets, we just don't go under 30% of your daily caloric intake from fats. You need too much of it to build your body. Welcome.
Yeah, come on in.
Okay, excellent.
So we got a couple other supplements here, guys. We're going to talk about Herbally Grounded for just a second. This is Fireworks. This is available for this. We recommend this for men only. This is going to be your bedroom formula right here, guys. It's loaded with all the good stuff. Maca being the chief of those things. Horny goat weed, Damiana, Lu Jiao Jiao, which is deer antler velvet. So this is a known all classical Chinese medicine. Your number one kidney tonic is going to be your Lu Jiao Jiao, your deer antler velvet. Really powerful substance to drive up the testosterone for you. And then we have another blend here. This is saw pimento berry, dong quai, damiana, blessed thistle, and hops. And this is just an overall men's hormone support. Really, really great substance here.
So that again, that's Might for Men, really fabulous herbal blend for men.
What
So-
does it do?
It's just going to help bolster all the male hormones, and really help build on the blood system. It supports the heart and cardiac functions because that's oftentimes a big factor with erectile dysfunction and other men's issues, is poor heart health.
And so in the bedroom, it would be fireworks. In general, it would be
Might for men.
Might for Men. So both
That's
of
your
those there.
men's multi.
Excellent.
And I'm going to talk about Mucuna again for just a second because there's so much research being done out there, and Himalaya is really leading the way with this research, and some of these products in the Ayurveda world, which is the oldest system of medicine that we know of actually on the planet is Ayurveda. And we've got white paper research that's being generated right now. When you see Mucuna bean, think relaxation and nervous system. This is relax and restore. This is going to be the number one thing you're going to see coming out from me here with my clients for any sort of nervous system, and any sort of sexual dysfunction. This guy right here is going to help restore the balance that you need.
What's that called?
Mucuna or velvet bean.
What we were talking about earlier,
Yeah.
for women.
For
So
women,
it's good
yeah.
for women.
This
and
is
men.
good for women. This is good for men. This is good for any nervous system, any nervous tissue, any nerve related issues. It's going to help support the relaxation functions of the nervous system.
Sorry, sweetie.
Man,
PTSD.
that was the next thing that I wanted to talk to you about. So PTSD is the other really critical function, especially with men, for us having erectile dysfunction. You're going to see PTSD as a major issue, and Mucuna would be the chiefest amongst the herbs to help with PTSD. It's going to help relax and calm. And I would definitely recommend, gentlemen, if you have PTSD, if you have trauma, there's no shame in that. You really need to talk to a healthcare provider about that. Come see me, come see Karen, and we'll work through some protocols that we have available to help with PTSD. EFT tapping is an incredible system that we teach here, and we've got some protocols in acupuncture we do for PTSD that actually really tremendously help turn things around. And the last thing that I want to mention on the front of the Chinese medicine with that is moxibustion again. Moxibustion is an incredibly powerful tool. We use mugwort, we burn it. We can actually drive that energy straight to the kidneys, which is where your main men fire is, and really bolster the kidneys, bolster all of the energetics of the body through that system with moxibustion. It's really incredible. We're actually going to put some kits together. We're working on so that you can do salt moxa yourself at home to help bolster and build on those systems.
And it's incredible. Like we've watched clients who moxie-burn and have an erection and complete their orgasm instantly after that, where it has been months of not having that happen. So
Wow.
there's been some really great reports we've gotten back from our clients. So it's been really cool.
Really powerful medicine, y'all.
3 more things on men's health. Again, a good men's one a day, full of your zinc and your minerals and vitamins that are needed. Very important. And then we have the male.
Want to know?
We have the male. We're trying to get it focused or not. And then we have the male form of the plant DNA, which again will
Your
help.
power lozenge.
Yep. Your power lodges. You have power for women, power for men.
And really great herbal blend here, guys. And less is always more. We've got only 3 herbs in this blend. It's really great.
And this is a cacao. This is a cacao, and it's a spicy cacao, but it has herbs added to it. It's an adaptogenic herb formula for as a sexual tonics. And so it is a drink. It tastes it's like people use it as a coffee alternative, but it actually is a sex tonic, and it's absolutely fantastic. It's very aphrodisiac. It's very exciting for the body. So we do sell that in our men's area because it works for men and for women.
Love that.
Okay,
Can I make one corrective statement to
Yes.
something I said?
please. Yeah.
I just want to mention really quick, because I was like kind of putting a little plug in for cholesterol. Your body does make the overwhelming majority of all the cholesterol you need. So I'm not saying
Yes.
we just need to be relying on dietary cholesterol. That's more to say, like, I would address statin use before I would address, like anything else if you're looking to restore your body's level of cholesterol use. But you need cholesterol for all of your sex hormones and any lipid-based hormone in your body. So just whether it's you're helping your body make its own cholesterol or, a reasonable level of dietary cholesterol, you're gonna be in a good spot. There are a lot of accounts of people whose hormones have gotten better when they've reintroduced some animal cholesterol into their body. So that
They
was,
finally have the delivery system.
yeah, not surprising at all.
And we see a lot of problems when we cut off our ability to use cholesterol constructively in the body. And there are some drugs out there that are, that's actually what they do. Your whole class of drugs called statins, I believe to be a major driver for memory loss today in the world, because they're so overprescribed. So I would definitely encourage you to look at those sorts of substances and analyze those and talk to your healthcare practitioner about what those are doing in the body and how those work. Those actually inhibit cholesterol synthesis, which is what you actually build your memory with. You use cholesterol as a primary building block for your memory centers in your brain.
Yeah, amazing. This is the Makuna. All right, that's hopeless. That's hopeless.
Exactly.
It just doesn't work. We can't focus. Okay, we're gonna talk. We are almost done here with this section, which we're doing great.
Stretching.
We're rolling through this very, very well. Impressed with everybody. We're all home now. Okay, we're gonna talk about, these are very quick. We're gonna talk about appetite and we're gonna talk about skin and reducing some of the smells that people might have. Why have appetite kind of first? Should jump into that?
Appetite. Yeah.
Okay, here, we can jump in
So-
here.
Who's going first?
I've got two that are right there. This
Grab them. Grab, go, yeah.
okay.
So I'm gonna dive for these two first. Okay, so this is definitely in the right section with appetite. But not just appetite. This is appetite for your critters. This is for your worms, this is for your parasites, and really stubborn stuff that we don't know what to do with in the herbal world. So this is a product called Cryptolepsis. Cryptolepsis is an herb. It comes from Africa. And when we have stubborn infections that need an antimicrobial and other antimicrobials or antibiotics have not worked, we're going to throw Cryptolepsis at it. Cryptolepsis is like the sledgehammer of the herb world.
Wow.
This will crush it.
Oh dear.
Okay. So just know, like, yeah, anybody that knows me and has heard me talk about antibiotic resistant infections knows that I'm about the sledgehammer. Western medicine is the sledgehammer of the medicine world. It is the most powerful system. It is the best emergency medical system on the planet. And we save lives every day. We see it happen in the emergency room. We see it happen in the ICUs. It is an incredibly powerful tool in the arsenal of healing. But if you go swinging a sledgehammer at something that, needs like an itty bitty screwdriver to tighten up the lenses here on your glasses, and you go swinging a sledgehammer at it, you now can't see anything because your glasses are absolutely destroyed. So we got to be really careful about our selection of tools. And so while we definitely acknowledge and love everything that we have here, we got to reserve the sledgehammer for when it's really needed. And this is the sledgehammer of herbs.
And it's spelled Cryptolepis.
Cryptolepsis.
Cryptolepsis. Incredible. Hey, this is a blend.
This is a blend. Chief herb Cryptolepsis.
It has like 10 things in it. Okay. Well, so just piggybacking off of that. So this is a great herbal blend he's talking about for antibiotic resistant things. There are also essential oil blends that have now like substantial amounts of clinical trials, phase 3 clinical trials, outperforming antibiotics, especially for antibiotic resistant infections. So that's another thing that we're not talking about that right now, but just keep that in your mind. There's a few herbs and essential oils you can draw on for when things get real bad.
Back on your digestive and stuff here, we've got from Herbally Grounded a product called Sweet Cheat, which is a wonderful herb. This is one herb in here. This is Garcinia cambogia. I don't know if you guys caught up with that when it was a fad a couple years ago, but it actually has so much white paper research on it as an appetite suppressant and a sugar craving suppressor. So if you need a quick fix, go for the Sweet Cheat. But that's, like I said, that's one of those things that we don't like to recommend as a single thing. We like to recommend solutions here, not just single products.
So how does this work? Does this make things not taste sweet?
This helps with things not tasting sweet. Exactly how that.
So like takes away some of the dopamine.
Right.
So if you want to just suck out the last 10% of joy you had in your life,
This is the thing you go
This
for.
will just take that right out.
Now,
right out.
when we talk about setting solutions, this will help it so you're not craving, but the reason you are most likely craving sugar is because you have a candida overgrowth. And so this helps to kill off those candida. So
Candex.
Candex helps remove candida from
Yes.
the bloodstream and through the digestive system. Sorry. So Candex is a form of enzymes that are specific to destroy the outer shell of the candida. Candida is a yeast overgrowth that occurs because there's too much sugar in the bloodstream, and your body, again, I got this, is like, hey, it's okay. You really enjoyed all those red grapes, Karen. Now you have a little bit too much sugar floating in the bloodstream because 8 pounds of fresh organic red grapes can do that too. And then I'm like, okay, so I take a couple Candex at night and a couple in the morning, and I'm feeling fine the next day. You know, most of us, when you eliminate the excess sugar in your bloodstream and you get rid of candida, you don't crave food, you're not craving sweets anymore, nothing. Putting people on Candex will literally eliminate their sugar for craving and for carbohydrates and for sugar. It'll eliminate that within days to a week, like gone. It's been amazing. But I will say that then when you start getting candida or you feel like you have too much sugar, you're going to know right away. So I always have a bottle of this at home. So when I eat the organic grapes that just came in, I take that at night and I take it in the morning for a couple days and I'm fine, right? So Candex is a great enzymatic blend for stopping sugar cravings. So
This
that
is
is a great blend.
Probably what in the top 5 products we sell at the store.
Top 5 products. Yep. Karen's
So-
Calm,
Probably.
Iodine,
like as a
Candex.
if you're a
Maybe
health,
top
if
3.
you're a health coach, holistic health practitioner, therapeutic nutritional counselor,
Yeah.
over half of your people you're seeing are going to have candida overgrowth. That's like pretty much almost in the like highly concerned area, if not severe. Candex is like without a doubt one of the top things that I ever recommend for someone to look into, because I legally cannot recommend products like this in certain states. So I'll just say, hey, what I have used and what other people have used with great success in this
Historically
exact situation, historically speaking,
We say
is,
that all the time, historically speaking.
like the other people I've had who are, yeah, it's exact situation. So for some people, this may only be a week-long regimen. For other people, they may be on this for a couple months.
Yeah.
The other thing to keep in mind with candida overgrowth is fungus overgrowth is the result of bacteria dysbiosis. They are missing microbes. Anytime bacteria goes down, fungus goes up. So it's a combination of like having too many accessible carbohydrates in the body. So I'm not going to say that like our carbohydrate or the way we've overdone it with simple carbs hasn't contributed to it, but it's a combination of too much of the carbs and not enough of the right bacteria. So we are dealing with people's microbiomes have like maybe a third, tops a half of the microbes that they would have had 100 years ago. So people's microbiomes are just totally devastated right now. We are talking about microbiome in the next section.
Yep, that's
so
next.
I'll be talking about that, but just keep in mind, Candex can be worked on its own, can be taken on its own, but you'll see even faster results if you pair that with correcting the gut microbiome with bacteria.
So this is definitely, you guys, what we're
We're all
talking about
passing the
again,
Candex around.
What Amy and
sleep with
Karen
Candex
talking
at
about,
night.
we're
Sleep.
literally like restoring balance. So like candida exists for a reason. Like
Yeah.
it's in our bodies for a reason. Candida will gobble up the extra glucose that's in there. And it's like a major general in an army, right? And when there's too much glucose, which is critical in the SAD diet, the standard American diet, you've got this wonderful thing that God created that helps keep things in balance, because glucose literally will burn your blood vessels up if there's too much of it. So God put it there for a reason. It gobbles up the extra glucose, and when it's in perfect balance with the rest of the microflora of the body, it goes right back to sleep. Is when it's not in balance that it becomes a major problem, and that's when we have to use something like this to get it back in balance, so that it goes back to doing its job appropriately.
Yeah, and this acts in your digestive tract. These enzymes do to clean up the candida in your gut. In severe cases of severe candida die-off, you will want to put someone on an immunoglobulin. Or a
We'll
or a
talk about that
colostrum.
soon, don't
But,
worry.
yeah, okay, cool. So
Okay.
anything more on diet?
This is great. We have just a little bit on
I mean,
skin,
appetite? Okay.
just a little bit on skin, and then we have eye health, which will take just a couple minutes. And then we get into digestion, which is the biggie.
Can children take Candex? Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And if they don't, if a full cap's too much, you're gonna break up half cap in some applesauce.
And so, all of your supplements, when it says recommended dose, that's for a 145-pound adult. Just know that. So if it says recommended dose is 2, that's for a 145-pound adult. So if your child is 75 pounds, you would give them 1/2 of a capsule. If it's child less than that, you would do a 1/4 of a capsule. So
Okay.
just know that that's how all supplements are
Based on?
based.
That's great to know. Great to know. Yeah, I mean, candida overgrowth in kids is such a mess right now.
Ugh.
And it's part of the reason why they crave,
Yeast
they crave,
infections and
they just want like potato
diaper
chips
rash.
and
Ugh.
Cheerios and oatmeal. They just want carbs all day because they're being fed a lot of carbs, but they've also, a lot of them have been treated with antibiotics. So their bacteria is low and then their carbohydrate consumption's high and then they get yeast infections. Like it's just a very, very, very common phenomenon in children. And I tell those parents, if your kids can eat ground beef, like if they tolerate like meat well, you are going to like be upping the meat and lowering the carbs as fast as possible in this kid. If they're old enough to like break down meat and all that, but yeah, it's a big issue right now. So
Okay, so last thing on weight loss.
So this product, I'm actually kind of bummed. This product is going away. They have reformulated this into something different, which I'm sure will be much, much better. But this was an amazing product to support people who are doing high fat, high protein diets in digesting carbohydrates that are left over and keeping those. It's called cider melt. Chief herb in here is going to be your apple cider vinegar, of course, and your green tea polyphenols after that. Hawthorn berry to support the heart, and spirulina and apple pectin. Don't take niacin when you're taking this product. It won't work.
And last but not least,
We've got Sun Balance again with this PEA substance in it that I don't have any information popping into my brain right now to tell you about, but I promise I will get that information for you. I've got it.
but it's one thing that they highly recommended for weight loss.
It is
And
definitely the enzyme blend that you want for weight loss and appetite. I know it revolves around that PEA that's in here, and I'm just drawing a blank on how that works, you guys, and I will get that mechanism for you.
And enzymes truly are one of the few things I like actually recommend because I'm not, obviously all these supplements are gonna have like a great time and a place, but like anytime you have anyone dealing with fermentation in their gut, and most people do have some level of backed up gut unless they are like either eating a very high plant-based diet, pooping like 1 to 2 feet a day of like 1 to 2 inches in diameter, and maybe doing an occasional coffee enema. If someone's not meeting those criteria, like the odds of them having some level of backup in their gut is quite high. So enzymes can be very, very, very helpful for just helping things break down and move along in the digestive tract. So it is one of our first lines of defenses here. Candex is actually an enzyme blend. Candex that we've just talked about, like top 3 products in our store. It's just a protease enzyme blend with a little bit of amylase and probably a little bit of lipase too. It's just enzymes. So like enzymes, great. We used to eat them all the time. Every fermented food is loaded in enzymes, loaded. So we just don't eat a lot of fermented foods, and all your raw fruits and vegetables are loaded in enzymes. There's so many naturally occurring sources of enzymes that we just don't eat a lot of anymore. So now we're supplementing with it. Please proceed.
Well, now we're going to jump into skin. So acne, any kind of blemishes. Now we have an entire skin line called True Love Skincare. Absolutely amazing. We're gonna do a whole segment on that, not today. And we do have cards, so you know what to use. Absolutely phenomenal. So to get rid of warts, to help with any kind of vaginal issues, any kind of internal yeast infection products. We have a wonderful line, and we'll be doing that video later this week. But I do want to mention this product line. So we have Smell Fresh, we have Pure Skin, and we have one of the microbiome green skin. So these products here, all I know is that I've started using some of this on some of my clients, and their skin like cleared up in days.
Incredible product here. This was actually discovered in the Sea of Japan. The guys that were out fishing in the Sea of Japan, this is called, it's got sea pros in here. And so what this enzyme is from plankton in the ocean there in that particular part of Japan. And what the fishermen had noticed is that their legs actually smooth as baby's bottom, so perfectly clean, great, amazing skin. And so they started doing some investigative research in here, and they found this enzyme, which was being secreted by the plankton there, and they've harvested it. And this is amazing for clearing skin from any kind of issues. blemishes, the whole bit. You can actually take one of these capsules, open it up, put it in distilled water, and use it as a mist for your face.
Wow.
Incredible stuff here.
Wow.
It is another one of those full enzyme blends.
Wait. It's called Enzyme. SEAXYM. Once again, brought to us by our beloved US Enzymes.
We love them.
We love you, US Enzymes. I didn't know you could break it out and put it in water and spray it on yourself.
Totally.
I had the best skin quality of my life living in Hawaii, just like swimming in the ocean every day. Salt water is just fabulous for your skin.
What do they say? Salt's a cure for everything, either salt water, tears, or sweat.
Oh, there you go.
Salt's a cure.
That's
for
fun. Smell fresh is alfalfa leaf, barley grass, and peppermint leaf. So these are natural detoxifiers. And what else would you say about them? Good for the liver.
Yeah. Purges all those systems out.
And
Greens, guys. The
Yeah.
power of greens.
Clara Skin is another herbal blend that's got, it's loaded. Raspberry leaf, milk thistle, aloe vera, horsetail.
Clean the liver. Clean the liver.
Yeah, a
clean
lot,
the liver.
lot of liver, motherwort, motherwort, sorry. So, yeah.
Hormone detox
And-
pathway.
Oh, hormone detox pathway. That's good. Clara Skin. I
Yeah.
might just take this just
This
to
is-
take it. This is a great blend.
Also, the bottle
Wow.
pretty. Who doesn't want to have supplements in their cabinet that look that good, right?
Right. Last skin one we're talking about is Serene Skin by Microbiome Labs. So, who here has heard of leaky gut? Awesome. So, did you know, leaky gut can actually happen in epithelial tissue and other areas of your body besides just your gut. In fact, leaky gut is usually a symptom that you have a compromised internal lining going on other areas of your body, including subcutaneously. And they have found lipopolysaccharides, which are the acronym for that is LPS. And LPS is the cell wall of unhelpful bacteria that's mostly known for like what gets into the bloodstream when you have leaky gut. They've found that subcutaneously on the face. So Serene Skin is all about helping it's a blend of microbes that I have to go into a couple of these right now. We're gonna go into this right now.
Let's do
I'm
it.
just asking for your guys' consent. We're going to just give yourself a little scratch. Okay, a little stretch. So, like one of the top ones included in this, they have two different. They have HU36 and HU58. There are microbes in your body that make antibiotics for you that kill unhelpful pathogenic organisms. HU58 is one of the top ones that does that.
Amazing.
And what this means is on top of the other microbes that are helping with leaky gut, it's actually introducing a microbe in your gut that's going to be producing an antibiotic to kill off the unhealthy microbes that are contributing to leaky gut and poor skin quality. So it's just, we have here a blend of 4 different microbes as well as vitamin K2. And this does not work for everyone, but for the people where that was the issue, it's very helpful for. Does this make sense? So this is not the cure-all for someone who has a skin issue or an acne problem, but for the let's say 1 in 3 people who are dealing with severe acne and it's directly related to missing these microbes that help maintain a healthy intestinal barrier and barriers throughout your whole body, including your skin, this can be a big difference maker. Okay, so this is called Serene Skin. They have a lot to say about the other, because I only went through 2 of these. There's a lot of clinical research on this if you want to go on their website and see if this would be a good fit for you or a client who's going through skin health issues.
This is just HU58, guys, like Amy was just talking about. This is actually capable of producing 15 different antibiotic substances in the body.
What?
This guy right here can create 15 different antibiotics.
Studio incredible.
So everybody needs this, right?
It's incredible.
Everybody needs this. This is literally your body. This is something that everybody's body should have. Now, some of these products, and I'll tell you from personal experience, I got to looking at it here, like HU58, Bacillus, this sounds a little GMO-y. None of these products are GMO. They are all patented, but they are patented by discovery, not patented by creation. So that is something really important to know about this company. These were discovered and they are patented, and this company holds a patent for these bugs because they need to.
Where do they get that?
Probably soil.
Soil.
Would you say soil?
They're a soil-based company. They were one of the first ones out with all soil-based probiotics.
Yes.
Spore-based probiotics.
Spore-based, yeah.
Spore-based probiotic, but where do they extract them from? My guess is soil, but I could be wrong on that.
Yes.
They may have gone to other sources.
So these actually all came out of big giant university, England, Cornwall.
Okay, Cambridge.
Cambridge.
So, when he says 15 different antibiotics, what I want you guys to real quick note is these antibiotics are not broad spectrum antibiotics. They're specifically targeting unhelpful pathogens in the body. And that's like a huge difference compared to like amoxicillin or penicillin or a lot of broad spectrum antibiotics that just like wipe out bacteria in general. These are like specific to the unhelpful organisms, which is like so intelligent of the body. HU58 used to be found in the colons and guts of the majority of North Americans, and now it's found in almost no one.
None.
So that's why they're on a mission to get HU58 into people's bodies. And HU58 is one of the main ingredients in their Megaspore biotic product. So again, HU36 and HU58 are the top hitters, but then it does go into 3 other strains of Bacillus. So, which I thought it was a bifidobacterium, but I could be wrong now. Now I'm learning. Well, now
we talk about prebiotics and probiotics.
So, yeah. Any of that, like, I hope I'm not getting over anyone's head. So, Megaspore biotic is considered a probiotic. It's in that category, but it's different than a lot of other probiotics because a lot of probiotics just contain living bacteria. Living or dead, actually. And even dead bacteria can be helpful because we borrow genes from bacteria to like inform our own genetic composition. So the dead bacteria can still be helpful, but a lot of probiotics on the market are, just like a bunch of lactobacillus. Maybe they'll have like 13 different strains of bacteria. They're primarily living organisms. You might get like 50 billion units of it and take it. A certain amount of that's going to die off in your stomach acid. The rest of it that's lucky to make it through your small intestine to your colon will then, help to recolonize your colon, assuming your colon environment is conducive to that strain of bacteria actually repopulating. What happens a lot is people eat a probiotic hoping it's going to come in and change the game. But if you walk up to a dirty pond, if you come up to a dirty pond and you put in a dropper full of healthy microbes, are those healthy microbes going to take over and recolonize their dirty pond?
Totally not.
They're not. Then you're getting a little ahead of the class, but I like your enthusiasm.
Sorry.
I like that you're such a good student. Okay. It's not, because the environment of the gut is what determines whether or not that helpful microbe will live or die. And like, you can't take healthy strains of lactobacillus and bifidobacterium and all this stuff and put it in a gut that's filled with trans fatty acids and white flour and glyphosate and some of the stuff we eat.
You can't come and get these products and expect them to help if you're going to keep eating like you.
Correct. Now here's I was talking about normal probiotics. What is different about this probiotic is these are spore-based probiotics, which it's not like the whole like living organism. And these spores have been shown to be able to recolonize the colon and help repair from leaky gut, even if no dietary changes are made. And that's one reason why we think that Microbiome Labs is pretty cool, because they've run like a series of clinical trials on this where they've taken like collegiate football players and measured the amount of LPS circulating in their bloodstream from leaky gut. They'll like give them like a hamburger and fries for dinner and then extract their blood serum or their serum and run a test to test for how much LPS is in their bloodstream, which is a direct indicator of leaky gut. Mm-hmm. And then they'll put them on a few months of Megaspore biotic and have it change nothing in their diet. And then they tested it like however many months later. And I want to say it was like 33% drop or so. We'd have to look it up again. It could have been even higher than that, but I don't want to misquote it. But they had a statistically significant drop in LPS just from introducing Megaspore. So that is pretty neat that this can do it. But I do like that you guys have totally caught on to me emphasizing gut environment determines whether or not good organisms will live or not. So like, I'm so annoyed with the TikTok shop ads right now for probiotics because everyone gets that gut environment matters. Everyone's catching on. They're like, yeah, like you need the right microbes. People get that. But like, it does not come from a bottle. It comes from the environment you foster. And honestly, your appendix and your colon, your appendix, we've been learning actually is like a little seed, what would you call it?
Like factory.
A storage unit.
It's a storage unit.
It's like a storage unit for all these different seeds and spores for all these different microbes. So you can have someone, you can not, externally reintroduce a microbe like H258 or Akkermansia or bifidobacteria. And if all you change is that person's gut environment, like what they're eating, their stress levels, their water quality, and cut out the Roundup and pesticides, their gut will recolonize over time, like on its own, which is incredible. So they always say you're always going to have those last strains of gut bacteria that's holding on, just waiting for the right food source to come along. And when it does, then it can proliferate and repopulate. Now, if you want to speed that process up, Mega Pre is a blend of fibers that are very helpful for your helpful strains of bacteria. So Mega Pre is it's a blend of a bunch of different type of saccharides that I'm not going to list out loud because you guys would not like me and I don't want to say it either. But these fibers they've found specifically feed the best of the best strains of bacteria in your body. I should be a sales rep for Microbiome.
Oh my God.
I'm impressed with myself. Anyway,
I'm impressed with you.
thank you so much, guys. But no, specifically, and I hope this is not like so boring, but there's a strain of bacteria not many people have heard of called Akkermansia. Would you like to say that out loud with me?
Akkermansia.
Akkermansia. Akkermansia is something you're not going to supplement with. It needs fiber. So the best thing you can do for your Akkermansia is just feed it the right fiber and your Akkermansia will return. Okay. So it's a prebiotic. Yep. So Mega Pre is a prebiotic blend. Megaspore is a probiotic. And then they have a series of, they don't actually sell a lot of postbiotics.
They do not, but I'm so excited about postbiotics.
Yeah.
There's one in particular, which we'll get into after this called Thanabiotic, and I'll talk about that when we get there.
Yeah, so they don't sell a lot of postbiotics, which is fine. They're more interested in helping your body make it yourself.
I want to go back just for a couple of minutes though, before we go on with product, as to like your first exposure to bacteria was coming out of your mother. You came out of the vaginal canal and you were covered in lactobacillus. That mother is making lactobacillus the last few lactobacillus, sorry, the last few months of her, last few weeks of her pregnancy. So when you come out, you are now covered, and that is your first exposure to the exterior bacteria. It is. And then you go to the breast and you swish around and you swish around and you swish around, and then you get that all over the breast. So when you go to nurse, now we're bringing that inside of the body. And so our bacteria exposure is so vital from birth on. So wiping off a baby before it goes to the mother is a huge no. And then the people that are in the room, they're breathing bacteria, their skin has bacteria. That baby is needing to be exposed to different bacteriums. They go home, they've got cats, they got dogs, they have kids, they have parents, they have people visiting them. This is phenomenal. This is how we build the strength of the immune system, is how we do it. And then the mother is eating a diverse array of food. So all these fibers are coming into the mother, making all these wonderful bacteria. The baby is getting that runoff of bacteria and fibers to the breast milk, and the baby is growing an incredibly healthy immune system. Why we have so many allergies is because we've been wiping babies down with Clorox, not really, but we've been wiping all these babies down. So they're not breastfeeding because they're given some horrid formula, which will never replace mother's milk, right? Everything's so sanitary. We're wiping everything down in the hospital. So the baby has no exposure to any kind of bacteria. And you go home and you're wiping everything down and spraying it all down with Perel and hand sanitizers and blah, blah, blah. Before you touch the baby, that is the last thing the baby needs, is an antibacterial all over their skin, which is now killing the only bacteria they finally got exposed to when they came out of the birth canal. We have screwed up. That is why America is the 35th safest country to have a baby and hope it lives until it's 1 year old. There are 34,
35th.
we're 35th, there's 34 safer countries to have a baby, much healthier and much safer to have a baby in Zimbabwe behind a tree, than it is here in America, because we have stripped so much of humanity away from the health of the baby. We won't get into vaccinations, but please vaccinate before you educate, and I don't recommend. Educate before you vaccinate. I don't recommend any of that for multiple reasons. But the microbiome of the body is not just in the gut. We're going to talk about the gut right now, but it is in the skin. Okay. It is throughout the body. It is in the sinuses. We have microbiome. We are more bacterial than we are human cells. And this is why we love this company so greatly. And the diversity of fiber that you eat significantly increases the diversity of the microbiome you have in your gut. So as I've gone to their conventions, amazing product. And Amy and Christopher just returned from them, a big one in California. So I would love for you to talk about this product line, but the fact that we need this diversity of microbiomes cannot be understated because we believe, and even your medications, anybody who's on a pharmaceutical right now, your pharmaceutical level of the amount you need will change depending on the microbiome of your gut.
100%.
The microbiome of the gut will change the need of your medication. This is huge.
Yeah.
And so before we talk about product, I just want you to understand why we are so passionate about microbiome health, because this is where the gut is where your emotions start. The gut is where your mental health starts. The gut is where digestion starts. The gut is it's where to me, some of the most important neurotransmitters they need to be made in the gut. The reason we had such a GABA issue and all these people having seizures and all these people having Tourette's all of a sudden, all these epileptics that came out of COVID, why was that? Because we ruined the microbiome by using hand sanitizer. We ruined our microbiome with all the sanitation, not being exposed to human beings, not hugging, not touching, not eating food that people have been talking on. That's okay because it increases our immune system. But we became so detrimental. We did such detrimental things to our microbiome health that GABA couldn't even be produced in the gut anymore. GABA controls all the nervous system. And so now when the electrical wire, I say that, like the electrical impulses of the nervous system. And so when we destroyed the microbiome through COVID, we actually see all the results of that. And now this is why companies like this are so much more important than ever, because we need to fix what we destroyed by eliminating exposure to bacteria.
Right.
They're even, and Amy's probably going to get really into this. They're even now taking, when we have sterile situations where mom's got to have a C-section, they're now finding it to be just such great benefit to actually swab the birth canal with a sponge and then apply the sponge to the baby's face and eyes and all of that, so that the baby does get colonized with mom's bacteria, so that it does start building an appropriate healthy microbiome. And I'll let Amy.
Yeah.
Well, before we move into that, just think, I had twins. My twins were C-section emergency because their heads were locked and I could have died and so could have the twins. They came right out, went right to the breast, but what'd they miss? Right? They missed that bacteria. Who had the asthma or the allergies? The only two children and I have 7 birth children, the only two who had any problem with asthma or allergies, and you look at how many C-sections right now there are and how many allergies there is a direct correlation between C-sections, allergies, and asthma. Think about it right now. Think about your kids or your grandkids. It's all right there. And there's a reason, because we were not exposed to bacteria. And that's a crime. That's a crime.
Yeah.
And they tell a lot of people, if you've had one C-section, then you have to have.
Yeah, they say
And that's-
VBACs are dangerous, and
I
it's
had
also a
4
total lie.
VBACs.
Total lie.
Right.
4 VBACs after my twins were born. I had 4 more children.
My
Five
daughter,
more children.
gradually after.
Yeah, good for you.
Nice, yeah. So I'm glad that the advocacy around that's increasing too, because that used to be like a big no-no, but a lot more people are talking about that online, which is wonderful.
You'll not
So
find more
you-
advocates for women's health anywhere in the world than you will right here at Lilyfield. I'm
Yeah.
so fortunate to have to take Lana to a couple of her appointments, and
Yeah.
women's health is so tragically not a thing in this country. And we've
Yeah.
got to do something different about it. I promise you'll receive totally different care here.
Yeah, nice, thank you. So just 2 things. One, if, like, let's say we do have a child who was born with cesareanly and then put on formula, There are things that we can do to help correct the microbiome. So I'm not getting into that right now, but
Sure, yeah, no.
there are things that can be done as a remediary effort. One thing Karen mentioned that I think is so exciting that I want to talk about is the concept that through if you do these natural health things, it can lower the therapeutic dose required from a pharmaceutical drug. So when we talk about we want to blend Eastern and Western medicine, and we get like really excited about that, it's because you can have a child with severe ADHD go from needing 5, 10, 15 milligrams of Adderall or more, and bring that down to 5 or 2.5 milligrams if the diet and digestive tract and nervous system and sleep quality and neurotoxicity, all these things are addressed. It just massively lowers the therapeutic dose needed to have a strong effect in this person's life, which is really where we think is the most exciting part, because we've said it 100 times, we're not anti-medical use, but if you can just imagine how much more effective these things are going to work when we help restore the body and then bring in medication as needed. So
Isn't it exciting to learn all this?
yeah,
And put all this together, like, oh my gosh, that's why I eat a salad every day. Oh my gosh, that's why I'm supposed to eat my vegetables, right?
Yeah.
Because I can actually regrow my microbiome, and that's why I need my appendix, right?
just
It's
yeah,
so
just
fun
the need
to
that
put it all together.
that would be such a cool study too for us to look at. It's like what does what does the amount of any medication needed, like what does that drop to when these holistic things are
Well,
taken
we're
care
doing
of?
that big study through our school, so you might as well add that to it.
Yeah. So I'm not actually going to get much more into microbiome labs in the interest of time.
Well, I do want to talk about a couple things. So we should talk about their kit, but I want to talk about what to do after H. pylori, after antibiotics. These are
Right,
Really important products, you guys. I don't want to cut out these products because we focused on
I mean,
that.
I can. Oh, okay.
I want to do a
can.
full thing on microbiome labs. We can always cut.
Okay.
And then we can do more this week.
Okay, cool.
But these are important.
So I'm gonna keep going then. The Megaspore biotic that I was talking about for adults, the kid version, if you want it in the form of a gummy, they do have gummies of the Megaspore biotic. So
I'm gonna open it and pass it to go, because we want to have one open for the kids here anyway, so.
cool. So that's one way to get it in there. Restore Flora. This is
Great.
what can be taken to help the body before and after antibiotic use. So you could take this before, during, and after antibiotics to help restore the gut microbiome. A single round of antibiotics can reduce the gut microbiome up to 30% for 9 to 12 months. So this just massively speeds that process up. I wish that every time an antibiotic was prescribed in this country, it was also prescribed with Restore Flora. Okay, that would just be the best case scenario of integrative medicine, I think, to help restore that gut microbiome
Will you grab
after
Iodine?
antibiotic use.
Will you grab Phytospore?
So that is one of those products. I'm gonna get into megamucosa and IgG really quick.
Definitely do those.
Okay. I know we're getting kind of heavy on microbiome labs right now, but we'll
We
So
have to,
important.
this is why.
So important, you guys.
Incredible
Mi-
product line.
Microbiome health is so important. I will say this. All roads to health, good or bad, go through the gut.
Mm.
100%.
And when you fix this, you need less of everything else in
Yeah.
the store.
that's
100%,
very true. That's
100%.
very true.
You need less of everything.
So important.
So has anyone looked at what a rupturing like parasite, bacteria, or cell filled with viruses looks like under a microscope? So when you kill off pathogenic organisms, bacteria, parasites, and cells that are infiltrated with viruses, if you look at that under a microscope, like the best case scenario is that an immune cell comes and just deactivates it or gobbles it up completely. That doesn't always happen. Sometimes the immune cell kills the cell that had the viruses in it or kills the parasite, and that cell membrane ruptures, and like thousands of microparticles, if not millions of microparticles, are released into the extracellular environment. It's very freaky actually to see under a microscope. So why would someone want to take IgG or megamucosa with their die-off regimen? to kill off the pathogenic organisms. This is just like flooding your gut with immune cells and like agents that can bind to all that cellular waste and those endotoxins that come from the die-off of those like cells rupturing and the parasites dying off, the bacteria dying off. It's creating this like almost overwhelming level of die-off in the gut sometimes that can almost induce flu-like symptoms in people. I've had people go on nothing more than like 1 or 2 capsules of HU58 and get the flu because the die-off from the unhelpful pathogens in their gut that came from these good antibiotics just totally put their immune system into overdrive. So in instances like that, you really want to up it on something like IgG. So IgGs are your immunoglobulins, which are your antibodies. Antibodies work 1 of 2 ways to deactivate a pathogen or an endotoxin in the body. They will attach to it and just deactivate it, or they will well, actually that's how antibodies work. They'll either deactivate it or they'll send off a flare to tell a larger immune cell to come gobble it up. They'll send off a flare to tell a macrophage to come eat it. Okay, so those are 2 different ways that antibodies work. So are you okay?
You mean our bodies like flag our bugs and
Yeah.
our bugs in our gut can like flag other bad bugs and tell our body, hey, we got to clean this up over here. We got to mess up here.
So the antibodies will attach to the bugs and send a flare to tell the larger immune cells to come in and eat it. And
They commit
Yeah.
self-suicide.
Yeah,
They literally,
Man, we got kamikazes in the gut.
we got
Yeah. So IgGs, you know, again, the serving size says 4 capsules. You might have someone on 6 or 8 capsules minimum while they're doing a die-off regimen.
That does
Um,
medical grade food.
Yeah, mega mucosa is IgG with some other added ingredients. It has some amino acids in here, couple flavonoids. So it's just slightly less IgGs. This is pure IgG. This is IgG plus a few other things. But these are great to be taken to help assist someone while they're detoxifying from something and killing off those organisms. Is this making sense so far? Why you would want these? So a lot of people will get started on HU58 with IgG before they even get into Megaspore biotic and the prebiotic fiber and everything else, because they're just trying to kill off some of the unhelpful guys and make sure that the unhelpful guys get gobbled up while they're dying.
And some of that's included in the kit, right?
Yeah, definitely. So mega mucosa, this is the capsule form. I love the powder form. It has kiwi in it and starfruit extract, so it's a little bitter. It probably has
Which is
acai
good.
too. Yeah, but it is so good, you guys. Like, it's delicious. I'm obsessed with it. So there's a powder form in the back. I actually buy the powder and I just like have that as one of my drinks. I don't know if I drink it every day, but probably every few days. And yeah, it's delicious. But you can get everything just in caps if you prefer caps over powders. But if you're gonna do a kit that has mega sporobiotic, mega prebiotic, and mega mucosa, I've already talked about all 3 of those, then you can get a powder version of that if you like powders more. I prefer powders over capsules, but some people like capsules.
We do, we prefer powders.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, they do work the same. The only reason why some like doctors prefer powder form for their clients is because they're already eating so many other capsules. They're just trying to limit the amount of cellulose and like capsules in their gut. Gelatin, exactly. They're trying to minimize the
But
gelatin.
Why I like the powders is because because taste is part of your digestion. And so if you taste something that's bitter, you have digestive enzymes triggering that you will not have triggering when it goes right to the gut. So when you smell and when you taste, you have much better digestion. You're going to smell these. They smell amazing. And you taste it and we have the bitters and now we have digestive juices flowing that will not flow if you take the capsules and it goes right to the gut. The capsules still work. People don't all love powders, but that's why I prefer to sell the powders to people. And we prefer powders here for our clients. Tinctures and powders you're tasting.
Yeah.
That's going to trigger more chemicals in the body than just swallowing capsules.
In Chinese medicine, they don't encapsulate, they make tea pills, which are tiny little balls of your herbs put together. And they're actually designed for you to taste, so that when you do put them in your mouth, your body does say, oh, I do need these enzymes to break down these herbs and stuff so that my body can assimilate them appropriately. Really, really incredible. Or we drink them as a tea so that you can smell them and you can taste them so that you get better absorption.
Mhm.
It's just the best digestion. Touching, tasting, smelling. Ah,
Get them all involved.
That's right.
We have 3 fantastic products here too from Microbiome Labs that are in support of people who have critical issues. So like I have Crohn's disease, and when I have a Crohn's flare up, I go on a low FODMAPs diet. FODMAPs are kind of carbohydrate that's really, really challenging for people like me to break down. And so we give you guys this stuff instead. This is a blend of enzymes that they found helpful with FODMAPs, and those kinds of things are like onions and garlic, which everybody cooks with because they make everything taste amazing. And you can't have those when you are on a low FODMAPs diet. And this makes that super duper possible because it helps break those things down.
Yeah, FODMAP is an acronym for all different types of carbohydrates. And so those are enzymes that help to break down those complex carbohydrates, to help decrease like bloating and other symptoms.
Again, another for wheat rescue for people who have problems digesting gluten, digesting wheat. This guy right here, it's got your HU58 in it, like Amy was talking about earlier. It's also got a Bacillus coagulans and a Saccharomyces boulardii. Saccharomyces is actually a yeast, which helps tremendously in the colonization of the gut for digesting certain sorts of Saccharomyces is yeast, so it helps in assimilation of some stuff that you can't get through normotypical bacteria. So
So word is there.
the word is there. It'll come to me in a second when I don't need it.
You
Wheat,
said with gluten.
so this is
Yeah.
wheat,
Yes.
wheat and rescue. Yeah, so like, you know, I said I'm on that glutathione thing. I would be on this if I wasn't on that.
Right. And this is MegaGuard, which is this is just nature's stomach support. It's a deglycerinated licorice and artichoke and ginger root. Really, really great product.
When would you use that?
Together.
Is that
Oh,
the
I use that-
acyloride
no.
one? No.
DGL.
DGL.
So DG, like any kind of DGL. So if you just have stomach ache, you just feel upset, you just feel like, oh my gosh, I might want to throw up. DGL is something we've been recommending for years. So,
If you're sensitive stomach, this is gonna help.
and then we want you to talk about
Phytospore. Okay, so this is actually, so we have a very small pet department in our store. And this is the number 1 product here in our pet department. This has Moisture Max, defatted grass-fed beef liver extract, HU58, Bacillus lycophorinus, Pediococcus acidicipia 5051, and it has over 4 billion culture forming units of that. It actually helps with metabolization of pet foods, so that your pets can get all the beneficial nutrition from the kibble that they can get. It's good
Is there
stuff.
actual benefit?
It is if it gets broken down the right way.
I think it's broken down, that's right. Okay, we have a couple more things with digestion. We're gonna talk about SIBO in a few minutes. We're gonna cover cancer, just like a couple things for cancer. And then we have an entire section on allergies, on,
Energy.
and your energy, getting sick, like the common cold, a couple things you can use for that. So we have a couple more sections to do. We'll do as many as we can. I don't know, we're out of time.
Are we? Oh, wow.
Where are we on time?
Look at
40.
Okay, good. So we're doing good. Thank you for that. Okay, so we're gonna run into SIBO. So small intestinal bacteria overgrowth. This is so you have a small intestine and you have a colon. So when you eat, your food comes down your esophagus, ends up in your stomach, it churns, it goes into the small intestine, and then it comes over and it ends up at your ileocecal valve, which is right here. Your ileocecal valve opens and closes throughout the day. When you eat, it's gonna open and allow all the food to process from the small intestine into the colon, which ascends, transverses, descends, and exits. So small intestine and colon. This ileocecal valve, if it stays open, then we have bacteria from our colon that's going to come into the small intestine, and it doesn't belong there. So the bacteria in the colon, you have thousands of species of bacteria, is supposed to stay in the colon. But when that ileocecal valve is open, it's like, smells good in there. Not really, I mean, we wouldn't think it smells good, but they are excited. That bacteria is like, there's food in there and I want it. And so the bacteria just creeps in the small intestine and it's like, yum, this is heaven, right? And you sit at the computer or you sit in the car, you don't really exercise. And so the ileocecal valve's like, oh, bad. And all day long. And so they're just like running on a highway between the colon and the small intestine, right? Well, inside that small intestine is all this fiber, and bacteria thrives on fiber. You've been hearing us chat about fiber, right? Different fibers, all your prebiotics. And so this bacteria is eating all this fiber and it's off-gassing. So it's creating all this gas, right? So now we're getting a small intestinal bacteria overgrowth, and we have all this gas forming in our small intestine. So when we eat a carbohydrate, then all of a sudden we start getting bloated, right? Now that can lead to methane overgrowth because there's archaea in your body, and that archaea actually live off of the gas that the bacteria make, and then the archaea release methane. So now you have a methanogen overgrowth. That's exciting. So, so in order to stop this cycle, number one, exercise, start getting up, moving the body, dry skin brush, exercise, however you want to do that. So you can get this ileocecal valve closing. You can do ileocecal valve massage, which we can teach you, but then this trumps for small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. These are two products from a company called Metagenics, Candibactin AR and Candibactin BR. These are basically an essential oil blend, but these products are amazing at killing off small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. So these are two products we carry and we sell for people who are dealing with bacteria issues. I mean, we're going to use other products as well, but to at least get that under control, we're going to look at Candibactin AR and Candibactin BR. Now, mind you, there's an entire diet that goes with SIBO. You can find that in the Human Body Master Guide. We're not going to talk about that right now, because while you're killing off that bacteria, you don't want to be feeding it. So you aren't eating carbohydrates. You're not eating fruit. You're not eating things that are going to feed those bacterial lines. We also want to talk about acid reflux. There's a couple things you'll probably hear us talk about quite a bit is HCl. So hydrochloric acid in the stomach is secreted depending on what you're eating. So if you're eating food that needs a lot of hydrochloric acid, but your stomach's not making enough, then you're not going to have enough acid in the stomach, and then you'll get acid reflux. Acid reflux is not because you have too much acid in the stomach. It's exactly opposite. It's because you don't have enough acid in the stomach. So HCl is a product we recommend. This is actually by far our favorite because it's also an enzymatic blend that we have from US Enzymes, but this is your basic HCl. And so you can take an HCl supplement while you're eating. You might take one, you might take two, you might take three of them. You'll take HCl until you get a burning in the stomach, and then you know you have enough. Now you have hydrochloric acid. And now the food will come into the duodenum instead of coming up the esophageal sphincter. And so that's something that we talk about. So we have both of those HCLs here as well. And I want to wrap up with the enzymes there, if you don't mind. That would be great.
All are surprised.
You guys are doing great. Awesome. All of them are.
Yeah, these are all brothers.
Glutathione, that's the one that I'm on to specifically help with gluten, but honestly, it's like mostly protease enzymes. You guys should see the breakdown of enzymes in these things. It's awesome. Some of these enzymes will get denatured in the stomach acid. Amylase enzymes, which break down carbohydrates, are the most likely to become denatured. Protease enzymes usually get stronger in the presence of stomach acid. So protease is always going to be like your highest amount of acid of enzymes in an enzyme blend. But yeah, enzyme that's like specifically for gluten. And then the Digestion, there's two different Digestion options, along with the TheraPro, which is another digestive enzyme blend that needs to be refrigerated for some other special ingredient that I don't remember off the top of my head. But Digestion, again, phenomenal enzymes to help improve the amount of food people are breaking down. As people age, their body gets less efficient at making enzymes. Almost everything in metabolism will gradually start to slow down after, not everyone would agree with this actually, but the more people slow down, the more their metabolism slows down. Let me put it that way. Okay. So I'm not going to say that there's a doomsday age you're going to hit, 70 or whatever age where things start to slow down, but some biological processes will actually just start to slow down. But how active you are has a lot to do with that. The point is, if we just put people in nursing homes on digestive enzymes and improve their food quality and help them move their body and do Tai Chi every day, I would be really happy. I know that's a big ask. That's a big ask, okay? But a lot of elderly are not breaking down their food. They're not. So enzyme blends can be very helpful as people age. But honestly, at any age group, enzymes are going to help break things down. Does that work? It was perfect. Okay, that's great. So digestion, that was a great session on digestion. I'm going to talk about a couple of my favorite products for the C word because they work incredibly. And so I'm going to talk about those. We're going to talk about mushrooms, and then it'll be right around 3 p.m. But and we'll address that when that happens. So
I want to talk about capsule tea. I actually know the doctors that formulated capsule tea. They both they worked at the University of Peru. They developed capsule tea as a form of stopping the ENOX2 protein receptor site, which is found on all cancer cells in humans and animals. So every cancer cell has an ENOX2 protein receptor site. And what Dr. Murray found is if you can block the ENOX2 protein receptor site on the cancer cell, it will stop it from growing. So you can stop a cancer cell from growing, he discovered, using this particular blend. This particular blend comes from capsicum and a green tea extract. And it's a specific formula. It's like 16 cups of green tea extract without obviously the caffeine, to a specific form of capsicum. So he actually developed this product and was using it in cancer research with phenomenal success. Some of the studies were at 97.6% successful against stage 1 and stage 2 cancers. I'm sorry? So this is capsule tea. And so he was using
What's
this,
the name of the doctor she asked?
Dr. Murray and his wife. He's passed away now, but so he developed the capsule tea product. He also is the one who developed the Oncoblot test. The Oncoblot test is a test for cancer where you would take the blood out of anyone, you'd spin it for 72 hours, and every single cancer has a molecular weight and a specific pH. So he was able to discover that, oh, prostate cancer weighs this much and has this pH. Breast cancer weighs this much and has this specific pH, right? So he was able to do that. And so you would have 100% accurate diagnosis by doing an Oncoblot test. Of course, this is not available to you in America anymore, but capsule tea is. And so this product is available through practitioners only. It is $150 a bottle. It is against the law to sell it for less than that. And this is the one I mentioned earlier when we started this class, that you have to remember the health world is making a lot of money right now. And so how are those people doing that? Because they're taking products like this. Some people will take these products, get the exact same container, duplicate the entire label, and fill your product with something completely other than capsule tea and send it to you from a different country. And now they're selling it for $136 or $142 or what. No, that's all against the law. There have been people who paid $150 for their bottles and have it sent to their home and if they send it to me because they're like, Karen, it looks different, or I don't think I'm having the same effect anymore because this is a 6-month protocol, and they'll send it and it's not even capsule tea. Now, how capsule tea works is you take this product every 4 hours. Every 4 hours for 6 months, because what Dr. Murray and his team found was that as this product blocks the ENOX2 protein receptor site, it takes 72 hours for that cancer cell to die. It goes into apoptosis. And so if you stay on a capsule tea protocol for 6 months, they found, wow, we've been able to reduce this cancer. And the studies that they did was this high 90s% rate on stage 1 and stage 2. And when I called the manufacturer, who's also a dear friend of mine, he was like, Karen, we've now found it's 45% for stage 3 and stage 4 without making any other changes. So can you imagine, by changing your diet, using the hyperbaric chamber, drinking carrot juice, whatever you want to do? I have 72 different ways of helping to reverse C, the C word, has been very successful. And so this is a product that we do now. Because I know the manufacturer really well, and they all love me, I have to sell this for $150 a bottle. I give one away for free if you buy 5. They never said I couldn't give it away. So a 6-month protocol now became $150 less expensive because I don't care and I don't need all that. So that is why I've sold capsule tea with tremendous success. The stories I have are amazing. And I actually had a dear friend recently who had been diagnosed with a breast cancer and just did all her things that her doctors had told her to, and and she got tested again and the cancer was still there and got tested. And then she's like, okay, I'll try it, the last resort. I probably should name this place the last resort instead of ZuZu's Energy. But anyhow, and she took it for 6 months, did her cancer test. She's like, it's gone. Like, look at my numbers. And I was like, I know. She was so surprised and I simply wasn't, but it was really exciting to be part of that. I've had medical doctors use this for their clients and had some really great, and for their family members, I should say, for their family members, and had some great success. Along with that, I do want to mention Essiac tea. This is called Angel tea, but this is the Essiac formula that was originated And it was in Canada. And so this formula, what was being used in hospitals by a nurse actually had come up with this formula using different herbs, and it was stopping cancer. And it actually went up to be the 4th treatment for cancer in Canada. And anyhow, so it was really fascinating, but you couldn't, this isn't a pharmaceutical, so it didn't pass. But you can be drinking this now. I will say capsule tea and SDAC tea are also incredible for inflammation. And so when you have like, there are certain types of the C word that you don't want inflammation, particularly the brain or spinal issues. And so anti-inflammatories are huge. So making sure we're grounding on the grounding mats and taking anti-inflammatories, very incredible. But this is actually a very, very strong, one of the strongest anti-inflammatories we've seen. It is sold outside of the United States drastically more than inside, because the freedom of speech is not limited outside of the country like it is here in America. Anyhow, so those are 2 formulas that I love. If you've read my book and my cancer section, I talk extensively about medicinal mushrooms as well for cancer. And so for the C word, whoops, saw that, leave that out. Anyhow, and so Christopher's going to talk about mushrooms. He came in the store when he started working with us. He's like, let me look at these mushroom blends. He's a clinical herbalist, and so he's like, okay, well, we'll just see what this is all about. He was like a little kid jumping up and down. He's like, guess what? So you tell him all the excitement about these mushrooms over here.
So this actually got me really, really interested in Pure Essence Labs, and I'm a huge fan of their product. And those are the ones I was talking about earlier that are all like actually ancient Chinese formulas that they've taken, brought modern right to the shelf here. Really, really powerful medicine. So what's so cool about their mushroom product, and when I tell you guys that there is not another mushroom product that's as good as this on the market, there's not. These are all fruiting body extracts here. This is 100% mushroom fruiting body. So you're getting 100% of the medicinal portion of the mushroom. You're not getting mycelium. So when you're looking at mushroom products and you're considering a product to take, anytime you see on a product mycelium as part of the formulation, what you're getting there is 60% of the growing substrate that the mushrooms were grown on. Typically speaking, it's rice or birdseed. Okay, so 60% of those supplements is actually rice and birdseed that you're getting, which is not terrible for you, but also not what you're buying, not what you're after. We have 5 different mushroom complexes here. This is Microbiome, and this is going to go right up here with the C section. Okay, this has all of the mushroom complexes in it, and it's you see the 4x on here. This is 4 times concentrated, so you've got so much bioavailable compounds from the mushrooms all the way to the beta glucans here in these products. So Microbiome is going to be an overall bolster the immune system, really get down and get in there and really support the immune system from an adaptogenic perspective. And some of these other mushrooms are nootropics. And we're going to talk about nootropics here in a second. We have a maitake blend. This is also called Head of the Woods. And we don't carry a 4X in this particular mushroom because you just don't need it, because this is so strong as it is. This is all you need. And this is super duper great for immune health, health overall in general. Reishi is a mushroom that I know a lot about from Chinese medicine. It's also called the Longzhi, or the immortal's mushroom. So this is associated with vitality, long life, and also immune boosting support. And we have my last 2 favorites, and this is particularly nootropic in its effects, is the lion's mane mushroom, which is actually a tooth fungus, and it does look like lion's mane. Have you guys ever had lion's mane mushrooms? And they also kind of taste like seafood. So if you're into seafood and you don't eat it anymore because you've discovered crustaceans are terrible for you, this is a good substitute, and they taste great, and they smell just like them when you're cooking them. Lion's mane is incredibly powerful at boosting your brain power. It helps support your memory functions. It helps you concentrate. It helps really lean down your focus. It's really powerful substance. And this guy here, this is Cordyceps militaris. This is the zombie fungus. You guys know anything about the zombie fungus out there? So Cordyceps actually, as a spore, will infiltrate a bug, either a caterpillar usually, or an ant. There's a number of them. It infiltrates the bug, and then the bug becomes possessed by the critter. This fungus then will start to grow, and as it grows, it's sending enzymatic signals to the brain of the insect that it needs to go high. And the ants will climb and the caterpillar will climb and it'll climb, it'll climb, it'll get to the highest point that it'll get, and it will separate itself from the colony. So the ant's doing its best to get as far away from the colony as possible. The caterpillar is trying to get as far away from where the other caterpillars are. And as it goes up, and then the mushroom starts to fruit and it grows right out the top of its head, where it then produces its fruiting body, the actual body of the mushroom, and releases spores out over the colony of insects that's below it. It's a really, really incredible thing. So while it does wipe out insects, this is an incredible energy producer.
And incredible for C.
Incredible for cancer.
Incredible.
Incredible.
And it's been
for
used all over the world. Like for C in labs, they've done so much research on using medicinal mushrooms for C, and I wish we could bring it all here. It's just what we have in this form.
This is,
We
you
just
guys,
can't, we
these
just
are,
can't show you the studies.
these are
But they're there.
these are the best, the mushrooms that money can buy right here. And cordyceps is not only known as a driver for immune health. Excuse me, it's also a major driver for metabolism. So if you're looking for a good caffeine-free way to drive your energy up, throw some of this in your smoothie in the morning, and you are looking at a zippy day.
Wow.
Incredibly powerful medicine right here, guys.
Yeah, I didn't grow up, I mean, we would eat mushrooms.
Yeah, reishi was in your morning drinks.
Yeah, we did some superfoody mushroom blends, but where I gained my respect for mushrooms as medicine is actually when I was living in Taiwan, a small island off the coast of China, a sovereign nation. And it's giving a little plug to Taiwan. Stay strong, Taiwan. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, but they have like mushroom shops there. Like we would have a pharmacy, and like you go in and like, do you want to stir fry your mushrooms or do you want mushrooms for cancer? Because we have them all here and we have just so many mushrooms. What kind of mushroom do you want? And it's like a whole shop of just mushrooms. And like quite literally, it's like, are you making dinner or are you curing an incurable disease? Because those are on two different aisles. And it's just mushrooms. And I was like, I did not know there were so many uses for mushrooms. And I tried mushroom tea and mushroom foods and mushroom extracts and just so many mushrooms. So yeah, in Asia it's much more popularly used as medicine and as food. I had quite a lot lion's mane for dinner. It's phenomenal.
Delightful.
Yeah, it's
Really,
very
really
chunky.
tasty.
We have quite a few mushrooms growing on the 69 acres here. And when I first moved here and when our herbalists came, they're like climbing up trees, chopping down mushrooms, grabbing wild onions, and we were eating meals right from our trees, you know, because it
My
was
favorite
right
mushroom
there.
grows in the tree that's directly situated
one
out
right
in
out
front of our
here.
shop. It's my favorite mushroom. It's a tremella mushroom, and they are delicious. Everybody likes my mushroom salad. I make it here.
So lily fields is a little strange because we climb our trees and we harvest mushrooms, you know, it's okay.
I do need to correct myself on a product that we missed earlier. Betazyme is a US enzyme blend that we have. It's in the blue bottle. It looks a lot like the HCl zyme, but that is actually being used in Asia currently as an over-the-counter remedy for all things broncholytic. So they're using that to treat COPD.
Oh,
They're using it to treat
The
any
Betazyme.
sort of Betazyme. It actually breaks down all the mucus in the body.
Wow.
Really
So
targeted
in
at the lung.
instead of the musogenics and
Yeah,
all that.
you don't need any
we
mucinex
could do
anymore.
the-
You can actually use that to absolutely wipe
There
out
we go.
So if
mucus.
somebody's got a cough hanging on.
Yeah.
This is where you want to go.
Ooh, that is really good.
It
to know.
works really quickly, a couple doses of it, and the mucus is gone. It's really incredibly.
That is
powerful. It's
fantastic.
And it is a
You don't
systemic
say.
enzyme as well.
You
It's got
don't say.
all the enzymes in there.
it's incredible. So do they have lower dose and then the 4x because some people might only need the lower dose?
So we do, in particular with the cordyceps,
Yeah.
because cordyceps, when I tell you guys, you're gonna get some extra energy in there, and if you're not somebody
Needs
that takes stimulants.
Or
on
if
a
you're a
regular
larger
basis,
person.
Or if you're a
If
larger
you're a
person.
larger person, the 4x would be easier for you than if you're a smaller person, you don't, so it's a 4x, you're gonna get a lot more, you're looking at your body weight and
Yeah,
body
yeah,
mass. It's like Candex, when people, capital
It's-
T,
yeah.
when they take this, if they're a larger person, they may test for 2 every 4
Yeah.
hours, not just 1 for every 4 hours. And so that's.
That makes sense, because
another
when I
reason.
saw you bring in like the normal and then the 4x, I was like, why wouldn't everyone take the 4x?
Mm.
But I'm like,
Children.
I'm like so sensitive to mushrooms.
You'll, right, you might.
I'm
not
like,
need
wow,
that.
I would totally do better on the normal version.
You got to
than
try it, swear to God.
4x. Yeah, you should test me on it.
I know.
So
Yeah, there's a couple of them. Like we said, the maitake is one that we don't even bring the 4x in because you don't need that. Nobody needs that. It's really, really powerful by itself. But the cordyceps in particular, you really, really, really want to mind your cordyceps because
Yeah.
it can be a little jarring if you
Yeah.
don't take stimulants sometimes and you're taking in your smoothie for the first time and you have too much and you're just like, I gotta go. It's a little jarring.
We love mushrooms so much that the original Lily Fields logo was some really cute mushrooms in the middle of like a circle thing as part of our circle logo. And for obvious reasons,
We changed it.
we were like, we are not a magic mushroom destination.
Yeah, we always people are like, oh, we're gonna do magic
So-
mushrooms. We're like,
We're like,
no.
no. So
You
that
know, so-
that had like a 1 week long existence when we first got here. People were like, how natural are they? And we were like, yeah,
That's right. Yeah, no,
there
keep
will
your
be-
clothes on.
We don't have any cow pastures here, people, yet.
We hope you take a trip
Yeah.
here, but there will be no tripping once you get here.
That's right.
So,
Bring your
just
trip
we're
here.
being very clear. That's where the trip
If you
ends.
tripped, it was an accident.
Yeah.
We'll help
Well,
you
you
get
have
out.
to
It's also true.
You can take
Anyway,
the CBD at night before you go to bed,
There you
and then you
go.
won't know about it.
there you go. There you go.
So-
So,
Exactly.
not to say that I may never be part of the plan, but
That's right.
well, this was amazing.
This
This was fun. I personally think we can go ahead and end it, but I don't mind doing a few more, so we have them all recorded.
I mean, just a couple.
I would like to do some more, so we
The
can,
superfoods
we can
of
give,
this.
exactly, you can
So-
all leave,
Yeah,
whatever you
we
wanna
will-
do. We're gonna keep recording right now because we have a few more products we really do wanna talk about. Because they're so important, and the things we don't cover today, we will get together this week and we'll do like all true love skincare, you
Yes.
know, we'll do
Yeah.
a bunch of those.
Yeah.
So let's take, can we take a couple
Yeah,
questions?
you can
Yeah,
take
so
a couple questions.
We'll take some
a little
questions
break.
now,
Have
or
to
if you need to
my
run off
powder.
and go home. Thank you for coming today
Yeah,
for our
yeah.
total
fun
crash
to have a
course
studio
on
audience
our
out here.
holistic pharmacy, FARM.
Same here. Love having everybody on
Everyone
Zoom
online,
and Facebook,
thank you
2
for
Facebook
holding out.
lives. This is
We are
great.
going on 5 hours right now. Did you expect to spend 5 hours with us today?
What do you have to eat?
Oh, please grab some food. You're welcome to
Yes.
some of these keto bites.
Yeah, there's some
or
keto bites
anything
in
in the
there. Just
fridge.
grab whatever you want. There's some bars.
So we'll do Q&A here, and then we're gonna finish up with the last products.
Running out of this, and I'm told I need it, you not think it's.
Yes. Yeah. No, this is great. We'll bring that one in for sure. Just leave it up, leave it up with Tabitha. It'll be here by the end of the week. For sure.
Awesome comments, Felicia. Thank you.
Yeah.
Understand.
Oh, yeah, just take a
I don't
picture.
know if This is the best thing.
Yeah, we'll take a picture and then I'll chat with Christopher on that.
Do they do administer capsule tea via IVs?
Oh, okay, no, because you need to have it every 4 hours. That means you would be living with an IV hooked up your whole life. So it would take time to do that. They did come out with a sustained released version, but we don't recommend that. And they don't even recommend it. So they don't use that, but internationally and locally, this is it. And you can order this right on our website. To get the free one, you have to buy 5 and then you get one for free. You can order that on the website. You can call and let us know what you want. You can come in and pick it up. So it's been incredible. That's all I'm gonna say. It's been amazing. I'm gonna grab a few more items.
I'm
while everybody's
so
taking a break
enjoying this
here.
comment section. Thank you, everyone. Shout out to
Don't respond to Nate if he's not buying anything today, okay?
Mom, Nate's our biggest, like, he's answering everything for us right now,
He's
him
like,
and Felicia.
To buy anything until you
No,
outside.
he just, he said, but he's rest assuring other people it will be beautified shortly.
Be beautified. I promise we will make it look beautiful.
I was just giving you a hard time, Mom. All right, let me just see here.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, take a stretching break. We'll be back in just a minute. That is amazing. That bread is amazing. Sammy's gluten-free bakery, amazing. Yeah, those are all $4.50.
I do a few. All right, do you want to do allergies, honey? Because we have allergies, we have, like, if you're sick, we have a couple superfoods. You know, we have a couple more sections we just didn't get to, but I want to talk about titration because it's incredible. Oh, all the breads are in silver.
Yeah, Mom, some products, yeah, like olive
Yeah, let's just bring them all up. But grab a basket though, you make one of each.
Well, I probably got going like 30 minutes off.
Where you at? We make renovations for dinner.
Wait, what time is Mr.
I can stay on maybe 5:30. I figured to make this for 2 different places for 6:45 is the earliest time anywhere to do New Orleans and the Heritage.
Oh, okay, so we can go right here in Hopkinsville,
Yeah.
or we can go here.
I like more than 6:45.
I just need to come home and go to bed early enough. So, okay, so 6:45,
Yeah.
and then Karen can come to sleep, if your family understands.
Yeah.
Okay, and we'll, for 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock.
We won't keep you out.
At the 6, I don't have to take your time.
Okay. You're speaking, okay, that's understandable, you can be Lana's baby then. Lana, we're going out for dinner tonight up in Perry.
Oh,
We thought we'd spoil ourselves after getting all of the COVID. And since I'm starving you today by not giving you lunch, you know. I'll make up for it. Do you want something to eat? Do you want a bar or something?
Oh, yeah, no, it's not amazing.
I can see if we have, I don't know if we have any apples here. We can take them home right now if you want. We're just gonna cover a few more products. You're okay? Okay. Okay, yeah, take the bread, $4 a loaf, fill your freezer, because that's less than what we paid for it. My freezer broke during the outage, and so we can take them all now. Yeah, the freezer's not working, so all of it is, needs to get sold today in our freezer for the nutrient.
What's good if you have a gluten-free?
They have gluten-free bread. Yeah, and I think they might have one here, it says gluten, because it'll say gluten-free, and there's absolutely no gluten. If you're not
I just know
celiac-
that I have eczema if I eat certain things.
Yeah.
That I don't even know.
Which is good, Canada. Hopefully, we should ship to Canada. Don't know if we will. Hey, Maureen. I don't know how long you've been on, Maureen, but we're just gonna wrap up here with.
Hi,
How long have you been on?
I just joined for the 3 o'clock. Are you
Oh,
still
okay,
doing the
cool.
3 o'clock?
What's that?
Are you still doing it at 3 as well?
That probably was misrepresented in the email. As our cutoff time was somewhere between 1 and 3.
Oh, I
Um,
thought it said 1 to 3 and then 3 till whenever. Okay.
Okay, that was definitely a miscommunication. So sorry
Okay.
about that.
No
but-
worries.
Good news is the past 5 hours has been recorded, which might even be better than coming live because you can
Break it up.
pause- Yeah, break it up. We've been going back to back on like what we give for every disease. But anyway, it's been really fun. It's been super fun. So we just have a few more products to get through. And so we'll probably be going for another 30 minutes.
Cool. Awesome.
Anyway, great to see you.
Yep. Thanks.
I'm sorry, but you're good. Is it so fun having you here today?
I'm excited.
Darling, you know, I mean, I was a little boy.
I mean, not that little, but you did you hang out with my little boy. He's not little at all.
Hey, Mary, you got kids?
He's married, he doesn't have kids, he, we got out of Army, he came back for a little bit, and then we got to Colorado. He met a girl out there. I've met Roland I haven't seen Jordan since 2000. It's like old thing.
That being said, every part of the story, you're not telling it, and I know.
No, I don't understand it. I don't understand a lot of things. His relationship with God is like non-existent, so it's like, oh, I know that's part of it. And I understand it, but when because he used to be really like. And very hard, they worked in and stuff like that, so I know when he comes back, it's gonna be amazing. Because God's doing a lot of really he's actually farming up in Maine. So he's doing a lot of natural stuff too, and so I'm like, God is working in there, I can see it, but. Yeah, so.
Okay, Amy. All right, Mom. Are we ready? Yes.
Are we ready?
Do we need to like mix this up at all? Like musical chairs? Where are you feeling?
We could do.
Let's go ahead and put you in the main seat, Mom.
Me.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, going in the main. I'm okay.
That's not long. Wait.
Okay.
There's an almond cherry if you want some, Christopher. Oh, bring those up. Bring up anything in there.
You want to start with gold naturals or start with the?
I'll get rid of this.
Huh? Okay.
We'll do this and get rid of it.
Okay.
Okay, Christopher, we need you. My mouth, I'm chewing.
No, Felicia, the skin product was Enzyme by US Enzymes. SEAXYM.
So I put people on that and the microbiome lab for skin.
Together with Serene Skin. So she's already got her kids on Serene Skin.
Of course you do, Felicia. You're always together. That woman is together.
Yeah, she's not happy with it.
Man.
And you guys should scan it, and it's so you put our.
Well,
He's a magnet.
yeah, we can always start.
Got it? Okay.
I didn't grab the big box.
We'll go back for it.
I can go back.
Well, no, we can't check it. Something in my teeth.
Bad. Nope, you're good. It's a little bit on the bottom, but it's not noticeable. Right.
Okay, and then we'll start with gold naturals. Is there anybody who's been on there all day? Or are they coming and going? It's been a long day. It's like your whole Saturday. A whole Saturday, our studio audience.
I have no electricity, bro, so.
You have no
You
electricity.
still
at
don't
home.
have electricity?
Oh,
Well, I might now, but I didn't.
I know, with the
wow.
storms going out, it's been pretty serious here.
Eric's my brother.
Eric, okay.
He
I
texted.
don't know who exactly this is, except for he's flew fields, and I don't think he's in person.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. No, he's real.
yeah.
They are best friends.
Okay, we good, Chris?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're totally good.
Melissa Doll.
Wait till they seated.
We will.
There we go.
They look like games.
Yeah.
A game box.
All right, I'll just go ahead and start talking here. And guys, wait, no, okay.
Good.
Okay, guys. All right, welcome to the final section for today. And we've been going strong, started off with vitamins and minerals. Then we moved right along into, what did we talk about after
Women's
that?
health, men's health, every body
Diabetes,
system.
heart health, skin health,
Women
gut
issues.
health. We have covered so many topics
Prostates.
today, so great job on the pages of notes and for keeping up. So the agenda for the rest of the day, Karen's gonna go ahead and educate on some CBD products and just let you know, answer a few more questions that people have about the appropriate use of these products. And then we're going to get into immune system health, infection, and
Some bowel care.
bowel care and a few other products from the shelves that we just haven't covered yet. So Karen, you want to get us started?
You bet. Okay, so Christopher and I and Amy, we all care a lot about you, and we care a lot about us and our children and our future and our families and the environment and all that. And so looking for a CBD was really important to me because I've been speaking on cannabis for 2 decades and the importance of using CBDs in the body, and not just CBDs. The importance of understanding Delta 8, Delta 9, what these can do for the endocannabinoid system. And also like how it's grown. So a big thing is growing facilities. How is a CBD being grown? How is a THC being harvested? Are they adding a bunch of sugar to the grow the last 2 weeks so it weighs more? So you're spending more money on something, but now you are getting all this sugar in the cannabis plant. So we really wanted to find the best CBD product, and we really found one that we love. We love it. We love it. We love it. And it's called Gold Naturals. And I want to talk about titration because this is the only, I love this company for this reason as well. But they have a titration system where it gets a lower quantity of the THC and the CBD up to a higher level. And so I don't know if you want to talk a little bit. I know that you spent a lot more time on the phone with Jake because I was so busy getting the wellness center open, but do you want to talk about this a little bit as well?
So yeah, so the way that they set this particular portion of their system up was a way to like grade and figure out how best your body responds, what your dosage is. So this is like a dosage establishment kit. But I actually think that this was not the best pitch that they had for this, because while it is excellent for establishing your dose, you get 9 vials in this kit. You get 3 lights, 3 mediums, and 3 heavies on your strength. And so depending on which ailment you're looking at, whether you're looking at the stress kit or the muscle and joint kit for pain, or you're talking about the sleep kit, you get a bunch of different grades, a bunch of different cannabinoids, and a bunch of different dosages. But what this is actually better for than it is for establishing a dose is for waking up the endocannabinoid system. So in order for your endocannabinoid system to function properly, you got to wake it up. And the best way to do that is stepwise. So we start low and we go high, and you get your endocannabinoid system woke up, and you've got an idea of how your body is going to respond with the different titrations here established in this kit. And so you know, okay, so I know what it felt like when I was taking a high end. I know what it felt like when I was on a medium end. And I know what it felt like when I was taking a light end, and see where you fit in the spectrum. So you take a couple days worth of this and you figure out where you go, and you've woken up your endocannabinoid system. Everybody that's starting out with CBD should start out with this kit.
And it's interesting because, well, Karen, we're not going to really carry these anymore. And we're like, are you kidding? This is my favorite thing you have, because waking up the endocannabinoid system is so important. Many people go and buy a bunch of CBDs, and then they take a whole dropper full. They're gonna use like this much of it because their endocannabinoid system isn't even awake yet. It's been sleeping since they stopped nursing from their mother, and nothing has woken it up yet. We all have an endocannabinoid system, including you. And so you just haven't activated it. So by taking low doses of CBD, it helps to activate and awaken the endocannabinoid system. So for me, this should be the best seller that we have, because it wakes everything up. And then as soon as you know where you're at, then you can get into one of the tinctures that they have, and you can be using that for muscle and joint. And for those of you who maybe aren't as familiar with cannabis, there are different varieties of cannabis. And so they all are designed to do something different. They all literally are just grown in Mother Nature differently. Some will help more with muscle and joint. Some will help with stress. Some will help with more sleep. Depending on when you harvest it will you'll get a stronger and more potent THC level. So do you want to, Christopher, I love hearing you talk because you're a clinical herbalist and you can say all the big fancy words better than I can. But why don't you just explain a little bit about how they went about getting this, their levels, and then we'll tell you some neat things about the products.
So we've got a couple different cannabinoids that they've brought out here in their products. And so you're going to see CBD and CBN heavy in your stress. In your stress blend and your sleep blend, you're going to see CBD and CBN and THC at different levels. And then the muscle and joint is actually going to be even more different. We even have a topical here, which I can attest to. No scarring here, practically no scarring, using the CBD cream. Amazing stuff, you guys. But all of those different cannabinoids are brought out through the decarboxylation process. And so what we do is when we're looking at what cannabinoids we want to bring out, what we want to make prevalent in our concoction that we're working on, is the temperature at which and the length at which we use that temperature to break the carboxyl bonds that hold the cannabinoids together in the plant. So like if we're going to bring out THC, you're going to want to use a higher temperature for longer, like 200 degrees being the higher the end of the temperature, for 20 minutes or more to break the carboxyl bonds and actually release the cannabinoid from the plant so that it can be uptaken by the body. And we do that in fats because these are all fat soluble substances. So you're going to find that all of these are bound to a fat and then put into our product. And we've got everything ranging from gummies to tinctures to capsules and to
To
topicals.
salves. And interesting enough, if you have had your gallbladder removed and you know that you can't break down fats as well as people who still have gallbladders, this is why taking ox bile, taking cell salts, making sure that you have the best lipase enzymes to help break down the fats that are needed to make CBDs even accessible to the body, very important. And then you'll get so much more out of
100%.
taking your CBD. I want to mention something about the company that Amy and I really enjoyed working with them. We're like, hey, we love your product line. We love how you're harvesting, how you're growing, but we don't like the medium you're using for sweetening your gummies. And we worked with them for quite a few months. And they changed it. Like they literally completely changed their formula because we weren't going to carry their line unless they did. So the new formula is being released over the next 2 months. We bought a bunch of what they had because we know that they went ahead and changed that. But the gummies are extremely potent. And I just want to talk about that. Like how did they get so potent? Because they are so legal. All I know is that we went ahead and labeled them for adult use only. Do not take while driving equipment. Don't take while driving, because it will help you fall asleep and it will help you relax the body. If you get one of the stronger Delta products.
So what we do have here, and I'm just going to show these to you
Yeah.
guys here. So this is what they call the Entourage product. This is a Delta 9 product.
This is the 110 meg.
Yeah. So what we're looking at here is a Delta 9 THC, Delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol, but we've got it at the appropriate legal dosage here. So everything is so far as dosage and legality is concerned, is based on percentages. So the percentage that you have tetrahydrocannabinol versus the other cannabinoids that are inside the product depends on whether it's legal or not, because those cannabinoids balance out the psychoactive effects of the THC. And so everything that we're using here is balanced out at the 3% or lower, 0.3% or lower volume compared to the other cannabinoids here. And you'll see these particular gummies, these are called Entourage gummies. They feature the Entourage effect. So the Entourage effect is known in the CBD world, the hemp world, as the full spectrum effect, what you get when you bring all the cannabinoids together. And it can sometimes be, depending on your body, it can be a little psychoactive. It can be a little heavy. So we do absolutely 100% only sell these to adults. And we ask you to urge caution in your dosage. Make sure that you're just taking a nibble of your gummy before you start out. See what your dosage is, see how that feels, see how that works for you before you go on and expand it. Throwing the whole gummy in your mouth can be a little potent.
Yeah, like the stress gummies, the low potent stress gummies, they don't, they have nothing like that at all. But some of the higher doses ones, you just want to be careful of them. Take a half a gummy and go
Take
to
a half
sleep.
a gummy and go
Yeah.
to sleep. These are really incredibly powerful, really incredibly beneficial, and they do feature the Entourage effect.
That's it. I just wanted to mention a little bit of Gold Naturals.
Yeah, cool. So there's like different flavors that are designed for different effects. We have like
Cherry.
like relief,
Yep.
different, just like some are for stress, some are for headaches, some are for muscle relaxation. And they
Any of the Entourage gummies are definitely going to show hot on a drug test.
The other one.
we do carry some that are just
The stress line of products are going to be completely safe for you. I will say they do feature full spectrum hemp. So you will find minor doses of THC in those for the therapeutic effect, but I haven't seen anybody show hot for those. But I would definitely exercise caution if you have a drug test coming up
yeah.
on any of the CBD products.
I guess you never know if they do pop tests. I've never have been, but you never know.
Right.
And you may not know if it'll show up by then or not. I mean, that's the whole thing, is it's
Yeah.
very effective, but.
Yeah.
Okay, a couple of things I wanted to talk about that we didn't spend a lot of time on, and we can just do short segments on this, but one of them is going to be Happy Tummy. This is a blend of herbs that calms the tummy. So if you have someone who's like, my stomach always hurts, or they're going through chemotherapy, they have some kind of nausea issues, Happy Tummy is very relaxing to the tummy, as well as that DGL. And so those are two products that we would recommend that you have in case you have a tummy that is aching. We've used it with great success, even with my own daughter when she was dealing with dysautonomia. That was very relaxing for her stomach.
Cool. Very soothing.
Greek Island Labs makes natural colon. This is probably one of my favorite colon, one of my favorite colon products that we have. Again, a blend of organic herbs from the island, the Greek islands. And if you are looking to make sure that your bowels move, this is going to help your bowel move. So we recommend taking one, at night before you go to bed, every single night, maybe two. And so you start taking those at night, and really within days, you'll have these beautiful bowel movements. So this can be used to regulate the bowel movements, get them moving again. So it's a very fast acting. I don't know if you want to comment on any of the herbs in there. While you're looking at that, this is another product that we use. So the biggest thing with the colon is we want to get the colon to a place where the peristalsis is functioning on its own. A lot of people have really poor peristalsis function because of the motility, because of what they're eating, whatever it might be. And so using these products is important. Number one, you need to clean out the body. We need to get rid of all the stool that's, all these people are dying right now. I tell you, constipation, I swear, is one of the biggest killers of anybody over 50, right? Is constipation. They are in the hospital all the time, and they're not told that the constipation is killing them. All of the product that is the feces, the 10 to 35 pounds of feces, if not more, that is literally in the colon is killing them. And they're not being told you need to have 2 or 3 bowel movements a day, and it needs to be big and round, right? And so moving and cleaning out the colon with something like Greek Island Labs is wonderful. Did you want to talk about that at all?
Yeah, so this has got a really great enzyme blend in here for your digestive enzymes, which is, like we were talking about, really, really essential for things. And there's a couple different probiotics in here, Bacillus coagulans, which we know is exceptional for gut motility. And the chief herb in this formula is aloe vera leaf extract, actually. So we use actually aloe vera leaf in Chinese medicine to help promote peristalsis, but also to soothe the lining of the gut, and to help regrow the lining of the gut. Aloe vera is an amazingly powerful herb when it comes to gut health. It's a super superior ally, helps get things moving, and it also helps nourish, protect, and keep that gut from leaking. Really good stuff.
It's just been an incredible product. Now, lower bowel, I've been using lower bowel formula. There's a tincture and a capsule with my clients since 2008, and it's worked amazing. What lower bowel can be, how you would take lower bowel, and how I've recommended it in the past is if you aren't having good bowel movements, so 2 or 3 a day, just take 1 lower bowel in the morning and 1 at night. Do that for a couple nights, then take 2 in the morning and then 2 at night. Then take 3 in the morning and 3 at night, 4 in the, so you increase that until you're having 2 or 3 great bowel movements a day. So you might be taking 5 in the morning and 5 at night, or 7 in the morning and 7 at night. But once you start having those bowel movements, you maintain that. Make sure you're changing your diet so you have the healthy microbiome and all the things you hear from us. But then you can start titrating back away from that. Phenomenal results. I mean, we have had phenomenal results with lower bowel, and with people being able to get down to just taking 1 at night and 1 in the morning. And then some people just every couple of weeks they're taking it, by just getting that peristalsis, getting the bowels clean again and getting them moving again has been wonderful. So I definitely wanted to mention those.
You didn't grab quick colon.
Well, quick colon is an empty. So quick colon is, we want to empty the bowels right now. So quick colon will just empty the bowels. Quick colon 2 would actually take what's coming out of the bowels and make it thicker, make it form. So if you have people who have terrible diarrhea, well, then there's a product called Quick Colon 2, and that will help form the stool so it's easier to pass. Ideally, guys, we're going to talk about stool for a minute. You're having the 2 or 3, bowel movements a day. They're going to be nice and thick. And when you wipe yourself, there's nothing there. That is a good bowel movement. That is how we have our bowel movements here at Lily Fields, and is how we hope you all have them, because you aren't going to be horribly smelly. You'll wipe them, it'll be gone, and you can go on your day. I know that digestively I've eaten something wrong or done something when it's not beautiful like that. I'm like, oh my gosh, what did I do? Because it's supposed to be just nice and clean and you move on. So that's one mentioned. Yeah, the one wiper. You don't need much toilet paper, if really any, if you're living really clean. So
that's just natural mucosal lining that your colon will put around that matter before it is exported out of the body. You want to say something?
Well, if you have a lot of mucus, that's just another sign of candida overgrowth. So then you're releasing it because you're killing it off. So when you go through a candida die-off, you will be having a bowel movement and you'll have more mucus there, and just understand that's part of the die-off.
So lower bowel and quick colon, those are also really popular products that we sell here. You know how I was giving you our list of like top 5 products? You know, we put like Cannabis was definitely on the list. You know, some of these like iodine and some of these essential minerals were on the list. These colon ones by Dr. Christopher, those are definitely some of the most popular as far as bowel health goes, because a big cause of high blood pressure actually and heart issues is impacted colon. And we've had people come in who just are working on their blood pressure and they're like, I can't figure out what's going on with my blood pressure and my heart health, and I get this like heart pain, and they're describing all their symptoms and what they've all tried. And I'm just like, how often do you have bowel movements? And they're like, oh, don't talk to me about my gut. They're like, you know, every few days. And I'm like, okay, we gotta get that up. So you know, lower bowel and quick colon are 2 very supportive herbal blends that can help support someone while they're establishing healthy bowel movements again. And you can see almost an immediate drop in blood pressure after someone's bowel movements pick up in regularity.
That literally needs to be the first question you ask them. If they have
Yeah.
high blood pressure, you ask them, how often are you pooping?
Because you have to,
Period.
you have
just
to
have
you
to.
have to keep in mind, it's not just like the actual pressure of carrying around more material. It's that your body will start to reabsorb stuff into the bloodstream if it's not
blood in
leaving
the
the body. And so it's just a nasty case of thickening your blood by it not being able to leave the body properly. So you just gotta get it out. So
I'm so glad you brought that up.
yeah, it's a very practical fix that gets often overlooked.
Yeah. Take lower bowel to relieve your blood pressure.
I talked about,
You know, and they're like, what?
listen, you guys, lower bowel was such a large part of my childhood. I would give it to my friends for Christmas. And I know that is very weird. Like, it was almost like a running joke. So I wasn't like purely the weird kid, but like a little bit the weird kid. Because like my friends have all these health issues. I'm like, you guys just need lower bowels, seriously. So anyway, I don't do that anymore. I've like graduated in my social skills since then. I know some of them loved it. They're like, Amy, give me something useful. I'm like, I got you, lower bowel. Okay, done. So
Could've been
you want to
better,
talk
too.
about Pyloguard?
Does that make you a strange friend?
I did not do that a lot, you guys.
You're great friend.
Thank you.
Like
I
Lily,
would say that's a great friend.
Lily at age 9 gave her friend at her birthday party a head of cabbage. And her mother, who was a medical doctor, pulled it out. I also bought a pretty dress, but Lily really wanted to give her a head of cabbage because she said, Mom, every day at school, she wants to eat my cabbage because Lily always had cabbage for her tummy. And so her friend loved it. So I'm like, okay, we'll give her a head of cabbage. Well, I didn't know her mom was a medical doctor and that they'd be at this fancy, rich place for this birthday party. I'm like, oh, dear Lord, my daughter's giving her a head of cabbage. He pulls out a head of cabbage, you know, and she looks at Lily, and Lily's like, your daughter loves cabbage, you know, and I'm like, oh dear Lord, you know, anyhow, and the girl was more excited about the cabbage than anything else she got that day. So I guess my daughters are.
I love it.
We are.
I love it too.
Yeah, that's comforting. Thank you. Pyloguard, we forgot to mention this, phenomenal H. pylori, you know, to guard against that. So
And to reverse against it.
this is not L. reuteri.
What are you pouting about?
I'm not pouting.
That's vagina.
That's a pout.
L. reuteri is just taken front and center stage, but it is a specific strain, DSM 17648. Okay, if anyone's taking notes, but H. pylori supplement, everyone. Also,
Have you seen anybody ever make that face over after
L. reuteri.
right before? I mean,
I'm actually not
I
convinced it's the
recommend
normal.
that often, especially for people who can't have.
It's a
That's
it's
what bacteria is.
actually, you know what,
bacteria.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I actually don't think this is a normal L. reuteri. This is a Limosalica bacillus. I can't even pronounce it. Anyway, are we moving?
It's great for H. pylori.
Do
We're
you-
gonna do detox while you set those out.
You're
How's
gonna
that
do
sound?
detox first. Well, I'll just wait. Okay, are you gonna go?
I'm not gonna go.
I'm go.
I'm Santa
Okay,
Claus.
no, let's carry
Okay,
on.
so guys, let's talk a little bit about detox. So again, we're going to talk a little bit about Quicksilver Scientific and their amazing line of products. This is their push catch liver detox system. It's two components. It's a liposomal glutathione and what Dr. Chris Shade has termed liver sauce. It's an ancient Chinese formula to support the detoxification and actually push things out of the liver via the detox pathway. And it comes with a binder, the ultra binder right here. So the ultra binder is a blend of different binders. It's got charcoal and zeolite. And we take those 20, so you do the liver detox, you take the shot in the mouth, 30 to 90 seconds. And then 20 minutes after that, you take the binder, it binds it in the gut, everything that comes out, heavy metals, all of it are coming out with this stuff here, right here, you guys. Really, really, really powerful system. This is the basis of all of the detox protocols that I'm about to show you. Is this push catch right here. This is
So do they understand the push catch thing?
probably not.
Okay, I just have to explain real quick. He said this is a push catch thing. Have you guys ever heard that term? So in detoxification, like once again, what was that?
No, I'm just talking to myself.
We want to make sure things like actually successfully leave the body and don't get, I mentioned earlier, you have that cell that bursts open and all like the millions of little particles just get like dumped into your gut after that. That detox is not successful till that material leaves the body, or else because you can start a detox protocol where you're pulling all these heavy metals out and you're breaking up all these parasitic infections or mold overgrowth or whatever kind of overgrowth it is. That regimen could make someone more sick if it does not leave the body. So they even like before they get into these like heavier protocols, they're all about making sure things successfully leave the body. And so this push catch mechanism is like making sure that there's binders that are there to bind to the things that get freed up, and that your drainage pathways are open, your lymphatic system's moving, your colon's moving, so that as stuff gets released, it's actually successfully leaving the body. So that as it's like pulling toxins out of the liver, it's catching it and binding to it so it can successfully leave the body.
If you are ever doing a detox and you are constipated, you need to get unconstipated. That's why we recommend always having Greek Island labs there. So you can flush something out or quick colon one so that you don't get it bound in the body.
The more I've been learning about like detoxes from like actual world leading experts, it's like anyone's going to be on 6 months of prep before they do an actual detox. Remineralizing their body, healing their gut, healing from leaky gut. Imagine someone having leaky gut, guys, and then they jump into a heavy metal detox and all the stuff's being dumped into their gut, and they have leaky gut that's going into your bloodstream. It's like, don't do that. So it was a huge wake up call because everyone's talking about detox, parasite cleanse this, heavy metal detox that. There is a true order to this. Step 1, remineralize the body. Step 2, heal the gut. Make sure we're having regular bowel movements and we don't have leaky gut. Step 3, make sure like the rest of the body systems are like prepared for an actual intervention. And then you can move into something maybe around month 9. Obviously, those months are going to vary depending on the person. You could collapse or expand that timeline. But I've just learned so much about how important it is to prep for this kind of thing.
Thank you so much for explaining that mechanism better, Amy. Because that's really, really critical. Major part of this whole system is binding it the right way, making sure that it gets out. We push it, we catch it, we expel it. And you got to make sure your body systems are ready for a detox 100%, and most of us are not. So in continuing on with our detox systems here, this is as you might suspect, Quicksilver Scientific have they started their detox protocols and their liposomal delivery system by dealing with mercury specifically. They have a patented mercury test that is only unique to them. They're the only people that make it, and they're the only people that are able to give that test. And then they built this kit around that test, and this is their Merprotect kits for having mercury amalgams removed. So if you're going to have mercury amalgams removed, you really want to get into this kit here. Inside, you've got liposomal glutathione, which we have to keep in the refrigerator. And this is the glutathione complex, and then you have a product, a powder that's a binder. This is called Amalgaclear. This is gonna bind the mercury that's released in the body when you have that, you have your mercury amalgams removed. So I highly recommend if you're gonna have mercury amalgams removed, if you have mercury amalgams, you should have them removed. And I highly recommend that if you have them removed, that you do protect yourself by having some sort of a binding system like this one from Quicksilver, and we highly recommend Quicksilver's products.
Is there a license there that?
I do know that
There's some in
there's some in Atlanta, and I think that we will soon have one in Warner Robins.
Yeah, so biological dentistry, they're very, they use ozone therapy, they'll help with amalgam removals. We've got some people that will do amalgam removals in Warner Robins. I met with one dentist who does, but they don't guard it as strictly as we would want them to.
Right.
No matter how you're getting them removed, you are, even if you have mercury or amalgam in your mouth, you are being exposed to mercury every single day.
Every
It
single day.
never dissipates. We have proof on that. I've spoken on this forever. And so you are literally going to be exposed to mercury until you have those teeth removed. And then doing chelation therapy such as this is vital to making sure that that mercury doesn't land somewhere else in the body. So
Right.
excellent. Thank you, Christopher.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we have 2 more detox protocols from our favorites.
So this guy, this is the biggest kit that we have. This is the black box kit.
It's $1 million.
I'm not gonna open it up, but I thought it would be open and it's not. But what I will tell you is what's inside of it. In this kit, we have. This is a 4-week detox. This is the big guy. You have 3 vials of DIM, which is diethylmethane, 2 vials of glutathione complex, and you have pure PC, which is your phosphatidylcholine that's been deeply purified. It's a membrane stabilizer and rebuilder. Then we have Dr. Shade's Bitter X, which is a drainage remedy. It's a really concentrated form of liposomal delivery system, like everything else of bitters. Really, 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 really powerful. Then we have the Ultra Binder, which is the universal toxin binder, and some metabolic cofactors through the methyl B complex. And this comes with all of the complete protocol instructions right here in this box.
Amazing.
Sorry. And this is the
Pretox.
pre-tox system. So this has all of the other goodies in there that you guys want to have. It's got your, I think it's on the side. It's right there.
There you go.
We've got Dr. Shade's Bitter X, like in the other one. We have Kidney Care, Membrane Mend, Liposomal Vitamin C, and the Ultra Binder Sensitive Formula. So this is for people that are just breaking into detox. And this is a 2-week detox right here.
Wow.
And it's going to cover your liver and your kidneys and also help you rebuild and fix your membranes.
So this would be good prep.
This is great.
Yeah, this is great prep. I just had to reread the list. Cool. So that's exactly what I'm talking about. Remineralize, revitamize, get the liver open, get the colon open,
The kidneys, right?
get things flowing, and then, then you can get into the heavier lifting stuff.
And the formulas are actually the Chinese formulas that you use, like with the kidney blend and the liver blend, they actually protect while we're detoxing. So it helps protect your filter organs.
What's really neat is all of our students that graduate as holistic health educators or holistic health coaches or TNCs or HHPs, they actually need to know the detox order of your pathways. And and the number one thing is the bowels. We need to have the bowels open, and then we work up to the body and we do the kidneys. And so when you're detoxing, again, when you're looking at a detox protocol, and if you're going to use something different than the ones we recommend, make sure that your bowels are being cleansed first, and then the kidneys as you work up through the body. Anyhow, just very, very important to make sure that those protocols are followed properly. So fantastic. Now we do. So we offer the 7-day to 3-month stays here at Lily Fields Retreat. So you can come for wellness retreats where you eat all of our food. We get to meet with you. You get to do hyperbaric chamber, and you get to do the, acupuncture and different traditional kinds of medicines, AO scan, everything. We have PEMF beds, everything. Anyhow, and so when you're here, that is one thing that we are gonna encourage is that people do the pre-tox. They do some of the detoxing before they come, because we've had people come and they do wonderful. We've never had a bad experience, but that is something new for them. Oh my gosh, I'm having 2 bowel movements a day. It feels so good. Like, we would love for that to happen before they even get here. So then when they're actually jumping into all the equipment, that they're actually able to really feel incredible before they
get the full span of benefits.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Amazing. All right. Well, great work
Okay.
on the detox and
Wonderful,
pre-tox.
wonderful,
Love
wonderful.
it.
Yes, yes, yes.
Great. So we're on our final stretch, everyone.
Ooh,
And
stretch.
oh,
We're
wow.
stretching, we're stretching. Okay, for those of you who are watching this in segments, we've been doing this for 7 hours now. or 6
Five,
hours,
6,
5
5
5
hours, 6,
so.
I don't know where we're at.
Yep.
So everyone, welcome to my childhood. The rest of my childhood. So, we're going to talk about, I'm going to get into some things that help the body with infection and sickness specifically. And there's a couple things I want you to understand. There's 2 different ways that herbs work to help your body fight infection. One is that there are actual antimicrobial agents in the compounds that help kill off unhelpful pathogens. And when I say pathogen, that means bacteria, virus, parasite, or a fungi, or even mold would technically be included in that. So you have things like olive leaf extract, which is one of nature's most powerful antimicrobial agents. When I say antimicrobial, that is an umbrella term that's including an antibiotic, an antiviral, and an antiparasitic. Okay, so antimicrobial is like the broad term for all 3 of those, but olive leaf extract is an antibiotic, antiviral, and an antiparasitic agent. And antifungal, so antifungal. I can't believe I left that off the list. It's so antifungal. There are not like different herbs and different compounds will often sometimes specialize, like, oh, this is specifically good on fungus, this one's specifically good on viruses, this one's specifically good on viruses, and this one's really good on parasites. Olive leaf, generally speaking, hits almost all of them. And this was readily used in my household growing up. If we had, a viral outbreak or some type of infection, we did prefer the liquid form. So you can get this, it's minty. So this one is just olive leaf extract in, it's in glycerin, actually. I thought it was in olive oil, but anyway, you can just like squirt this under the tongue. They have sublingual ones, things you can spray in your mouth. You can also just take the capsules around, but olive leaf is a great thing to have in your family's first aid kit, generally speaking. And none of the claims I make are claims that you should take as a substitute for qualified medical advice. Okay, I'm just telling you what my family has done growing up.
Historically
speaking. Other things that we have used are herbal fighter and herbal defense. Now, this is where you get into the world of some of these things are antimicrobial agents, and other things are actually immune system agitators that like activate your immune system. It almost triggers an immune response. And yeah, he just mentions echinacea. So echinacea, and like, there's a few other, they'll come in and like irritate your immune cells so your immune cells like basically kick into gear. And by them kicking into gear, they end up attacking the infection that's at hand, right? Because remember, when it comes to the immune system, you don't want an overactive immune system, but you also don't want an underactive immune system. You want that like sweet level of immune system activation. So you need your immune system to be powerful and you need it to be accurate. So I'm mentioning this because there's some herbal formulas that someone who's experiencing an overactive immune system. What's an overactive immune system? Cytokine storms, certain autoimmune conditions. Those are both signs of overactivity. These herbal blends may not be the best fit for them because they will be stimulating an immune system that's already overstimulated. Okay. That said, if it's not one of those rare scenarios, we know people who swear by these products, swear by them, that these get them through cold and flu season without like a lick of symptoms, even when they're up face to face with sick people coughing on them. So herbal defense and herbal fighter, if we had someone from Herbally Grounded, they could probably tell you exactly what the difference between these 2 are.
But the defense is before you get sick.
Okay,
so
active infection.
there's more, there's more echinacea in there. So like what we recommend, like we have Kitty Immune, and that's to build up the immune system before your kids go out to like a museum or a zoo.
Yeah.
That's what Kitty Defense, that's what herbal defense is. So you take herbal defense 6 days on, 7th day off, always. 6 weeks on, 7th week off. 6 months on something, 7th month off. You always take the 7 off. God's rule. Anyhow, and so you want to look at taking herbal defense before you go on a cruise, before you're going to be around a lot of people at a wedding, before you're going to do something like that. So you build up the immunity of the body with that. Okay. And then, oh, you forgot to do the herbal defense because you were really too busy and because you were planning the whole wedding. Okay. So it was me. Anyhow, and then you get sick. Well, then you're like, you drink the herbal fighter. Okay. Because then you're like, okay, I'm sick. Boom, boom, boom. You take the herbal fighter, your vitamin C, your vitamin D, zinc, boom, right? You're better. So that's what the difference is.
Love that. That's a great, thank you.
You're
So
welcome.
these
You,
are,
she grew up literally, we all grew up using. it,
you,
so.
and actually we hadn't found herbally grounded at that point, but we used a different iterations of this. We would
Yeah,
either
yeah.
take straight echinacea or
My younger
straight
children
olive,
grew up with it here.
oregano oil. Your younger kids,
Yeah,
yeah.
I didn't have them
Your
very
younger
long.
kids did. You raised children for a very long time.
34 years.
That's a long time. So
nursed a
anyway,
lot of people.
you can get
I
these in
nursed for
capsules
16
or
years.
tincture form. Capsules, okay?
Nurse, you want a nurse?
Just to wrap up this immune system section, oh dear, I'm getting a little.
You all over the place over here.
Oh, we have another form of olive leaf besides just the
Okay, so
Why
when you're
it's-
dealing
yeah.
with a virus, a viral infection,
Yeah.
so olive leaf is always my go-to, because I have seen,
for viral.
oh my
yeah.
gosh, you can shingles, boom, gone, right? So don't tell me you can't get rid of shingles, so anyhow, because I can disagree with you on that. But this is what we do, olive leaf. So olive leaf tincture is different than an olive leaf extract. And so that is why olive leaf tincture, we're tincturing. And this tincture, they might need 4 dropperfuls a day, and then they're taking a teaspoon of olive leaf extract twice a day. And so that's why I've always tested people for both, and 99% of the time, especially if it's a big viral issue, it's gonna be they're taking both of them. Some people have taken it for 6 months, but we've had incredible results, especially with many, many viral instances, especially with shingles, by doing both olive leaf extract and then olive leaf tincture.
Wow, good to know. Thank you,
Oh,
ma'am.
you're welcome.
Thank you. That was great. There's another product I didn't pull up here. Redmond Farms, the same company who makes the Relight drink.
Mm.
They make a Relight that's specifically for immunity. And what that is it's their normal electrolyte blend. Because you've always heard like people who are sick and can't eat anything. People are like, well, at least drink Gatorade so you can get your electrolytes in. Have you guys heard that? Especially if people are vomiting. It actually is important to get minerals in. So they're not wrong in the premise of that suggestion. There's just much better alternatives. I said that like 100 times more politically correct than you would have said that.
Oh my gosh, if you look at Gatorade
Yeah,
when it
okay.
first came
Well,
out, it had
okay.
4 ingredients.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah.
now Gatorade has like 32 and
Yeah,
they're toxic.
yeah,
So like, yeah,
yeah.
and food coloring, come on.
Yeah.
Anyhow, so, okay.
Anyway, so Relight is a great source of minerals. And in the immune pack, in the immune version, they also ramp up the vitamin C and maybe even the vitamin D, which would be great. So that's not up here, but that's another thing I would keep in your family's first aid kit, because you've all bought those, or you've seen the little orange, immune C thing, the little orange packets.
Yeah.
This is a way better version of that.
Way.
Yeah. So
I want to say, I actually.
emergency, thank you.
Emergency. I used a whole box of that kit before the grand opening. I took on every single day because I'm like, I know that I'm not sleeping a lot.
Yep.
I'm on edge. I'm
Yep.
not eating what I normally eat. I know my immune system might be compromised because I'm working so much right now.
Yeah.
I took on every single day and didn't get sick.
Love
So
that.
it was definitely
Love
something
that.
I
So-
believed in.
You know,
Yeah. The
Yeah.
herbal defense and one of those. Oh
I'm
my
gonna
gosh. that'd
say,
be
I would
incredible.
check out the Relight.
Yeah,
with
and the herbal
immune-
defense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those are
I
great.
make my own elderberry syrup.
Yeah,
And I've got echinacea.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
awesome. Way to go. That's great. So, while we're talking about vitamin C, these are 2 sources we have here, a whole food vitamin C and another whole food vitamin C. They just source their vitamin C from different places. I'm not gonna read them all off, but Camu is a very popular
It is.
person here. It's honestly, these are both incredible forms of vitamin C. Another thing to have in your first aid kit, but also you can just take this. I also want to mention, guys, this is, I hope this isn't too tangential, but remember, your immune system is responsible for looking out for diseased tissue, but also just looking out for damaged tissue. Those are the 2 things your immune system is responsible for: diseased tissue and damaged tissue. Athletes love dosing with vitamin C. It improves your recovery big time because tissue damage that happens from high intensity training requires the immune system to come repair up all the damaged tissues and help regrow stronger tissues. So there's just a lot of research on dosing with vitamin C during high intensity levels of activity, huge for accelerating recovery and performance. So, and I'm also just going to mention that's another reason why you know, people who do extreme amounts of exercise, you can almost get flu-like symptoms because your immune system gets overburdened, really. So,
And the other thing with vitamin C, remember, it's a cofactor for iron.
Mm.
So a lot of people who are working
Really?
out, they need a lot more iron, they need a lot of heme production, so vitamin C will help with all that.
vitamin C is just a fabulous thing to take on a regular basis, and it's water soluble, so it is generally speaking hard to overdo.
That's right, which means you're gonna urinate it out every 2 hours.
Which is why instead
You
of
take
taking
it throughout the day.
exactly instead of taking one big dose in the morning,
Yeah.
ideally you would be taking it every 2 to 4 hours. 4 hours is going to be fine, 4 to 6 even, but
Vitamin C blocks the sugar receptors that cancer can grow through. So I've had clients get on high doses of vitamin C every 2 hours to help eliminate the C that they have going on in the body.
so that's interesting that like because vitamin C is definitely used as a therapeutic mechanism.
Mhm.
That whole blocking concept is interesting. I'm wondering like what blocks what
I
first.
do too.
Because sugar definitely blocks vitamin C from getting
Yep.
uptaken by white blood
Yep.
cells. And that's a big reason why, you know, if anyone starts to get a scratch on their throat, I'm like, do not touch sugar with a 6-foot pole.
Yeah.
Because it will, you know, one high dose of sugar can decrease your white blood cell count up to 6 hours because it inhibits the vitamin C from being uptaken by white blood cells. So it sounds like they
Yeah.
have a competitive.
Well, I was pointing to the vitamin C going,
Yeah.
if you eat sugar, you won't absorb vitamin C, which is why people get so sick during
Yeah.
Halloween.
Yeah.
They eat all this crap food, right? Gonna get me going on Halloween. Anyhow, they eat all this junk food and it's already cool, so their
Yeah.
bodies aren't warm, and then they aren't absorbing vitamin C
It's
because the sugar,
it must be
and then they're all sick.
It must be some kind of competitive advantage because you
Mhm,
mentioned
it is
that
100%.
helping on
Even
that can
for
help with
cancer.
it. Last thing I'll mention about
See-
antimicrobials is mold X.
Mm.
So for those of you who know someone who's been exposed to mold exposure, this is phenomenal. Wild oregano, pau de arco, chaga, sage, mullein, and singing nettle. Just a great supplement that can assist their body with processing the mold toxicity in their body. So we have an hour and 45-minute video in the Human Body Master Guide on recovering from mold toxicity. If you want to learn more about like a more comprehensive protocol, but this is a great product to assist with that.
Super.
Have you talked on lung and bronchial then?
Uh-uh.
Okay, so obviously when you have a mold issue, you want to clean the air. We have, I swear, one of the world's best air purifying systems here. We sell those. We'll give a discount over the next couple months because we want people to get those in their home. 99.9% gets rid of COVID in your home, period. Sorry, proven. I'm not making something up. It's incredible. We will show you an experiment when you come in person here of how quickly it gets rid of any kind of chemical in the air, but it's absolutely outstanding. So make sure you are addressing the air quality. We will sell those online. We'll get a discount to you on that. Anyhow, so we will be presenting on those because they're amazing. We'll do a different video on that.
Really fun.
But then you also want to strengthen the lungs. The lungs need to expectorate. They need to get rid of products. And so I think it's always interesting when people get sick and like, oh, try to cough suppressant, reduce the fever. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like I was the mother who's like, oh, you're sick? Let's increase the fever. Here's some garlic, here's some yarrow. Let's heat the body.
Some cayenne
Let's
pepper.
give you a fever. And I'm sure people are like, you're going to kill your kids. I'm like, no, I'm not going to get rid of this fever. The fever is going to burn it out. Fevers are amazing. No one's ever died from a fever, ever. You can look it up.
It's
People
not a
have, no, the fever is not a bug. The fever is a solution. People might die from the medication they take for the high fever, but you can reduce the fever very naturally using cold compresses on the back of the neck, on the ankles, on the wrists. If you get nervous, but I was like 104 was great. I got him to 104 and left him there, made sure we maintained it, but they were able to get rid of their illnesses very quickly. So I'm not a big fan of eliminating fevers. in most instances, I'm also not a fan of suppressing a cough when you want to get it out. We need to get that mucus out of the body. We need to strengthen the lungs so we can expectorate. I mean, if you're going to give a presentation, a cough suppressant is going to be very important, right? But if you're looking to get well quicker, we want to get the bugs out of the body, so that will work. And this is just a formula that will help strengthen the airways, strengthen the actual physical tissue of the lungs, so we can do that. We've got some more great products.
So,
down here.
this is lung and bronchial.
Lung and bronchial,
by
Dr. Christopher.
Dr. Christopher. Dr. Christopher does not come up with elaborate titles for his products.
No.
He is so straightforward with how he
Yeah.
titles his products. I
He
love
was.
it about that.
While we're on the topic of fevers, actually in Germany right now, and there's a couple of places in the United States that have come up with ways of inducing hyperthermic conditions that they are using to kill off very stubborn Lyme co-infections that we can't fix.
Really?
With
Thermotherapy.
antimicrobials. Thermotherapy is really
There's-
the way to get rid of the Lyme co-infections like Borrelia and
Right.
We should see what that does with the biomat, because we've been using thermotherapy since 2008, 2010 for the seed. And so, because that can't grow in a high heat environment. So you can do a sandwich with, not a sandwich, you don't eat it, but you lay on a biomat and then you put a biomat on top of you, a smaller one, and you can literally kill off you know what, by high heat intolerance. It's called thermotherapy. The book is Thermotherapy, the Fourth Treatment for Medical Refugees, written by medical doctors, not in America, of course, on how thermotherapy can kill off what is killing a lot of people
Cancer,
right now.
yeah.
Yeah, cancer.
So,
I keep saying the C because I'm like,
I
oh,
know,
great.
but
Are we gonna get kicked off of Facebook now for this?
I know. Oh, that's right. We're on Facebook.
Yeah, oh well, sorry, guys. If we're
If
gone, we're
this-
gone. Find us
If
on
this is
Telegram.
the last time our
Yeah, this is the time you
Facebook
last.
account is live,
We're sorry.
find us.
We love
on
you.
other platforms.
We'll be there, just not here because they don't want you to know things like
Yeah,
this.
we should stream this on another platform
We
next
probably
time.
should next
I'm
time.
realizing that.
Maybe we won't be on Facebook by tomorrow.
We might delete this video, actually. It's how you found us. Okay, well, I'm glad. Okay, this is good.
Well,
This
you
is
know,
good.
We'll see what happens. Let's
Yeah,
just delete this
yeah,
when we're done.
okay.
Okay.
Back to last note on that. Oh, of course, I just want to come in here with a disclaimer. Of course,
Yeah.
you know, take your child
To the medical
um,
doctor.
To the medical.
Yeah.
You don't want
Yeah.
it too high.
yeah. don't
What
wanna
what
be too
temperature
high
was
for fever.
what temperature was too high? You said 104.
I
you'd start
went
to cool
104
it,
for
and then-
me.
And then after that, you'd cool us down.
Yeah, I would cool you down at 104. But that's,
Okay.
again, this is up to you. You guys all have to make, we are not medical doctors. I'm just a comedian and I'm a minister, and this is for entertainment purposes only. So, well, I mean, we obviously won't be able to keep this on Facebook, but on our Zoom and everything else, we'll have that disclaimer on there. This is just experience. But I mean,
It is a very different
Just
approach to like
experience.
fevers and coughs than, you know, the traditional Western approach. So
yes.
so those are some great products for the lungs. And then we have an herbal blend here, also supporting the lungs, called
Yeah.
Breathe.
I bet Mullins.
And we have
prefer to
essential
that.
oils and.
It's actually yarrow flower.
Oh.
Followed by mullein, and then violet leaf and flower and fenugreek, wild cherry bark, turmeric, ginger, colt's foot, marshmallow, and Brigham tea. So just another
cherry
great
bark.
breathing.
You can make the compress of mullein, like just make mullein tea and then put like cotton towel in there and put it over the chest. It will literally expectorate through the chest. I've done it on clients. It's amazing.
Mhm.
So just using that
Mullei's so
mullein just to pull
Mm.
debris out of the body.
We are not going over essential oils in this class, but when it comes to the
That's
lungs,
why it's
it's a
topical administration of essential oils are also extremely powerful.
In a carrier.
It depends on the essential oil, but yeah, a lot of them are.
Yeah, the strong ones though, like. Be careful. This is so much fun.
Okay, we have like 3 products left, so.
Okay, well, let's do it.
I lied. We have
So,
like 6.
I was like,
but-
there's a couple more than 3.
But the
Cold sore
CSR,
relief. Yeah, that's cold sore relief. So
cold sore relief.
CSR is cold sore relief. Phenomenal. You can put it topically on the cold sore. You can take the cold sore. Absolutely fantastic product.
however, as someone who struggled with cold sores much of her childhood, I will give a quick plug that Valcyclovir, a pharmaceutical drug, was the only thing that actually helped me after.
Yeah,
everything
you've
I
tried
so
everything else.
I did. That
you know.
was one that really saved the day. But
That's 'cause
actually,
that was.
I don't know if I actually
I don't know if you ever used
if I
that.
ever used this one. I just tried other ones, so maybe I will reintroduce that. For quitting smoking, these are our 2 products for people going into cessation. Black pepper essential oil, having them smell this, and then smoke out, which is Dr. Christopher's blend. It's just a blend of 4 things here. That can also, this actually looks like it's mimicking a nicotinic.
It is.
Nicotine,
It's
how do you say
blocking that.
It looks like it's having a
and
similar
high-
effect on the body, actually, high in cayenne,
blocking-
lobelia. So anyway, this is so these are 2 products that can help with that. I also recommend working with Christopher to get an acupuncture session to help with smoking cessation.
We have a couple students, one in particular we just had here this spring. We did one treatment for smoking cessation. We got her black pepper extract and she took to the house 1 treatment and she has been smoke free ever since.
And that's not the first time it's
She's
happened.
probably on here watching right now. Hey, love.
We're excited.
So very cool. All right, so just coming around strong. I was talking about Dr. Christopher's mysterious black ointment earlier. I should pass this around so you can smell it. Just a great thing to have in
It's
your
not up there.
refrigerator, so that when anything mysterious is happening on your skin or body,
Yeah, skin tags, mold, it just helps. It pulls. It's a
it
pulling agent. Yeah, it's been used for.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually been used even for cancers. They've applied this and had tumors come out of the body. So there's a
Yeah.
lot of interesting information behind black
We have
ointments.
again, whenever anyone has like a weird bump,
There's some really, really powerful stuff in there.
whenever it has a weird bump, just is a great thing to have on him. And then the last couple salves here, and then I'm gonna hand it over to him to finish. We have a healing salve made of comfrey and plantain.
Delicious.
And then also Karen's arthritis bone and tissue cream. These are 2 additional topical ointments you would use to facilitate a speedier recovery. We're talking shoulder pain, joint pain, a wound healing, muscle relaxation.
Getting rid of creaky knees, use my cream.
Yeah. And would you add anything to that list?
No, I think that's solid.
Perfect.
Cool.
There's a box up there, the Chingwang Hong. This is no home should be without this stuff.
What?
Chingwang Hong,
Where's that?
that gold box right there. So this is a burn liniment. This is an ancient Chinese recipe. Really, really, really incredible. Karen can even tell you she burned her fingertips a couple weeks ago and had no blisters even formed.
It is a healing balm for burns.
Incredibly powerful. Chiefest ingredient in there's actually sesame oil.
Sesame oil.
So in a pinch, if you don't have a Chingwang Hong, go straight for that toasted sesame oil that you got in your cabinet for making your Chinese salads.
Oh,
Really,
you
really,
could just
really-
put sesame oil on.
It's a good start. It's a good place to start. That's got some other beneficial compounds in it
man.
that are gonna keep blisters from eating.
So that sounds like something someone's gonna wanna have in their cabinet before something happens.
We keep it in the cabinet. I keep
the
it right
kitchen.
next to my stove.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, I do want Christopher to talk about Xclear at some point. Did you already do that?
No. I'll do that. after we
Okay,
talk
so
about the
I'll
ingredients.
just talk about these. We wanted to show you some superfoods, things you can just throw in your smoothies, things that you can be adding to your diet. Things like amazing greens. My green formula that I made, that I make, we give you that recipe online. You can go ahead and make your own. That's got alfalfa and barley grass juice and beet powder, etc. So this is an amazing greens already pre-made. You can go ahead and throw that in your smoothie or just in some water if you don't want to taste it. There are some capsules. Right now, we love chlorella, we love spirulina. So these are chlorella tablets. You can just swallow those if you don't want the
Amazing.
flavor, and spirulina. Now, one
Wow.
thing about chlorella, it does help protect it strengthens the membrane of the cell to reduce EMF exposure and breakdown of the cell membrane. So chlorella is phenomenal. When we talk about TDSN, time, distance, shielding, and nutrition, we talk about chlorella. Spirulina is phenomenal, very rich in amino acids, in iron. So spirulina, I take spirulina every single day. In powder form or tablet form, and I love it. So spirulina is a big, big, big thing. And then you want to talk about the
Super blue green
Yep.
algae in here with the spirulina and the chlorella,
Yep.
and a couple different probiotics and the astrozyme blend, which will help you digest all your foods. Systemic enzyme blend, amazing US enzyme product again.
US enzyme does it again.
Does it
Again.
again.
US enzyme pillowcase.
We have some Sovereign Silver as a nasal spray here. This is actually a dropper. It comes in a nasal spray form. We were talking a little bit earlier about hydrosols and how silver's actually used so well as a topical antimicrobial agent. They use it in hospitals. They use it in pretty much medical practices, and now they're using it with it's bound in a topical for wound healing, to speed wound healing. Really, really, really great stuff. And this is one of my favorite products that we brought on. We have a couple different versions of this. This is a sugar alcohol xylitol, which we don't always recommend for internal consumption, but this works really, really well for keeping your mouth wet when you have speaking engagements. It also helps to relieve a cough. Something to note about sugar alcohol xylitol in particular is bacteria cannot digest it. So it's there's lots and lots of researches that Clear has put out, this company here that I'm holding, on how it reduces bacterial effects because bacteria can't digest it. So you can't feed bacteria with this. So we have a couple different nasal sprays.
It makes you fart though. Just thought I'd put it out there.
It definitely will make you fart. She's 100% correct
Yeah,
about that.
there
You
you
should.
People might be taking xylitol all the time and wondering why now they're all full of gas, and that's why.
That's why. This guy right here is a cayenne nasal spray that they make, which also has the xylitol in it. And if you've ever had a chewing gum that has xylitol in it, it creates a cooling sensation in the mouth. And it does the same sort of thing in the sinuses. You get that cooling sensation. It absolutely opens things up. And the other one of these that we have is it has olive leaf and oregano oil in it. And it works to for active sinus infections. Incredible. Turns those around in a couple days. Really, really powerful stuff.
Wow. I've heard firsthand accounts of people using his Clear, and they describe it as sensational, to say the least.
It's sensational.
Actually, they may have used other more explicit terms,
Expletives.
expletives. But we're just gonna call it sensational for our studio audience here today.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's another good thing to have on hand for nasal spray.
Yep. So,
Oh yeah. Oh.
Oh, it'll open.
it'll open everything up. We're excited that you have spent this time with us, even if you're watching just a mini clip or you've watched all 6 hours of our presentation on different products. We encourage you to look at what you have in your cupboard to see if it's whole food based and whole food source and what you can be using it from. We look forward to sharing more with you in the future. There are topics and there's products we didn't cover. Our soaps. We make all of our own soaps. We encourage you to use things that are not full of toxins in there. Our deodorants, all of the True Love skincare. We have a lot of products that'll still be forthcoming in videos. Yes. As well as tachyon and all the essential oils. So there's a lot coming that we have not been able to get presentations done here. We do highly recommend using grounding sheets. We just highly recommend you don't buy them just on Amazon. We will show you why, because we've bought them from Amazon, washed them 2 or 3 times, and they do not ground you. They actually electrocute you. And we will show that to you because we sell a body voltage meter every time we sell a kit so that you can be measuring to see if your grounding sheets are actually working by grounding you or if they're not. We developed what's called the true grounding sheet. So ZuZu's true grounding sheet that is available. They're $167 and they do come with the testing equipment. Normally testing equipment, I paid $197 for mine. So it's like you're getting a free grounding sheet, which definitely aren't free because they're organic cotton. We pay a lot of money to have them sewn and you're getting this much grounding fabric, not a couple little tiny threads here thing. So it's very, very grounding, very beneficial. So a lot of those videos, you can look for those right now. If you're watching this live, you can look for those videos soon, but we're excited to share with you just what we have found that works. And again, the disclaimer is below. We are not medical doctors. We are just here to share historically what has worked for our clients and worked for people around the world. And we're really excited that you took this time to spend with us because we have so much to share.
Yeah, it's been great. Thank you
amazing.
so much, ladies.
Yeah, thank you. I realized we could easily have our own QVC channel. And just get like a nice little studio production going and just have it running 24 hours on the clock with everything we got going on in the store. Seriously, we are small but mighty in this little store.
That's right.
So,
And we love your guts. We really do.
love your
We love
guts.
your guts.
Yeah.
Sometimes more than you might, but that's okay.
yeah.
Good. Well,
So-
thank you for joining us.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Please continue to further your education the best that you can.
Yes. Well,
And
look-
remember,
Oh.
We are your holistic health
educators.
That's right.
Okay.
A big thank you to Tabitha, who's been running all the equipment.
Tabitha, you're incredible.
The
I
Zoom,
love you.
both
And over
Facebooks.
time since you started working for us.
That's right, you know.
You
Do you wanna come say hi? Just-
I don't.
This is Tabitha.
This is
Hi.
Tabitha, Tabitha.
Thanks to everyone. Oh my God. Sweet, so.
Good.
Studio audience, thank you. Yeah. So
Good.
do you guys have any questions from this last batch? Sure. Okay.
Good. Well, we do
Okay.
welcome. We are grateful you could stay
Yeah.
and share this day with us. We look forward to helping you in the future.
Yeah.
And if there's anybody watching who wants to come out to a wellness retreat, watch for information.
Connect with us, you guys.
That's
I
right.
will go ahead and just check out,
Stop
see
the
what
recording.
questions
Yeah,
came
see if
in.
anybody
Thank
has
you,
any questions
Sandra.
on Facebook. For sure.
Yeah.
And then do we have to keep?
Yeah,
to
we
delete
do.
it
They're
right
all,
away?
they're all.
Because you
you
mentioned.
Just
Cancer?
that, the event schedule right there.
Laura, that is
There's a-
so
there's a whole
awesome.
list.
Last section.
Okay.
No better place to go than herbally grounded after this, Laura.
Yeah, because literally.
Also,
We got kicked off.
herbally grounded. Oh, for mentioning, that's what you're calling it, the C word.
Yeah.
That's not saying the secret. That's right.
Laura, herbally grounded social media manager,
Videos now.
inspired.
Okay.
I love following them online. They're so funny.
Can you keep those? Is that a thing you?
Oh, yes, Elizabeth, we didn't really cover eyesight. She's already off though. We'll do that later.
Yeah. So, but
The
now,
name of the
for
cream
future, let me
for
know
the
if you
skin.
want it, I can just leave it.
Okay, that's awesome.
Sandra, I don't know if you're asking about black ointment or the arthritis cream.
Black ointment, they're both different. Black ointment is
I know.
drawing
Yeah,
and arthritis is strengthening the cartilage.
yeah,
Very different.
yeah. The Karen's cartilage one strengthens cartilage and the black ointment pulls stuff out. Oh, yay, Maureen. Yeah, totally. You gotta watch the replay, Maureen. We honestly we covered so much today. I'm actually really excited to send this replay out to everyone. Ugh, actually, you know what I'll do? I'll go ahead and just change this back to my face here so that it's less awkward. Yes, Sandra, black ointment. It pulls. So this is what it looks like. And it pulls things right out of the skin. And then this is the arthritis rub, which puts nutrients into the body. So one pulls and one like pushes into the body. Yeah, no problem. Felicia, I don't know the difference between spider veins and varicose veins. So
Spiders, like little patches with lots and lots and lots and lots of butter on the little veins. We're actually about to have access to a biofrequency laser that'll get rid of all of that.
Oh, okay. So biofrequency. Oh, right. Okay. So we don't have a supplement for that right now though. We're just gonna wait to get the laser.
Feeding.
V-vein would also be helpful. Okay. Well, Christopher says V-vein. Yes, Amber, we will definitely. I mean, you can find this video on YouTube right now, but it's not going to have the pictures of the products up while we're, when we do the edit post-production, we'll have like the little picture, the product picture pop up in the corner. And the V-vein is by Dr. Christopher, right?
Yeah.
Dr. Christopher. Yeah.
And there's a bunch of different things that we would look at too with varicose veins, like
What she's talking about spider veins.
We want to strengthen the venous cavity. And we want to fortify and make sure we got enough nutrients here for the whole cardiopulmonary system. Lots and lots and lots of.
Lots of collagen. Lots of collagen. Christopher says. Rochelle, I don't know if you're still on. You asked about fungal infections. Is that right? Okay, so that depends what type of fungal infection you're talking about. If it's mold, you're going to treat that with its own protocol. If it's candida, we're going to treat that with an enzyme blend and getting the microbiome back up to speed. And there's a couple products that can be very supportive One is not even on here. Oh, well, we were saying olive leaf extract is also a great antifungal. So the olive leaf that you can take as like squirt it under your tongue or in like it's not a capsule, it's like a gelatin, it's a liquid, you know, it's a olive leaf, it's a liquid thing. So anyway, you can take that for the fungal thing, but then Microbiome Labs has a product called Myco Balance, Michael, please hold, please hold. Mega Myco Balance by Microbiome Labs. Okay, this is also designed for fungal, for yeast and fungal support. So I would really, I don't know if you douse or muscle test, but you really just gotta check what's gonna be the most effective. But that olive leaf extract, oh my gosh, Mom, when are we getting ADP in? Emulsified oil of oregano? How do we not have that in stock yet? Thank you so much, Ashley. There's another product. It's called ADP, and it's who makes it, Mom? It's emulsified oil of oregano by a famous brand. Fabulous also for helping with fungal overgrowth. Anyway, thank you. That's oil of oregano. That's what that's based on. So yeah, I would just see what's gonna help the body, and then don't forget, and then also just naturally you got to get the bacteria levels back up to help keep the fungus in check in the long run. That's like seriously, the incidence of yeast infections after antibiotic treatment is like so common, and the huge reason for that is because the bacteria just got wiped out. So you got to up the bacteria and then take enzymes to address the yeast, and then some of those other products are also really supportive, depending on what fungus you're talking about. The product for skin tags, Maureen, was black ointment by Dr. Christopher. However, I'd be really curious what her A1C levels are and her fasted blood glucose. So there's quite a few correlations coming out. Not in everyone, but in some people in their yeah, chronically elevated insulin levels and their skin tags. Hey, what are some other things people can do for skin tags?
There's an acid that'll come to me in just a second.
There's an acid.
There's a topical acid.
There's a topical acid.
That'll take them right off.
That'll take them right off.
Like it doesn't destroy the skin, it eats right through. Literally.
Okay. Okay, he's thinking. Other questions, guys, other questions. Tooth health. We didn't get to tooth health, Mike. I don't know if Mike's still on. We will be carrying, I'm just answering the last couple questions here. We got something for warts too. Gnarlins. I'm happy with either. I'm happy with either. No. I'm happy with either. Okay, guys. So, Rochelle, I'm going to answer that first. True Love Skincare makes wart paste. Phenomenal for warts. Zaps them off. It's like you're supposed to apply it for like multiple days, you know, for like weeks or a month, like every day. But like I have seen even like a few days of consistent treatment and then let it go for 2 weeks and then they're just gone. So True Love Skincare wart paste. This woman who developed True Love Skincare, Jennifer Sutter, I think. She has videos in the Human Body Master Guide if you want to listen to her story. It's incredible though. Her husband had so many warts and nothing was working, so she developed this. Oh, this also works for skin tags? Okay, this also works for skin tags. True Love Skincare wart paste, guys. You can get, is this on the website? Is this on ZuZu's Energy already? Olive oil, olive leaf, MSM, and an essential oil blend. And we're going to put these on this week. So this isn't on ZuZu's Energy yet, but it will be in a week. So definitely wart paste for anything funky grown out of the skin that shouldn't be there.
Excellent product. We'll have that online this week.
Yes. What was the other thing I was about to talk about? Oh, teeth. Another thing we're getting in is Dr. There's a couple blends we'll be getting in to support the teeth enamel specifically. There's both herbal formulas as well as bovine bone extract. So they've ground up bone from cows, and these all come from New Zealand. New Zealand must have like the best farms on earth because so much bovine derived products come from New Zealand. But they have taken those bones and ground it up, and it acts as a remineralizer. So like I have it next to I don't use it that often, but you would like basically put the powder on your tooth and then like let it sit, and some of those minerals can get reabsorbed too. Wow, Rochelle, that's so cool about there being testimonials on her site about skin tags falling off after the wart paste. That's very encouraging. So, Sandra, you were asking about high blood pressure, particularly the systolic reading. So I would want to know like what you've all tried for that, because that's one of those things where it's like, are we dealing with obstruction in the arteries? Or like a hardened artery, or is it more related to, vasal constriction from like stress hormones, or from, bowel issues, or missing minerals, I would want to like know a little bit more about, I would need to be doing like probably a consultation with you before I could give you a better answer on that. What's the supplements known to help reduce Alzheimer's? That's a loaded question, he says. Yeah, Sandra, if you do want to chat about that though, let's bring that up on a Human Body Master Guide call if we can. And maybe we can troubleshoot that a little bit. It's just a little bit more than I can get into right now.
Yeah, that's a really.
Love you, by the way, Sandra. Yes. Mother, any supplements for Alzheimer's?
Yeah, the detox, the heavy metal detox.
The heavy metal detox. You got to get all the crap out of the body that's causing
You gotta get
these
rid of all the transient electricity.
neurotransmitters not docking properly.
Avocados and healthy
Eat
fats.
avocados and healthy fats. Get the
There's a lot.
EMFs out of the house and help balance the house electrically. Do more things to exercise the brain.
Cholesterol.
And why aren't they good body master?
And make sure that they're not on a statin so that their body can make cholesterol.
Make a disclaimer and
And again, this is my 17th medical disclaimer for the day. And please find more information in the Human Body Master Guide. So the other thing I've heard of for Alzheimer's to see if it's a type 3 diabetes situation is to put them on ketones and see if they're responsive to that. Okay. Love you. Bye. Because in some Alzheimer's patients, they've developed insulin. Insulin insensitivity in their brain, and they're not absorbing glucose, but they may respond better to ketones. So I've seen people just like give their their relatives ketone bodies to see if they respond better to that, as opposed to just like putting someone into a state of ketosis, which can take a really long time. And especially if they don't want to change their eating preferences that late in life, that can be a little trickier. But ketosis there's actually a lot of research on how ketosis can be effective for the percentage of the Alzheimer population where it is a type 3 diabetes situation. And type 3 diabetes is not an official diagnosis, just so everyone's clear. That's just what we call it on the back end to describe insulin resistance when it hits the brain. And that can present as Alzheimer's. It looks like that and how they're presenting. So I would just throw that in there. Yeah, thank you, Sandra.
He's in doggy school right now.
So yeah, we'll get that wart paste, and the rest of True Love skincare products should be going online this week. We'll be putting a lot, like I said, we're probably about 60% online. So we're gonna get the rest of the store online, beautify it, and then we'll officially present it to you all so that you know we're live and ready. And we'll have a rewards program and all of that. So it's coming. All right. If you have any other questions, speak now.
She didn't.
Oh yeah, Felicia, by the way, those SIBO products, Cannabis, AR and BR, I think.
Yep.
Phenomenal. Thank you. Thank you, Nate. Yes. Nate, you even got our medical disclaimer down by now. So fun. You're great. Thank you. Yeah, Laura, how do I know if my Metagenics vitamin is not just being peed out? What a great question. I can't answer that right now, Laura. Let's hit that one next time. Felicia, the brand is Metagenics. Please hold.
Now you know the people that seem to.
Cannabis AR and Cannabis BR by Metagenics. And I don't know if this is inverted and if you can even read this, but that's what it looks like. Fabulous SIBO protocol. Very powerful. Must be taken together. Yep. All right, everyone. Well, thank you for joining us. I'm going to end the recording.